Welcome back, guys. Oh, you know what? Did I set it up right? I think I did. Welcome. Let's see your videos. And we are back. Susan, old Uncle Bill, Trina. I am stuffed. Just got good In-N-Out burger. Thank you, Nola. Good little, I guess, late lunch for me. Could have been an early dinner, but we still got more than 7 hours to drive. Look at those beautiful mountains. I'll pull something up really quick. I gotta find a gas station up here. I think in Ashland, where we'll go. Let's see if Stopping center. Yeah, maybe at the Petro Stopping Center in Phoenix. We're already in Arizona. How quick was that? No, but look at that sky. Look at that sky. It was a good lunch. For sure. I didn't get the 4x4 because I didn't want to be falling asleep here at the wheel. I got the 3x3. And it was good. Yes, we are headed south now. We turned around. I don't know why the old one said north. I pulled up the same thing and it said south. I was like, that's weird. MAGA warriors in the house. Don't forget the light up hat that everybody liked over the weekend. Either the Trump or the MAGA light up hat is doing a raffle. Today's the only day to get in. Every $10 donation gets you 1 entry. So if you do $30, that's 3 entries. We'll be doing the raffle tomorrow on our live stream. So keep in mind, this is your chance to get in. You guys know the donation links. They're on the bottom. Thank you. Thank you, Nola. Appreciate you. I'm going to have to start making trips just up to Oregon for the food, guys. And the company. We tried to rob a bank. It didn't work out. They were all closed. It's 4:22 and you can see it's already getting dark. All this Speedway Express. I wonder how much Speedway Express is. We just got to get gas before we get into California. Let's see. Go over here and stop. this Shell gas station. I doubt Shell will be cheap. It'll be cheaper than California. Why is it joining? Hold on. There we go. That was stupid. It joined a Wi-Fi network over here. Shouldn't do that. $336. I'll take it. I'll take 336. That's that one. You drive up here, see if they have gas over here, or if it's just a diesel. Are they the same store? I think they only sell diesel fuel here at that one. Yeah, and that's all blocked off. Let's go to the other one. I think that's all it is. Go get Shell. The whole, every gas pump's closed. That's crazy. Take a picture and blame Trump. I'm sure they could figure out a way to do it. All right. Be right back. I'm good. roll now. Let's get this set up. What's up, Rob H in the house? Where you at? You were supposed to go. Rob had the time off and everything. He was scared of Antifa. It's kind of normal. I've been getting really scared lately. No. Okay, there we go. Put that on the road. Speaking of road, let's see. Go back all the way around this end. Got a full tank. Full tank. Common sense says, who has work tomorrow? I do. Might only be a half a day. I don't know if I'll do a first show or not. But
Motion detected in the front yard.
now we got a few hours where we only got to stop for a code yellow. Let's see, we're going towards Ashland. All weird. They got people going the wrong way, all crazy 8 stop signs. All right. Got a couple little sprinkles on the window. We'll see. Looks clear the way we're headed. We're about 25 miles away from California, so we'll be in California in about 25 minutes. California. Possibly Maryland. Wouldn't say replace us. There's some things they can't replace, but a lot of jobs, we were just talking about that with Noah, a lot of jobs will get replaced by AI. Let's see what's going on in the real world. What's this one? See who this is.
Rav's Morning Show, American Sunrise. Good morning.
Thanks so much for all you're doing, and yes, absolutely, stay safe.
As the sun makes its way over the horizon, and it makes its way inside the arena, where the roses and victories will soon be.
I was hoping that was a truck stop. I still haven't, I was in a hurry to get to Portland, but get that holder for the iPad that goes in the cup holder, so when we're in rental cars, the iPad isn't just flinging around everywhere and I can see the comments. Hey Karen, Sugar Bear, Trina, Nola, Old Uncle Bill. Not gonna watch that. Where's the one we have it on? See what this one has on the background. It's gonna be a long, long drive. We're almost to the California, Oregon border. With a full tank of gas. Listen, they're highlighting Maha event they had.
A best-selling author, U.S. Senator, and now Vice President of the United States. But it's almost a kind of tragic reminder of the lost potential of almost everybody else at Appalachia. Not only for poor health, it's got the worst health data of any region in the country, the highest cardiac disease, the highest obesity.
Then it'll be probably about 6 hours, 6.5 hours more. Let's see. Oh, looks like Donald Trump defended Tucker Carlson. Says he's a great guy and people can't tell him who to interview as a reporter. Brings up the Nick Fuentes interview. Take a listen.
Have you? We've had some great. Well, I found him to be good. I mean, he said good things about me over the years. And I think he's good. We've had some good interviews. I did an interview with him. We had 300 million hits. You know that. Look, I can't tell him. Will you finish my statement. You are the worst. You're with Bloomberg, right? You are the worst. I don't know why they even have you. We've had some great interviews with Tucker Carlson, but you can't tell him who to interview.
This is an illegal traffic stop.
Well, I found him to be good. I mean, he said good things.
I agree. He can interview who he wants. There's things I agree with Tucker on, and there's things I absolutely disagree with Tucker on. And I'm sure he would say the same about me if he watched my shows. That is what is great about this country and the freedom of press. You want to see something hard to listen to? It's almost like being out there. Here's another Mad Maria, where Border Patrol is cleaning up the streets. Listen.
I can stay here. I have the right to record. I have the right to record. I have the right to record. This is not a legal traffic stop. This is not a legal traffic stop. Illegal traffic stop. Yes.
Well, I found him to be good. He said good things about.
I like that.
Oh,
Here's another one. Yeah, I can't believe that. One of the illegals ran into the woods, and literally you had these people, these ignorant people, chasing over, blowing whistles at where they were at so the guy could get away from them. I would just love to shove that whistle down their throat. Oh, and then watch this. We got good service here. You guys ready? Let's see. We all know Trump is your president. Let's check it out. Check it out, guys. We're going to put this on the ground for the libtards out here. The Timu Tifa. Put your gun down, asshole. Nobody's near your baseline. That's right, he's your president. This is like second grade shit. You guys are so pathetic. Yeah, I know. Oh, that was epic. Epic. I love it. I love it. And that MAGA hat you see, that light up MAGA hat could be yours and shipped out tomorrow. Every $10 donation gets you one entry. You can enter 5 times or 2 times. But today's the only day to get in on this one-day raffle, so you'll have a better chance of winning than when we do the 1-week raffle and more people enter. So if you guys want an opportunity, the donation links are below. Every $10 donation gets you one entry. That was epic. Oh, he was so triggered. I mean, he's telling me I act like a second grader when he's wearing a Winnie the Pooh sweatshirt. Ah, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. And if we go through some rough areas, it'll buffer, it'll get through it, hopefully. California, guys. Almost into California. Yeah, it'll be choppy through all the mountain areas, but it won't be froze the entire time. I don't know if you guys can see. You can see the what looks like smoke from chimneys or something up there. That looks cool. It is 49 degrees. Yeah, you can see a couple of houses with the chimneys. Welcome to California. We're back in California right now. Inspection station. All vehicles must stop. All vehicles must stop.
other politically motivated attacks. We do still have retired Marine Intelligence Officer, National Security Analyst, and host of the Strat podcast, Al Kemper, standing by. He, of course, has been joining us. We always ask him about these Antifa-related stories, especially when it's classified as a domestic terrorist group. Back when Antifa was classified as a domestic terrorist group, we had you on, Hal. What's the significance of raising that to an international scale?
Well, also there's a few things to go with this, but one of the things is that title domestic terrorist, under U.S. law, we don't really have a way. I mean, it's being said by the administration. It's certainly a term that can be used, but we don't have anything that distinguishes legally what a domestic terrorist group is. And so what this does is it takes these other groups, like Antifa in the U.S., we've called it a domestic terrorist group. All right, now we're looking at Germany's Antifa Ost, which is the East Antifa. And even in the name, it kind of infers that it has a connection to the Western Antifa, which is the one that we have here. So that links them to that group. We do know that they communicate globally, in the internet. They communicate, coordinate actions around the world. So if we can pick up on that, pick up the connection between Antifa members.
Oh, come on, Verizon.
Especially designated international terrorist group, if there's any money going back and forth, you can get them on, financing of terrorism and things like that. So, in focusing on these groups, and we're not going to do strike
Is domestically, is it the same situation with the European version?
For the most part, these groups are called movements. They're not called formal organizations. Now, we used to see the same thing if you want to go back in history, with Black Bloc, which is where these groups kind of go back to. That was a group that they were against the U.S. They were kind of pro-communist, but they were very much against us putting Pershing missiles, nuclear missiles, in Germany. And Black Bloc would come out there and protest, and they would all wear black, and they would not be part of an organized group per se. However, when you start getting into it, you would find that there were some key figures that were kind of orchestrating and leading and coordinating all the activities that were going on. And that's the same thing you see with Antifa today. It's got this leaderless resistance model, but when you get into it, it's not really as leaderless as it quite looks. It's just officially or overtly as leaderless, but behind the scenes, you do find that there is a heart that tends to orchestrate everything that's going on. They talk to each other, they communicate throughout Europe, and they communicate from Europe to North America, and that's what this investigative tools to link some extremists. Might seem reason that the far right side of it has seemed to have been almost officially pushed down by the government, yet they've been growing in political popularity amongst the German voters. And so this might add a little wind to their sails as well by allowing a little more pressure to be put on some of the far left side to be certainly not involved with things like Antifa Ost events and things like that.
Al Kemper is a retired Marine Intelligence Officer, National Security Analyst, and the host of the Strat podcast. Hal, what's coming up on Strat? What's the latest?
Well, funny you should ask. We're recording a Strat this evening.
Hey.
Hopefully it'll be posted tonight. And I'm actually, I'm going to probably hit a couple of different topics. I'm going to talk about what we just talked about here. I think we're on the cusp of seeing potentially a major military action going on with East. The thing I kind of alluded to, where all these different things could fall into place. And I'm not going to go out there and say this is permanent Middle East peace and it's going to change what's been going on for thousands of years. But it definitely could be a big shift in what's happening in the Middle East, and certainly what the U.S. involvement has been in the Middle East, and what that does for strategically focusing on other parts of the world. For example, the South China Sea and the West Pacific, where we have a little issue there.
Lots to keep track of this week. You can listen to the Strap Podcast anywhere podcasts are available. Thanks, Hal. Have a good rest of your weekend. Thank you. Going out to Hal in Austin for that interview. We're looking at a live look right now of Washington, D.C. To go ahead and wrap up this evening, President Trump is on his way back from Florida to Washington, D.C., where he will be there. We'll have you covered in the rest of the week. I'm Jay Russell. I'll be signing off right now. We'll go into our overnight playlist and have the latest stories. You can still keep up with us on all of our social media platforms. Everyone have a good night.
Put on the PBD, listen to what they had to say. This is an older one from Wednesday, but I only got to listen to half of it.
And so most people, when they encounter something that's scary, they fold.
No.
Most people. That's why we admire people that don't.
Terrible. He won like 2 games.
The bag towards the end. He says constituents a lot.
He is like legendary with his English.
Guys.
By the way, he used to be a substitute teacher. You guys know that? For PE, he was a PE substitute teacher. What does that mean if you're like a PE substitute teacher? Like you're not that good at work. Was it a PE substitute?
I was a second grade teacher for a year. I started off as a substitute. How many times? I did it all, but I was doing art, workshop.
How do you do a PE second grader substitute teacher for PE? How do you? Little Matthew. We'll talk about it.
Little Matthew.
All right, so let's go through it. So Florida AG probes J.P. Morgan Chase over alleged debanking of Trump media. Trump says American dream is surging back to life under his presidency at Miami Forum. Trump is set to propose opening California coast to oil drilling. By the way, did you guys see the Laura Ingraham interview with Trump? Tom, did you see it? Did you see the whole thing between the two of them? I thought it was phenomenal.
I only saw one clip where they got a little sparky.
Yeah, I thought it was good. I like Little Sparky from high school. Yeah, from Burbank 13. But the bloody brawl breaks out as agitators protest TPUSA event at UC Berkeley in California. Government shutdown live updates. We'll talk about that. Rob, is it open yet, or they're voting today at the House, right? Senate, yeah. Okay, Senate passes bill to end government shutdown, sending it to the House. Trump threatens to dock pay of absent air traffic controllers. Private jets blocked from many U.S. airports amid shutdown curbs. These freaking private jets flying. You know, what was that one guy's name? 2 claps and a Ric Flair. What does he say? Woo! What, do you remember his whole line with?
Oh yeah, Matsopoulos, you did that thing. It says 2 claps. Give me 2 claps and a Ric Flair.
Boom, boom. Woo! But then he would say something about private jets. But to all of you that fly private jets, you can wait, bro. Stop being so pompous and contemptible and arrogant. You can wait, you private jet type of people. These rich people annoy the hell out of me, these rich people. You know what I'm saying? Seriously, like, get it together. Corporate America posts best earnings in 4 years despite tariffs. Trump warns Supreme Court tariff ruling could trigger 3T unwind. U.S. household debt hits a new record. Massive. We'll talk about that. New Yorkers hunt for homes outside the city as living costs soar. New York City election fears that drive $100 million out of Florida real estate surge as nervous New Yorkers flee south. Listen, Palm Beach, Manalapan is on fire. Is on fire right now with the stuff that they're getting, the calls that they're getting. More car buyers are stretching out their auto loans. So instead of, by the way, when you get a car loan, maybe we'll ask this question as a poll later on, whether you do 60, 72, 84, or 96. Just keep that in mind. We'll do it on how long you do your car payments. We'll ask you guys, see what the audience will say. Car repossessions trend shows chilling echo of 2008 crisis as economists warn of more dominoes to fall. Daily Mail. Besson says new rare earth factory will cut costs, break China's chokehold in the industry. Coal prices seen topping $5,000.
There's some rain.
JP Morgan says. AI technology race is new Cold War between U.S. China. It's getting serious, by the way. Bless you. Democratic senators blame White House. They blame White House AI data centers. Here you go. For rising, Adam, take this. For electricity prices. Big Short, Michael Burry accuses AI hyperscalers of artificially boosting earnings. Paramount reports streaming growth in first earnings since Skydance. Barry Weiss is looking at another person. You guys ready? Who's Barry going after? By the way, I negotiated Brett Baer's contract on air. It was awesome. And officially, we're going into a new business, by the way. I don't know if you know that.
Agency?
This guy would be one hell of a...
Oh my God, Adam would be the best.
By the way,
I'm gonna get you guys paid.
We're actually not joking. You would actually be a
Wind advisory from
but Barry
all the way to
is going after
weed.
new content, and I kind of like it what they're doing. I kind of like it if she gets it. This is big. I'll tell you. We'll read the story.
SJ?
Yes. Brett Baer responds to a report of interest from CBS. I'm signed on to Fox. Very happy at Fox. And there's a bunch of other things going on. Podcasting diversity props. 64% of hosts are male. 77% are white.
What, man?
You gotta put the what? You gotta put the what in there.
We're part of the 23.
It's true.
Me,
right
hey,
now.
homie, we brown. He's brown and down, homie.
But I do have 2 white boy sons, though. One of them is full. Now, you know what? I don't know.
You guys are half whites.
You think they're more white or Middle Eastern?
No, they're Middle. They're Middle Eastern. They're more.
Machleta, listen.
Machleta, you.
First of all, my oldest wears flip-flops, like an Armenian does, with his toes out all the time.
And now he has glasses that are tinted. He's Armenian.
For sure. And
He's
then
Middle Eastern.
Dylan is his personality temperament is full on. He's full on Middle Eastern. Those G's are in.
But Tico is kind of almost like a Middle Eastern bird.
Brooklyn's Middle Eastern. The most Middle Eastern. Senna's a white girl.
Senna's a white girl.
You know what? Senna's like Jen.
Senna's true. I agree. We'll do that. All right. Report. DOJ sending Senator Panel Clinton corruption files. Damn.
Dang, I don't know if you guys can see that. Look at all that. I think that's snow all over that mountain right there. Yeah. That looks cool. That would have been cool. Or is that clouds? Let me look. I think that's snow at the top of that mountain. We'll see. Might just be the sky looking like that. I think it's the sky.
You ever met a guy named Richard? He doesn't go by Rich or Ricky or Ricardo. Hey, call me Dick.
A Sam Piker declares, I don't have any patriotism.
Police officer.
Where was he?
China, Tiananmen Square.
Is this the one that something happened
And he
to?
got harassed by
Communism bites
I
back.
love it. He's trying to act like it was all cool. Good for you, bro. Good for you.
All right, so rider named Jihad arrested for assault after Antifa violence at Berkeley TPUSA. A lot of stuff going on, guys. We're going to try to do all these stories in 30 minutes, folks. I hope you're ready for it. All right? So, with that being said, let me tell you what's going on today. We haven't done this in a while, so this is probably going to go in 30 minutes. We have a new hat that we've been working on.
Who's that guy?
I love it. Zoom in on the hat on the side. Keep going. 150. Numbered out of 150, each one of them. So black and white. If you order both, you can pick a shirt, white or black. We'll send it to you as well. But if you want to order more than that, do so. Always remember what happens with these limited edition stuff. Rob, go to eBay if you can and just type in Future Looks Bright on eBay. Anything we do limited edition, they go within 45 minutes. 3,000 pieces. Get that? Let's get right into it. Okay. Rob, which story is the story that the audience wants us to go to first?
Report $3 trillion unwind.
And what page is that one on? Supreme Court unwind. Tom, what page is the tariff on there?
This is the tariff story?
Yeah, this is the tariff story that we're talking. Okay, there it is. Trump warns Supreme Court tariff ruling could trigger $3 trillion unwind. By the way, this would be the dumbest thing they ever do. Okay? Ever do. If they pull this off, it'll be the dumbest thing that they could ever do if they pass this thing. President issues a warning on Monday on Truth Social, claiming that the U.S. Supreme Court received the wrong numbers in pending case that challenges the authority to impose tariffs under emergency powers. Trump said an adverse decision could lead to an economic unwind exceeding $3 trillion, calling it an insurmountable national security event that would be devastating to the future of our country, possibly non-sustainable. The High Court is set to review whether Trump's use of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to levy tariffs on imported goods without the additional congressional approval was lawful. A ruling against Trump could require the government to refund billions of dollars in duties collected since 2024, potentially reshaping, can you turn off your phone, guys, U.S. trade policy and testing the limits of the Presidential Economic Authority. According to Treasury data reviewed by Fox Business, the U.S. collected more than $213 billion in tariffs revenue through late September 2025, including record monthly totals of more than $31 billion in August and more than $31 billion in September. Earlier in the year, revenues ranged from $17.4 billion to $29 billion in July. Is this the president talking about, Aram?
Yes. This is actually USA Today covering this story.
Go for it.
U.S. President Donald Trump is warning of an economic and national security disaster if the Supreme Court overturns his use of emergency powers to impose sweeping tariffs on nearly every country. Speaking Monday, Trump claimed the tariffs have generated trillions in tariff and investment income.
The numbers were reported so incorrectly. The real numbers are trillions of dollars have been taken in or gotten in terms of investment from the tariffs.
Trump had previously floated the idea of using tariff revenues to pay for what he calls a dividend to lower-earning Americans and repeated his plans on Monday.
We're going to issue a dividend
let him finish his question.
to our middle-income people and lower-income people of about $2,000, and we're going to use the remaining tariffs to lower our debt.
During last week's
Pause
oral...
right there. So, Tom, talking about this tariffs. One, we talked about this last week. Can they do it? Obviously, they have Supreme Court control right now, which is what, 6-3. Even if he loses, what's her name, Barrett, Coney Barrett, even if she goes against him, that's still 5-4. So he has the control still. But the reality of it is the fact that this is a topic of discussion they're discussing. I have a few ideas here, but I'm going to go to you first.
But are the tariffs working? Did we get some negotiation? Did we get some results here? Hang on a second. Let's keep this. That's how a functioning non-militant government would work, but that's not what we have right now. We have a very militant Congress that has a huge block of Democrats that are like, no matter what, get Trump out, hurt Trump, and they really don't care about the economy. So there is a group in there that unwinding it to create such economic calamity just to grab more seats and power at the midterms coming up in 11 months and 2 weeks, they would do it. But unwinding this would be horrible, and Trump's comment about unwinding it is true. Companies have come back and said, hey, you know what? Thanks to the tariffs, things have changed, economics have changed. We're going to invest, just this year it was $1.5 billion we're going to invest in the U.S. to bring jobs and stuff back. Well, that's because of the tariffs and the other countries playing nice. And if you unwind it, the other countries can go back and say, well, that was easy. His own Congress just screwed him over, and they're using the Supreme Court decision. Yeah. So guess what? We can go back to playing like we used to under Biden. That would be bad. That would be really bad.
But not only would it be bad, the amount of success we've had with this, to take it back to, we get only $80 billion of revenue every year from tariffs. It's the income we got. We didn't get a lot of revenue from tariffs. Now we are at $300 billion in tariffs, potentially $400 billion trajectory to where it's going. And then it could lead into $500 billion per year. Over 10 years could be $5 trillion of revenue coming in, not including all the other people that are being forced to invest in. That's the chart, which we've looked at many times. But I will tell you what I think the president was doing. The president was playing chess with these guys when he said, I'm going to give $2,000 income to the people that are low-income earners on the tariff side. And you know what that does? So imagine, he knows if it even gets close to them pushing for this not to happen, he's going to go to the low income and middle income and say, they just took a couple $1,000s away from you. That's yours. They took that away from you. All the taxes they did, they took that away from you. And how do you feel about it? So he's cornering them. I'm 80%. If I were to go to Kalshi and do a, what do you call it? Whether this
open a market and see what the public thinks?
If we were to go open, it would be very optimistic about going through. Like I said, it's the dumbest thing if they don't do this, Brandon.
Yeah, this is the hill to die on, and the law's a funny thing, the way that you interpret the law. I don't even think that they have the grounds to do this, because everybody's looking at tariffs as an economic issue, but no, it's a national security issue, and that's what the Constitution says, that that from an economic standpoint, it's in the power of Congress to decide what happens with tariffs. But if it's a matter of national security, then it's the president, and every single thing he's doing with tariffs is a matter of national security. Like, it's not just the $300 billion that he's taken in; it's the trillions that he's been able to negotiate and get people to invest. And think of, like, that's the main lever he's using for any
the national security part.
So if we can't threaten countries with tariffs, like, we have to use another method, and it might be a weaker method, it might be a riskier, more dangerous method. So you could really make anything about national security. Like, think about all the things the CIA classifies under a matter of national security. You know, like, a lot of things like probably aren't even a matter of national security, but they could say it because it's like very vague and broad. So I think that even if they did try to do this, you know, there was a president one time that said, when the Supreme Court ruled against him, he's like, all right, let them enforce it, go ahead. You know, and it's not like the Roe v. Wade type of issue when the Democrats are mad about that. That's like a social issue. But this one, it's like, let the court enforce it if they try to do this. I don't think they will, but if they do, I don't think he's going to listen to them.
And things like chips, rare earth, and magnets are national security.
I agree, but this, to me, if it doesn't pass, it's number one catastrophic thing if it doesn't pass. If they stop.
I agree. I agree.
I don't think you'd listen.
I don't think he can.
No, how do they enforce it though? It's a court.
What do you mean? How do they? Supreme Court?
Do they have an army?
No. You can't. That's not how it works. That's not how this works.
He won't do that.
He needs them. He needs them because the amount of credibility. If he didn't listen to them, 2028 is a lock. Newsom's your president.
A matter of national security, though.
If I'm running against him, I'm gonna tell him the guy is completely against the Constitution. Has no respect for George Washington, no respect for Thomas Jefferson, no respect for Benjamin Rush. I would go straight there and they would play that all day long. And they would say, if he's going to break the Constitution, what else is he capable of doing? Mm-hmm. Now it validates their no kings to say that's where it goes to. It's the slippery slope. I just think the way he's doing it is the right way. Mm-hmm. And like I said, I'm less than 10% that they don't do it, that they get in the way of this.
Yeah.
Less than 90% it's a done deal. And I'm hoping he keeps they have this already. Will the Supreme Court rule favoring the Trumps? What are they saying? 25% chance it will, is what they're saying.
That's correct. Will they? Only 25%.
So 75% they won't.
Yes. They won't reverse Trump's decision. You're saying?
No. Explain to me, because I'm about to put some money on. Rob, did you just post this right now yourself?
No. I Googled and found this through Kalshi. So 25% of people believe the Supreme Court will rule in favor of Trump. So the other 75% against Trump.
What? Like it's not going to go. Yeah. But there's not a lot of crowd on
zero activity. It's zero volume. So it's not like there's anyone involved in it for this to have any credibility.
Here's what the Speaker of the House could do in one sentence.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, if the Supreme Court says that certain tariffs here are not national security protected by IEEPA, then we'll take a resolution up here in Congress to maintain the tariffs as issued. Mm-hmm. Bang, goes the gavel.
Yeah.
That's all the Speaker has to do.
Yeah.
Now he's got to get 60%, but now he would be putting the vote on the back of Congress. Do you see that, Pat?
Yeah.
You know what? Let's just take a vote and keep it. And now, okay, Chuck Schumer, gather up all your buddies in the House over there across the hallway.
Yeah.
And say no. Mm-hmm. Say no to the American people. Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Right, yeah, where is Mike Johnson? Why, like, he was best friends with Trump at first when he first got in, but I haven't heard a lot from him.
That's the only thing that Johnson would have to do?
Yeah.
Okay, if the Supreme Court says some of this is not national security, the ones who are national security, we leave them alone.
Mm-hmm.
The other ones, we vote. No problem.
Yeah. I'm just confused. There's 9 Supreme Court justices. 6 of them are conservative, right? So what... Do you think that they're trying to talk to the conservative ones, the Democrats, and saying, hey, just trust us, let's screw him over? He's like, what? I don't understand the logic in trying to destroy what this guy is building. And I get it. They hate Trump. Everything's anti-Trump. Like
that's the logic.
That's unbelievable. But mainstream media is not telling these people nothing. It's just all feelings. Well, it all comes down. Yeah, exactly. It all comes down to what the law, quote unquote, allows, right? So I was watching this debate on Fareed Zakaria. There was a Harvard law professor who specializes in tariffs, which he called, quote unquote, regulating imports, which are just tariffs. And then there was a Justice Department advocate over there basically debating, and it's all legalese, it's all law. You know, you said how lawyers are ruining America. They're hanging out in playgrounds just looking for kids that slip and fall and hurt themselves and then sue people. It's all legal stuff, which is beyond what basically our understanding. But Peabody made a good point. Trump's either a fascist and he doesn't listen to anybody, and he just kind of does what he wants, or he actually has to abide by the rulings of the law. And the Supreme Court ruling, whether they like it or not, is going to get in their way. This is the whole premise of America, of checks and balances in the executive and the judicial and the legislative. And the whole part with the legislative, when Trump announced Liberation Day, which was in April, I believe, this has all sort of been culminating since then. So if he is a fascist, then he can't, he has to go through this. The big issue that I have a problem with, the big issue is, enough with the printing money, just giving people money. This $2,000 quote unquote dividend. So how many people are going to qualify this? 100 million people at least?
I would like him to keep it as low as possible, as 10 million people.
I don't even want anybody to get this freaking money.
No, but
because if 100 million people get $2,000, that's $200 billion just given to people.
Let me tell you how this works. Of course, I don't want anybody to get any kind of entitlement money. But if it came out of his mouth and he doesn't keep it, then you're playing games. It came out of his mouth. He already said it. He has to do something. Okay, now if you do it only for 5 million people, 10 million people, 20 million people, there's got to be something that goes to a certain percentage of people to say, we came through.
But who are those people?
I don't know. All I'm saying is, if it came out of his mouth, he has to keep it.
Let's give it to the families with kids, take care of them, the working families.
All right, let's go to the next story. Let's go to the next story. Rob, can you go to the interview with Laura Ingraham and President Trump? Is this the one about the H-1B visa, about the schools, students going to China, 600,000, 300,000? Is that the one, Rob?
Yes.
Okay. So watch, because this has created a lot of conversation about the H-1B visa. It's every other channel they're talking about this. Go ahead and play this clip, Rob.
A country like what we have right now.
And does that mean
Republicans have to talk about it?
And does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent.
Well, we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here.
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles, or I'm going to put
How did we ever do it before?
Well, I'll give you an example. In Georgia, they raided because they wanted illegal immigrants. They had people from South Korea that made batteries all their lives. You know, making batteries are very complicated. It's not an easy thing and very dangerous. A lot of explosions, a lot of problems. They had like 500 or 600 people, early stages, to make batteries and to teach people how to do it. Well, they wanted them to get out of the country. You're going to need that, Laura. I mean, I know you and I disagree on this. You can't just say a country's coming in, going to invest $10 billion to build a plant, and going to take people off an unemployment line who haven't worked in 5 years, and they're going to start making missiles. It doesn't work that way.
Adam, thoughts?
So, number one, I haven't thought of Laura Ingraham, and when's the last time we said her name on the show? With someone we don't talk about.
We haven't. But by the way, I thought she did a great job with the interview. And FYI, a very weird thing I'm about to say. This is the best I've seen her in years. So I don't know what she's doing. She looked great in this interview.
That's literally what I was about to say.
Really?
I love her. When's it?
Yeah,
I'm being serious. Collectively,
I'm not even a fan. I'm not even a fan. I'm just telling you.
When's the last time we mentioned her name on the podcast?
I don't think.
We've talked Jesse. We've talked. We've talked Hannity. We've talked Brett Baer. The whole deal. Laura Ingraham, respect to you. I haven't watched your show. It's not. I'm like an Ingraham person, but this is her first time that I've seen her on the national scene. Yeah. And she held her own. Do you think she's an advocate for Trump? Yes. Do you think she's mostly aligned with Trump? Yes. But this was her opportunity to say, listen, I also have a voice. I also have a spine. I have also a backbone. Let me push back against the president in a respectful manner, not to be contentious like other interviews do. So I give her credit for standing up for Trump. I think they're mostly aligned. But she did have this conversation on H-1Bs. She defended Americans. She said, you don't have the talent here. Trump said straight up, we don't. You know how long it's going to retrain people? I do believe that we should have other people from other countries with high-skilled workers that should be allowed to have H-1B visas. But respect to Laura Ingraham for basically saying, no, I want to push back on you on Fox News. So to push back against Trump, and you're a Fox News main anchor, main host, to do that, respect to you. Good job.
Yeah, and this continues, by the way, while she's going through it, Rob, and as they're going back and forth, she talks to him about the 600,000. I don't know if you have that one or not.
I do.
Do you have? Okay, fantastic. I was looking for it. So here's then, hey, you know, this is why we need to give 600,000. Why not 300,000? Well, the colleges wouldn't get money. It's a great exchange. Go for it, Rob.
As many many as 600,000 Chinese students could come to the United States. Why, sir, is that a pro-MAGA position?
Countries. We also have a massive system of colleges and universities. And if we were to cut that in half, which perhaps makes some people happy, you would have half the colleges in the United States go out of business.
So what?
Well, I think that's a big deal.
Are they fans?
You would have the
fans of the United States?
Yeah, but you would have, as you know, historically, black colleges and universities would all be out of business. You would have a system of colleges and universities.
So we're dependent on China to keep our university system going?
I think it's good to have. I actually think it's good to have outside countries. Look, I want to be able to get along with the world.
They're not the French. They're the Chinese. They spy on us. They steal our intellectual property.
Do you think the French are better?
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I'm not so sure. We've had a lot of problems with the French, where we get taxed very unfairly on our technology. With they put 25% taxes on American products. Look, assuming everyone treats us badly, because that's the way I am, but we take in trillions of dollars from students. The students pay more than double when they come in from most foreign countries. I want to see our school system thrive, but at the same time, I know you and I disagree. We're never going to agree on it, but that's okay. And it's not that I want them, but I view it as a business. We have millions and millions of people.
You said the main word right there, Pat. When it comes to Trump, it's business. Period.
Well, I'm turning over to you guys. Let me just say one thing.
think-
She seems more MAGA than Trump in this interview, does she not?
I don't think he has any idea what's going on here. Like the vast majority of college income doesn't come from students paying to go there. It comes from the endowments. But I had the perfect idea to fix this. So 93% of student loans come from the government. Why do we give kids loans to just go and take any major? Why aren't those loans contingent upon the majors and jobs that the country needs? Like if we have a shortage in, say, AI skills, why not just make student loans applicable only to people who are going to major in AI, and not give somebody a loan to major in like
gender
studies, art, graphic design, they're like interior design, whatever stuff that's oversaturated. Why not just make it depend on if you're going to do something that's useful and that's needed in the country? If the government's the main provider of student
What a
loans.
logical point. Like it makes sense. Here's what we need. This is what we're giving scholarships for. This is what we're funding. We're not funding fine arts. We're not funding all this other stuff. This is what America needs. Tom, your thoughts on this?
Well, during the interview, he talked about HBCUs. That stands for Historically Black Colleges and Universities, Howard and others. I was unaware that the Chinese were, swamping the HBCUs, and I was unaware that they go out of business if we stop the Chinese education visas. So on that point, I was a little confused. I think maybe it got stirred up in their talk there. That's a misspeak. That's not going to happen. The other side of it is, wait a minute. To the point that Brandon just made is, if some of them go out of business because they can't make ends meet, and yet they're all living on government grants. Guess what? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And by the way, most of the colleges in the United States, if you look at them, there's private colleges, and then there's the public colleges, University of Florida, Florida State, FIU,
FAU,
USF. There's like 5 of them
UCF.
in Florida that all are supported by Tallahassee and regular tuition. They're supported by states. And then what do we have? What's the private schools that we have here? Berry, University of Miami. That's about it. So it's like to
Tom,
say.
can you pull that up? So that's the breakdown of Harvard's funding. Tom, finish your thoughts on this.
Yeah,
You say,
that's my thoughts. It's like state schools are supported by states.
yeah, here you go. This is Harvard's operating revenue 2024. 45% philanthropy. You got 21% education. Then you got federally sponsored research. Then you got non-federally sponsored research. Then you got other. Operating expenses, $6.4 billion. That's Harvard University. Interesting when you're looking at this.
So
I think
Brandon's
a part
right.
of it,
20 cents on the dollar comes from tuition.
Yeah. Here's what I want you to think about. So maybe, just maybe, because here's how Trump is. Like, for example, there are certain men in your life that are purely driven based on respect. And I get invited to this event. They email us 2 months ago. We'd like to honor you and recognize you for something. No problem. I asked Mateo, this is at Mar-a-Lago. It's called the Big Blue Bash, Law Enforcement Today. So I said, okay, I'm going to go to this event. You know, RFK is going to be there. Tulsi Gabbard's going to be there. Kash Patel's going to be there. Let me see who else they said is going to be there. All these names that they're saying is going to be there. And
you said Tom Homan was there?
Tom Homan was there. Kristi Noem crushed it. She did I was so impressed by Kristi Noem last night. But they had a lineup of all these speakers. About 80% of them, none of them showed up. No problem, okay? Because, you know, sometimes they'll put this stuff to bring people in, and then we're sorry they couldn't show up. So I go to the event last night, and I'm walking up. Honestly, I totally forgot what the event's reason for me going. I'm thinking I'm just going to go support and leave. Charity, something support and leave. Military, cops. I love cops. I love military. I love any of these guys. Homan and I had an incredible conversation. The guy was sitting next to me, federal prosecutor, incredible conversation. Talked to the Epoch Times guys, saw a bunch of our clients that are there as well. Military, Nick Freitas just crushed it on stage. Zoom in a little bit, Rob, I talked to a bunch of the guys on the bottom that they're honoring these veterans, right? All these veterans that they're honoring. Michael Flynn doing what he does as usual. Absolutely amazing. Anyways, so then, it's about 8 o'clock. I text Mateo, I gotta go, because my kids are saying, where are you then? I've been there since, because it started, they said be there at like 5 o'clock, something like that. So, like, I gotta go see the kids. Yeah, but they're running, I gotta go see them. When are they're saying they're doing it right after dinner. Well, they haven't done anything yet. Anyways, it's 9:45. Then they finally are doing a recognition. At this point, kids are asleep.
Did you say 9:45?
9:45.
You wanted to leave at 8, so you're running 2 hours behind at this
And
point.
by the way, it's the only day for me to be with my kids because this weekend I'm at PHP. I'm going to somewhere like respect my time. So I'm watching this lady, Judy, who's running the organization. One of the ladies that's running it comes, talks to me. Very classy, talks to my wife, nice person. Kyle, the guys who are on stage, is doing his thing. And then they're playing the videos for the people they're recognizing. Okay? They're playing these videos. And then all the videos are done. And the guy on stage, who I've had on, is funny guy, phenomenal. It's Sheriff Mark. You know what I'm talking about, Rob? Mark from Arizona, phenomenal. That we've had him on. And then he's like, and Patrick Bet-David. Mark Lamb. Yeah, he crushed it last night. And Patrick Bet-David. No video, no picture, nothing. So everybody's kind of looking around. There's like 40 people like, hey, Pat, I'm here because you're getting the recognition, all this stuff. So I walk on stage. I'm like, okay, it's probably a screw up. Maybe it's on our end. Maybe we missed the mark. No problem. They give it respectful. I took like 150 selfies last. I took so many pictures of people. It's awesome. Talking to all these guys. I said, babe, we got to go. I grab John, we get in the car. I call Mateo. I say, Mateo, what happened over here? What was this all about? He says, what do you mean? I said, you know, they recognized, but they just kind of said the name. There was no video, there was nothing, but they played video for everybody else. I don't know. I said, call the guy. So Nafal, who is the guy that made the recommendation with Judy for this to happen, this recognition, this award to happen last night. No problem. I call him and say, hey, what happened here? He said, I have no idea. I said, who's in charge of this? I have no idea. I'm like, Nafal, I would have much rather you don't even recognize me. I just wanted to come, show my face, and leave at 8 o'clock so I can see my kids. You guys know how important it is for me to see my kids? I want to come see the kids. Oh, man, I'm so sorry. Let me get this other guy on. So he gets this guy on, Matthew Silverman, with one T, okay? He gets on the call. And I said, he gets on this guy right here. Zoom in his picture so we can show who he is. Just zoom in on his face, please. Zoom in right there. Yeah. So this guy right here. So he gets on the call. It's me and Mateo. He says, oh, didn't you get free dinner anyways? Didn't you get a free table? Didn't you get a free seat? You got me to get off the stage right now? He's talking to me like this. This is the president of the organization. Nafal is on the call, so is Mateo. Listen to this call. I said, excuse me? Did you send your videos in? Did you send your pictures in? I said, Mateo. So at this point, I'm thinking, maybe Mateo missed it. And then I'm like, guys, I'm good. You will never see my face at this organization. Ever again, I'm out. This guy, arrogant, pompous, probably a 5'1" type of a guy. One of those Napoleon Syndrome type of guys. And then you know what he says at the end of the call? He says, how many followers do you guys have anyways?
Are you serious?
Dude! Mateo's like, wait, what did the guy just say? The amount of words I can use for this guy, I'll keep it diplomatic, okay? I can't say that one, but he is. I can't say that one, but he is. I think I can say weasel, snobby, arrogant, pompous. entitled and horrible customer service for a person to be the president of a company that you invited. I didn't want to go. I have things to do. You invited me, and I said yes because military and cops are going to be there.
Yep.
Of how much respect I got for those guys.
And you're a veteran, and it's Veterans Day.
And it's Veterans Day week,
yeah,
right?
and then he says, you should have sent your video and the picture in. Guess what happens this morning?
Well,
Nafal calls Mateo this morning because he feels like shit. Nafal was awesome. He handled it like a pro. Exactly how you're supposed to handle it when somebody's asking you tough questions. And they sent the video that they were going to play. They had edited the video.
They already had it?
This is the video that they had played, that they were going to play.
And he didn't do it.
And they didn't play the video.
Wow, so they already had it?
So the point is, he's a liar. He's a liar. So where am I going with this? This right here.
I see it.
Okay? This video that they had, the intro, all this stuff that they were, and the video is a very nice video that they were going to play. And then they say, Kristi Noem went 45 minutes over. No, she didn't. Kristi Noem spoke 10 or 15 minutes, and she crushed it. She was awesome, Kristi Noem.
As if you weren't there and you didn't witness it?
She was awesome. Tom Ullman, awesome. Weatherford Prain, awesome. Nick, crushed. Who's the guy that we wanted to have on the podcast from the group Stained?
Aaron Lewis, the lead singer.
It's been a while since he sang the song last night. Wow, it was awesome. But you know what?
Great song.
You see organizations in the front, and then there's a guy behind the closed doors, guy named Matthew. Trash. So I am so let me go where I'm going with this point here. President Trump, what story are we in right now?
We're talking about tariffs.
All president wants is an apology. The only thing I want is an apology from this guy, this little guy, Matthew, whatever his name is. Yeah. So why is he now working to defend these universities? Because he sued them, he got money, they apologized, now he's going and fighting for them. I don't know if you understand what I just said.
Yeah.
I believe the president privately talked to these universities and he said, you're going to apologize and you're going to be pro-America, you're not going to play these games? How can I help you?
It's business.
I believe. Now, by the way, Brandon, you may or may not agree with that, but he's a deal maker to me.
I agree with that, but I would ask, so what would the ask be, and how would he ensure that they actually do it? Because it's difficult enough already to make sure that businesses do what he wants them to do, but universities, the amount of bureaucracy and layers of deception within them, how would he even enforce that, or how what would the ask be? I guess that's it.
He got what he wanted short term, though. He publicly humiliated these schools that humiliated him and a lot of other people. He publicly embarrassed them.
You think that's all he wanted, though? Because I would think that they're still brainwashing the youth to be these crazy people.
I think the damage has been done to the universities. I'm going to explain what I mean by the damage has been done to the universities. How many guys you think who went to Harvard are going to want their kids to go to Harvard? Think about people who go to Harvard. People go to these schools.
Legacy.
Yeah, so it's I want my kid to I meet people that are, University of Florida. I want my kids to go to University of Florida, right?
Yeah.
There's a part of it that's what? Thank you. There's a part of it that's what's the word?
Tradition?
Tradition, legacy, right? Fantastic. Nothing is permanent. It's not like Trump threatens to sue BBC over $1 billion for the January 6th speech edit, right? You know which one I'm talking about?
We covered it on Monday.
That's
exactly.
right. So it's like, hey, he said this, but he never said that. We're going to go fight. That was not what he said next, but that's how they put it, Rob. Just show the first few seconds, Rob. If you can, press play. Watch this. So,
the Carl's Jr. lawyers said we couldn't name our new burger the biggest burger. Get it out for a limit.
Move down to the Capitol, and I'll be there with you. And we fight. We fight like hell.
that's bullshit.
If you don't
Pause
fight
it.
like hell.
He did not say
did
that.
not, and this is the original clip. Fast forward to the original clip to see what he says afterwards. Okay, so that's that. Now watch this one. Go ahead, Rob.
I walk down to the Capitol.
Okay, BBC. So this happens with BBC. Then what does BBC do? Holy shit, we have to make sure we show what happened here. Who quits? You know who quits? Not just a VP of marketing, not just regular people. Who quits? BBC boss Tim Davie resigns over Trump documentary edit. And you know who else resigns?
Girl.
The girl. What does the girl do?
news head. She's
What
the
does
head
she
of the
do?
news.
She's the head of the news. Rob, do you have the interview of her stepping down?
I have.
She's walking
You
outside.
can play. Is this her?
This is Reuters.
I think we played that one yesterday, but there is one with the CEO, Rob, where the CEO.
It's a
the
little
lady
bit
is
wet
quitting,
out here,
and she's
guys.
being interviewed afterwards. Okay, she's being interviewed afterwards.
This is the one she's very pompous. We are professional journalists. We would
the
never.
BBC would
have
never do
integrity.
such a thing, you know. And she's walking.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah. So woman quits, resigns, and does this interview. That's her, but I want to see. There's a video
there's a
that
video
she's
that
walking.
she's-
It's a phenomenal video. I don't know why I can't find it on X, Rob. You're having a hard time as well.
I think we have it in our chat. Do we not?
It is in the chat. We sent it, but I'm trying to find it here.
Rob,
So
check
she's being interviewed, and she comes up and saying, "I'm stepping down." Here, Rob, I just found it. I'm going to send it to you. Bingo. You should have it, Rob. See if you got it. Okay. So she's walking up to just kind of give the news. BBC would never do such a thing. You know, we're not
Rob,
that.
I
We're
just
not
thumbed
this.
it up
We're
in
not
the
that.
chat.
Go to it, Rob. You have to see this, folks. It is so uncomfortable.
She's a blonde lady, British.
It's
They
so
run up on the street.
uncomfortable. The level of
Rob, if you
another
go to the
person.
chat, I thumbed up.
Pompous.
This lady right here. Boom.
Watch this, folks.
I would like to say it has been the privilege of my career to serve as the CEO of BBC News and to work with our brilliant team of journalists. I stepped down over the weekend because the buck stops with me. But I'd like to make one thing very clear. BBC News is not institutionally biased. That's why it's the world's most trusted
Pause real quick.
provider.
By the way, she's not just the head of anything. She is the CEO of BBC.
Yeah,
Did you understand what just happened?
Yeah.
She's the CEO of BBC that resigns because they know $1 billion lawsuit is coming for manipulation. Please continue, Rob.
Provider.
Why did you fail to deal with the
in
mistakes that were made?
and see my teams. Thank you so much.
Do you think that the journalists are corrupt like President Trump does? Do you think
Of course our journalists are corrupt. Our journalists are hard-working people who strive for impartiality and will stand by their journalism.
Is there institutional bias?
There is no institutional bias. Mistake for me, but there's no institutional bias.
Then why are you resigning?
Mistakes dealt with
Yeah, why are
on
you
Trump,
leaving?
on anti-Semitism, on women's rights.
I'm sure that story will emerge.
That
For now, I'm going to go to see our team.
Do you think the board acted
Thank you
against
so much.
Do you think the board acted against you?
And Pat, you proved that they even talked about it. They even said, like, hey, listen, this is, you guys realize that we're putting something out that, and they still did it.
No, they knew it.
They knew they were doing
They
it.
were doing it. They knew they were manipulating. They
didn't care.
Yeah, you have to edit that.
I know, we get it, but we already feel we'll do that afterward. Just stay with us here until they fix it. So they knew they're doing it. It's intentional. It's happening. They're trying to meddle with somebody else's politics in America that's taking place.
Yeah.
And
she's not biased, Pat.
He steps down. Now she steps down. God knows how many other people are going to be stepping down. You know, all Trump wants an apology.
That's it.
And guess what he's going to do till he gets that?
Right
Sue
in the
the
middle,
living
so-
crap out of him. Tom, go ahead. What are your thoughts?
No, he's going to do what he's good at, and he has seen bias before. You see her walking. What you see is an executive walking who has signed an exit agreement that has got non-disparagement. So she's saying the only thing she can say, and what she agreed to say. It's just party line is what you're hearing from her. But the reason she resigned is because there was bias. The reason that Tim was his name resigned because there was bias. And by the way, if it's an isolated incident, they can go to the mat in a lawsuit on an isolated incident, Pat, and they can say, hey, we terminated an editor, we changed our procedures, it was a one-off, and we issued an apology and a retraction. You do that, you don't lose the CEO. You do that, you don't lose your head of news.
You're right.
But guess what? They know what's coming, and what he's bringing the hammer.
Yep.
Can I just simplify this?
Yeah.
They said it's literally the exact opposite. Instead of saying we're going to walk down to the Capitol and root on our amazing congressmen and women and hopefully they do a good job, no, we're going to walk down to the Capitol and we're going to go kick everybody's ass.
We're going to fight.
It's literally the definition of lie.
Here's bias.
Yeah.
Here's
It's just lying. It's completely a lie. It's not even close to reality.
And mind you, this is a documentary, so they wanted history to say that Donald Trump told people to go there and fight, and that's why January 6th happened.
By the way, what is the lawsuit here? That
$1 billion.
Is it $1 billion?
$1 billion.
Donald Trump threatens to sue BBC for $1 billion over January 6th speech. Edit. Rob, is there a video on this and talking about it, or is it just...
I just have news coverage. No, he did not speak about it. A legal representative for the president said that they were considering $1 billion.
So you know what? Thank you for that. So what you're seeing here, a pattern, getting back to respect.
Ooh, it is
and not
raining.
manipulating. Talk to us. Okay, don't do this. A guy asked a question. They come to us. We had a call with. You take the AI companies out, the fastest growing company in America. You all know who the company is, multi-billion dollar company. And we're having a conversation. It says, you know what makes what we like about PVD Podcast? What? Because you guys are processing stuff while you're in the middle.
Martin Gingrich, hello.
This is like, what do you think about this? Can you
Headed
pull this
back
up? Can you pull that up? Can you pull?
And we will
Search
keep
this,
fighting
search
the
that.
good
It's not
fight.
like it's like
Thank you, Martin.
Today, and I'm reading a
Super
telegram.
chat.
People are going back to talk to me. Be real. What do you think? Here's what we think. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you that. Now, all these games today, this can be used in a positive way. This can be used in a negative way. With all of this right now out there, it's very, very hard to try to manipulate because everybody is. It's easy to manipulate short term, but long term you're getting caught. The question becomes, that video that they cut the way that they did was effective at the time. Now what? These videos that they cut this way, what Nancy Pelosi did, was effective on January 6th. All the video, we're sitting here talking about insurrection. I remember one time, Adam, I don't know if you remember this or not, we're having a conversation. I'm like, do you even know what insurrection is? Pull up what insurrection is. What insurrection? The only person that you guys killed was... I hope he goes down. I hope he does. Brandon,
A media company, which is the equivalent, I would say, of like PBS or NPR, interfering with American politics at the height of discord.
We're all saying the same thing.
Yeah,
Of course.
We're all saying the same thing. Here's my question to you, though. Where's the leverage and not just going and suing them now? I'm curious to what would be a reason where he's just like, he wants the apology, he wants to say, so you think if he gets the apology, he's not going to ask for the money of the lawyers to go sue them?
No.
What's his angle?
I know. There are certain things. What happened last night? All I want is an apology.
Yes.
Last night.
Yes.
It's not even business for some. Just I'll never associate with it. Okay. Because it's a great cause. Good people that are being recognized. The stories, a couple of them was very emotional. But guess what? It's just the executive team. The guy that's the president is horrible at what he does. Lacks respect and is entitled and is arrogant, right? And you learn about organizations on private calls, not on stage. On private calls. I don't know whether BBC has privately called Trump. I don't know. I don't know if there's been a private phone call. I don't know if anybody's reached out privately. I don't know if anyone's called and said anything. If they did, do you think Trump would leak that to the world? I don't know. Do you think Trump would say, I just had a good call with BBC. They apologize. Do you think President Trump...
Oh, he would definitely do that.
He would. So I don't think the call's been made.
Okay.
I don't think that call's been made. So guess what? You're going to get it. But there's levels to insult. This is not an insult. This could have been a re-elected. History books would have written it as if he said.
The BBC. What happened in 2016, and how did NBC News cover that?
What?
Kissing a boy in a bush.
Listen, she messed up, but I kind of like her.
That's our sleuth Vinny out there fighting the real
Juicy.
Exactly. The juicy news.
All right, let's go to the next story. Next story. All right, next story we want to get into. I got so many of these guys. I don't know which one to go to next. Let me see this one here. Yeah, let's go to this. So, CBS News, new editor, Barry Weiss, looks to poach, ready? Scott Jennings for swanky new role. So first, she goes after Brett Baer. Now, going after Scott Jennings. Let me read this to you. Rob, can you go exactly to the point where I say if I were to negotiate on your behalf, go exactly to that point, not when he's asking me the question. All right, so CBS News, page 21. These guys are playing offense. So Barry's like, let me go pick up Brett Baer and let me go pick up Scott Jennings. She's got a plan, okay? All right, so Scott Jennings maybe have a new role at CBS ahead of him, thanks to the network's new editor-in-chief. who was hired less than a month ago to rebrand the outlet. Barry Weiss invited Scott Jennings to the company's headquarters in New York City this week for a meeting. According to Semaphore, Jennings, 48, has made a name for himself among right-wing media consumers for his cutthroat debating on CNN as a part-time contributor. The 41-year-old chief also met with Fox News anchor Bret Baier to discuss the potential of hosting the channel's flagship show. Weiss, who was aired on October 6th. Before any layoffs, co-anchor John Dickerson announced on Monday that he is leaving CBS. Dickerson, who has not explained the abrupt exit, announced on Instagram local news, at the end of this year, I will leave CBS 16 years after I sat in the face of Nation anchor for the first time. I'm extremely grateful for all the CBS gave me, the work, the audience attention, and the honor of being a part of the network's history. And I'm grateful for my dear colleagues who made a better journalist and a better human being of me. I miss you. Tom, thoughts?
Well, first of all, what Dickerson is really saying, let me translate for him, is this. Guys, I don't want to be in the layoff press release. Can I be in my own press release like a week sooner? Yeah, John, you've been here a while. We'll do that. That's what's going on here. There are people that know that the change is coming, people that they've already spoken to them, they talk to their agents, they talk about how the severance is going to work, or they just go to page 26 of the contract, Pat, and say, well, clause 6, we can give you notice and then pay you this much. We're exercising clause 6. Your agent received an email today. And then they go, can I look good some way getting out of this? That's what's going on, point 1. Point 2, you know what Barry Weiss reminds me of, Pat?
Tell me.
When Jimmy Johnson went to the Dallas Cowboys. And he just said, look, this has been a losing team for a while. We can't do things one at a time or two at a time. We got to go and just change it up. And the first year he had there was terrible. He won like 2 games. Remember that? Like 2-12. Bill Parcells was walking to the tunnel, went like this, like, dude, keep your chin up. Keep your chin up. You're building it. And I feel like she's coming in there like that and saying, I'm going to do this, this, and this. And there is nobody offering. The interesting thing is, news media organizations are highly political. You always have your buddy at the top. It says, oh, I'm really close with this guy. I'm close with this guy. I'm not going to be here. There was all the words that, who was there? That Tom Brokaw was really tight with Warren Littlefield. So you could never move Brokaw unless you wanted to go to Warren Littlefield, way up at the top, who reported to, at the time, I think, to Bob Wright, like GE. So it was tough. It appears that nobody is offering these protections. And she's able to come in and say, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going here.
Does it sound like she has a plan?
I think it does sound like she has a plan. She's looking for, everyone she's talking to is not like far right. They have a degree of moderate, middle moderation. That's how I read it.
So I'm at the America Business Forum. Bret Baier is interviewing me. We're having a great conversation. And then he asked me a question about capitalism. And then this is what I shared with them. And we negotiated this contract publicly. Publicly. Go ahead, Bob.
On the spot. You have no clue.
You're very well fed. The market right now is in a very bad place. Disney needs talent desperately. Disney's begging you to allow ESPN to be back on there because the games they're playing. Disney created a website for people to go to lobby to allow YouTube to put their app back on. And they're saying, we don't want to do this. To the point where Pat McAfee is saying, don't get me involved. I know you're paying me. I don't want to do this. CBS right now brings Barry Weiss, right? And Barry wants to go get somebody like you. I don't blame them. Guess what's going to happen? Fox is sitting there. If I'm your agent, say I'm your agent. This is a great opportunity for me if I'm your agent. Guess what I'm doing? I'm going to say, Bret, this is fantastic. Let me make a phone call to Lachlan. I'm going to call Lachlan. I'm going to say, hey, Lachlan, Bret Baier is about to go to CBS. He's going to get a 3-year, 4-year, 5-year, $75 million contract. What do we want to do to lock in the greatest moderator of our era? Do we want to lose him? No. Lock him in right now. He's not going to CBS. That's capitalism. What are you going to do? You say you're going to lose him. Are you available?
You pause it right there.
What a moment.
That's a great
What was even better is backstage when we came up to him. He's like, so seriously, like, what we do?
And Pat, this is, I respect you. You have to, like, listen, say what you want about agendas and propaganda, whatever. That you have to respect the game and respect the hustle. When it comes to Scott Jennings, I can't watch that. Abby Phillips, Dear Abby, I can't watch that. The only moment you watch Anna Navarro on there, she's just completely out of her mind. They have no idea. They're such in a bubble. The only reason we're watching it is because Scott Jennings calls all of them out on their BS, okay? And I have to show this clip back. Pat, Abby Phillips is with Joy Reid, and she's sitting there describing what she does and how conservatives are in a completely different world. She's sitting with Joy Reid about conspiracies, and guess what? Joy Reid is the one that was floating the idea that Trump wasn't really shot. It was a staged photo op. Play this clip from Dear Abby.
The Carl's Jr. lawyers said we couldn't name our new burger the biggest burger for the smallest price burger. So we didn't. And that's called a loophole. The new Cali XL burger. A beefed up Chomp World double burger with double cheese, only $5.99. That's more meat, not more expensive. Get it now for a limited time, only at Carl's Jr. Available for a limited time at participating restaurants. Tax not included. Not valid for use within a combo or in combination with any other offer or discount.
Making films? You got footage in Dropbox. Scripts and docs, notes and Slack, and no time to hunt. Dropbox Dash.
And don't forget, guys, the only time to get in is today for the MAGA hat or the Trump hat drawing, guys. Every $10 donation gets you one entry. While we're white knuckling these roads right now, you could be entering it. So everybody that donates gets one entry in per $10 donation. So if you do $30, that's 3 entries. You know the donation links, guys, and we have this one, and we have the Trump hat as well that you guys seen over the weekend. So if you want to help us out at the same time as being able to win something, do this, and we want to say thank you for helping us out. And this is some weather right here, guys. This is some crazy weather.
To sit here and listen to her talk about she has to explain it, she doesn't understand. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, half my job is this, half my job is that. Abby, with all due respect, you're only doing half a job, and Scott Jennings is doing the other half on your show, because you take him out, and what do you have?
These days, does the show better? You do better without Scott Jennings. That's the question I just asked.
It doesn't matter who the host is. Scott would, because it's obviously going to be a leftist. He's going to go in there and just dunk on every single one of them with facts.
And by the way, you know who else Barry Weiss is going after? Matt Gutman.
Oh, my boy.
Yeah, Matt Gutman. You know who Matt Gutman is? If you remember Matt Gutman, 2 months ago, we talked about him when he said something.
You guys yelled at me because I said he's an actual journalist. I said he's an actual journalist.
But do you remember what happened with the book?
Yeah, he said that he was sort of, and I do not condone this, but he was kind of like telling the love story of who's the guy that killed Charlie Kirk allegedly?
The trans
lover story. Okay, he called it a love story.
I have the clip.
Oh yeah, quick please. I have.
She's like creating the WWE.
She is.
Yeah.
Murder with such specific text messages about the alleged murder weapon, where it was hidden, how it was placed, what was on it, but also it was very touching.
What was his name? Robinson? What's his name? What's the kid's name? Robinson?
Yeah, listen.
I was around that, and then they also...
Why not?
Are you kidding me?
I literally led that sentence by saying he's very talented.
So you can't say he's very, very talented, and then you could just replace him with anybody.
No, I said you could. I said you could duplicate that model very easily by just putting find somebody like that that's well spoken.
But you're well.
You're right. Brandon is not wrong. Hear me out for a second. Think about how many conservative, talented Scott Jennings are out there at conservative networks that liberal networks can go recruit. If you think about The View has one conservative who hates Trump. Who is not a conservative.
The girl,
she's a, I don't know what you
she's
want
like
to
a
call
Mike Pence type conservative.
Yeah, she's like a Pence,
the Rhino
conservative. Yeah, she is. So
she's not MAGA.
So, but a Scott Jennings type, there are quite a few of them. I wouldn't say a lot of them. I would say there's 50 of them out there to get. So it's not hard to go find them. I have a list of guys I would go pick up. And what you're looking for is there's different kind of conservatives. Yesterday when I had Sam Shimon on, a Syrian guy, we had a conversation with him here yesterday. Very, very good conversation. He said something. He says, I'm good if you put me to debate Muslims. Because he's read the Quran and the Bible, and he was quoting scripture and the Quran for 2.5 hours yesterday.
Oh, Joe.
Blown away by this guy.
Is he skinny? Did he look good?
He said he was fine, but he said if you put me against an atheist to debate, I don't know how to debate an atheist because I've not studied atheism. My specialty to debate is what? Muslims. So now, go into some other guys, their, trick pony is what? Israel. What do you call it?
Federal Reserve.
Federal Reserve, and the Fed. There's a lot of one-trick pony guys, and then you have great processors, then you have great entertainers, and he even talked about a guy whose name was, what was the guy's name, Rob, yesterday? William something that Sam talked about. His books are amazing. He says, but William is a great writer, but a horrible debater. He said his books are amazing, but the moment he did a debate with this other man named William, is that him, Rob? William Lane Craig? I believe so. Yeah, William Lane Craig. He says the moment he did a debate, I don't know if it's him. No, I don't think it's him. The moment he did a debate with another person, he failed the debate. Yeah, because he was not a debater.
Let me check something out really quick. See if anybody else jumped in before we go.
He's fantastic. He's fantastic. But I understand the argument you're making.
It's already 6:19.
Organizations simply don't know where to look, where to find them, but they're definitely out there to go find.
It's a good model.
It's a good model. Fantastic. So
when's the last time CNN sex in the middle of a bunch of crazy people? Yeah, exactly. When's the last time CNN actually had real substantive debate? Crossfire back in the day with
but that's I'm going to the next story. I'm going to the next story. Government shutdown.
Doesn't look like anybody else got in, so you guys have an excellent chance of winning tomorrow.
Here, page 9. So,
those that got in.
Okay, the Senate on Monday passed the bill.
Here we go.
Throughout January. The bill, which passed 60-40 with support of a handful of Democrats.
Crazy weather. Let me do something before we go, actually.
If it passes the House, the bill will head to President Trump to sign. Trump earlier Monday said that he supports the funding deal, which was negotiated between Republicans and moderate Senate Democrats. Nearly 6 weeks after the shutdown, House Speaker Mike Johnson told his Republican conference early Monday that he wanted GOP House members to begin traveling to D.C. House members were told that votes on the deal could begin 4 p.m. on Wednesday. Before the Senate vote, Johnson refused to commit to the deal's key guarantee to Democrats that Congress will hold a separate vote in December on potentially extending enhanced Affordable Care Act subsidies. That vote would be on a bill of the Democrats choosing according to the Senate agreement. I'm not committing to it or not committing to it, Speaker Johnson said. Robert, just an update on the video.
Yeah, this is a Reuters clip. I also have the president, then I have Fox News.
Which one do you want to go with?
Let's go.
Go for it.
Well, it depends what deal we're talking about. But if it's a deal I heard about, that's certainly, they want to change the deal a little bit. But I would say so. I think based on everything I'm hearing, they haven't changed anything. And we have support from enough Democrats. And we're going to be opening up our country. It's too bad it was closed, but we'll be opening up our country very quickly.
Okay, and what's the one you got, Rob?
Fox News reporting on the Senate vote as well as.
Let's look at the Fox News.
This is pretty much how this was going to go. There's a reason they call those test votes, and the test vote result. Sometimes the final vote is a little bit different, but that was not the case tonight. It was the same vote breakdown as what we had last night. Let me just go through the list. As you say, it was 60-40. They did not need 60 votes, however. They just needed a simple majority. They needed 60 votes to break that filibuster last night. Here are the Democratic aides, the same coalition that voted with most of the Republicans last night. Catherine Cortez Masto, Democrat of Nevada, Dick Durbin, the Democratic whip, John Fetterman, who you just had on, Maggie Hassan, Democrat of New Hampshire, Angus King, the independent senator from Maine, who was also voting with Fetterman, and Cortez Masto on the previous votes throughout the month of
Tom Fox.
So this is a show of strength by John Thune, because this needed a simple majority, and all those Democrats could have stepped back. We went over the list. He was going on making it simple for him. Both in Nevada, both in New Hampshire, Dick Durbin in Illinois, one in Virginia, Angus King in Maine, and then John Fetterman. surprise about Fetterman. Those are the 8 that went with it. And so right now, 2 things happened this morning. The Republicans are all happy because they've won the battle, but 5 times out of 5, you'll lose the war for the midterm. Just jumping down his throat, he was saying, I've been getting calls all evening, I was getting calls all morning, and I don't know what all the anger is about. They knew this was coming. Listen to that carefully. Chuck Schumer saying to the media this morning that the other Democrats who were so upset in the House that these 6 senators came across, he says, we told them. They knew it means we're going to put in the concessions, especially the Obamacare subsidies. And so he's out there today, very interesting, talking to big media, trying to cover his butt, saying, I don't know why they're so upset. We told them this was coming. We gave them notice. We understood. So Chuck was telling people, now what was he telling people? Let's dive down. I'm losing 8 votes. I got Nevada, I got New Hampshire gone, Durbin went, Virginia, Maine, and of course the Democrat. They all went up. That means Schumer couldn't hold himself. The president won. Schumer blinked. I take you back when Schumer sat in the Oval Office. This is a W for Trump. Schumer, politically, there's a lot of work to do, and they've got to go in this midterm elections.
How about everybody is turned against Schumer? I don't know if you understand. Everybody is going for Schumer's.
Is that the numbers on that?
That's not. You destroy Schumer? Is that it?
This is the headline from the Wall Street Journal comment. This is yesterday.
She couldn't get in line.
It's freaking windy out here too.
I'm not sure. I choose that. I live.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like everybody is going for Schumer. He's having a hard time. This is not a good season for him. So Pelosi is stepping out, and it looks like Schumer probably is going to be gone as well very soon. All blood is the opinion of those. I mean, for them, if the Democrats want anything, you see where the party's going with the Mamdanis and the AOCs and the Bernie-Sanders. That's where their party. They still have no message. They have no real leaders. That's where they're going to be their default. The Hakeem Jeffries, who doesn't do anything but everything. Somebody asked him a question the other day, Pat. The first thing he says is, "Well, Trump." It's like they're still caught in the Trump world, and unless they start shifting, they're going to be stuck in it. I think he is.
AOC has a decision to make in February. If she announces she's running for Chuck Schumer's seat, how does she also not run for president, but like position herself for the VP slot?
Yep.
She's got to make a choice. You see what I'm saying? Is she going to position herself for VP? Is she going to make a short run for president to elevate her national exposure, or is she going to run for Schumer's seat in the Senate?
I think the right move, Tom, is Schumer's position.
I actually agree.
Senate? I think so. Well, I think so. I think that's the right move. I want you to watch this clip and I want you to go for a while.
Right now, talking to the Democrat leadership, that if their campaign's funded by these insurance companies, and I sure hope it works. I think that meteorite that hit the Gulf of America millennia ago that wiped out the dinosaurs is Trump carry, and it's going to wipe out the dinosaur that's Chuck Schumer. I think Schumer's days are numbered, as everyone else does. I think AOC will take him on in the primary and beat him like
Thank
a
God.
drum.
I agree. And I think it's a right career move for her. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, well, he said the word that I was going to say. Chuck Schumer is a dinosaur who's politically homeless in the current Democratic Party, and he's a dead man walking. The Democratic Party is no longer the Democratic Party. It is now the DSA, the Democratic Socialist Party of America. Unfortunately, I would love to see a strong Democratic Party with substantive issues that could combat maybe some of the issues Republicans are bringing up to the table. But the Democratic Socialists of America, highlighted by our good friend, what a guy, Mamdani and AOC and Bernie Sanders, it's a shell of what the Democratic Party, Bill Clinton, and even Obama used to be. So they're going in the wrong direction. They're doubling down on the 20%, on the 80% issues. Pardon me. And I think Chuck Schumer's days are numbered, and I think AOC is a better representative of what the current Democratic Socialist Party is in America. and we're not going to be better served for it.
You know what Chuck Schumer's really bad downfall was? When on 4th of July, he was in front of the grill with a piece of cheese that was just frozen on there, and that was it.
No,
America was like,
I don't know if you can find this clip, but to me, Chuck Schumer's downfall was when Trump incredibly just won the election, and maybe it was even before the election. He goes, Chuck, your party's become so woke. You know, maybe you can come back. He's like, what is that? Look at him. Look at him.
All right, let me get to the next one here. So this African American.
He's never seen a barbecue.
So this African American lesbian lady who went to the gym to work out and sees this guy with a big dangling hanging out, just doing his thing. Trans guy. She confronts. You just have to see this. She confronts the lawmaker in California, saying, and then somebody comments, and then watch what happens next. Go ahead, Rob.
Because I flew here to do that. Okay. As a lesbian woman who was attacked in a woman's locker room at Gold's Gym this week by a self-identifying trans woman with the spaces, what would you say to women who are seeking assurance that their safety will be protected from men who, by California law, can self-ID as women in women-only spaces, sir? Please tell me.
Yeah. So we want, everyone to be safe, and we also know that we have trans people, both men and women.
Here it comes.
$4 million, 2 days. Play at Yamava Resort and Casino. It's
The heck happened there? Man, this rain. These roads are like just puddles. 16 miles till Reading, 177 from Sacramento. Branches are falling down. I don't know if you guys can see it. I didn't expect this on the drive home, that's for sure. Raining like that a little bit further south, you're gonna have the freeway closed. It's gonna be flooded like last time. I'm telling you, I can see. So jacked up, there's puddles and holes and everything else. I go to China Peak. We were just talking about it. China Peak. Used to be Sierra Summit. Seamoss, Cynthia, you're not even joking. I'm white knuckling it over here. I'm like, gotta breathe, gotta breathe. It looks like maybe we're through maybe the bad part of it. Let's hope. We haven't seen some accidents. It's still raining, but just not like it was. California needs the rain. It's getting it. Starting off the season good. Shasta Lake, next two exits. Yes, we are on the 5 still for another 170 miles. Willows? I don't even know where Willows is at. We're pretty much in Redding area. Windy though, big gust, pushing me all over the road. But it looks like it's gonna clear out. It looks a little brighter up there. Hopefully that's a good sign. Don't look. What that camera can do. It looks better driving through the camera than it does through the windshield. area. Thanks for the heads up.
the center of a big grooming case. Twitch, live streaming platform. Kids can stream and interact by live chat, showing their, your kills or your gaming escapades. And they have found that they've actually been able to exploit children through video and chat features inside Twitch. And then the risk mechanisms are simple. If you don't supervise your kid and there's live intercontact available through that gaming platform, then there will be predators in there attempting to initiate inappropriate contact. That's the way it is. Parents need to be stepping up here. And yes, all of the technologists behind Twitch, Discord, Fortnite, Minecraft, Roblox, everybody's upset with me. They all need to be putting in filters and controls and do a better job, because law enforcement has found cases on all of them.
By the way, so let me read you a couple of them. So here's a few stories. Outside of the one we just reported, and some data for you guys to know. 85 million daily active users as of early 2025. That's how many people play Roblox. Wow. 85 million. 40% of the players are under the age of 13, okay? And when you look at this, Fairfield man, September of 2024, last year, pleaded guilty to molesting a 10-year-old girl whom he met on Roblox. New York security guard, September of 2024, last year, arrested for coercing an 11-year-old girl into explicit content. California boy suicide, April of 2025, 15-year-old Ethan Dallas allegedly groomed on Roblox Discord, leading to his death. Mother sued for wrongful death. Kidnapping cases, a 27-year-old California man charged with kidnapping a 10-year-old girl in May of 2025, a 37-year-old Illinois Iowa man accused of abducting and abusing a 13-year-old girl, ongoing lawsuit. A Delaware man kidnapping an 11-year-old girl, New Jersey, October of 2023. State lawsuits, Louisiana, August 2024, sued for enabling predators in experiences like Escape to Epstein Island, Texas, 2025, for ignoring safety laws. Kentucky, others similar to that. Over 35 parent lawsuits allege exploitation, with one firm investigating thousands of claims, Vinny. Thousands of claims. Bloomberg reported 24 Roblox or related arrests by 2024, plus 6 in 2025. Roblox has introduced over 145 safety measures in 2025, including age estimation for chat access, banning under 13 from direct messaging outside games, prohibiting image video sharing, and using filters to block personal info. It employs AI moderation 24/7. Human teams, they're doing this, right? Because of some of the cases in November of 2024, it added content categories and barred adults to 16 years old. 17% 17 to 24. 15 of users are actually under 9 years old. 15% of Roblox users are under 9 years old, and only 17% of Roblox players are over the age of 25. So this is the part when you're looking at all the exchange and the conversations that kids are having, and parents are sitting there kind of trying to monitor and see what is the real risk that's out there. This is a very different.
That's a danger. That's a pedophile.
Well, they're number one, and they're taking the heat. But Minecraft, Fortnite, Discord, Twitch, all of them have had the same problems, and their Roblox is taking the heat to make headlines right now because they're number one and so popular.
I cannot recommend anxious generations to parents enough. Parents, please, I didn't write this book. I've been saying this since when, Tom? This summer, I would say.
I would say almost 2 years since
Last summer.
Last summer. Oh my God, it's last summer.
I thought it was last summer.
I've been saying it for a year and a half. Go buy the book. I had Jen read it. Husbands and wives go. There's a reason why it's number 9 in the charts this week. And the book came out a year and a half ago. It's got 10,500 reviews. Go do yourself a favor and buy this book immediately. Read it, especially if you have a young daughter, teenage daughter. Read this. Talk to your kids about it. There's a lot of this that's happening right now that we need to be having conversations with our kids. It is such a multifaceted. We're having a conversation with so many people around us right now are like all into the homeschooling part. And, you know, more and more parents are bringing up why they're homeschooling, why they're considering homeschooling instead of putting the kids in school. Adam, I think you wanted to say something.
No, it's reminiscent of what we were discussing, I believe, on Monday when we did the poll of at what age would you allow your kids to use social media? And it was like, I think 3% were like, any age doesn't matter.
Yeah, 18.
And then the vast majority were like 15 or 18 plus. But I don't know anything about Roblox, but this is where social media meets gaming in a virtual world. You could also interact with people online. It just seems very, very dangerous. By the way, within the confines of these numbers, does it say what percentage of players or users are boys versus girls? I would assume it's mostly young boys, right? I would assume.
What percentage of users on Roblox are boys
versus girls?
Good question.
I know you're going down the ages, but I'm assuming it's mostly young
60-40?
I would assume it's like 90-10. I could be dead wrong. I don't know.
Wow.
Oh, really? It's 50-50 almost?
Look at that.
Wow, so young girls play this game too? This is dangerous as hell, man.
Yeah. Anyways, keep your eyes out there, folks. Keep your eyes on your kids.
Well, it's tough because of all the two-parent households that have to work. You know, that's a weird thing, too, is that you can't have just one parent working, one parent constantly watching. So I think that's a little bit easier said than done, unfortunately.
That's a good point, Brennan. Also, how about single-parent households?
This is why I believe 2028 election will be about affordability, a lot of it, and will be about, can I buy a house? Can we have one earner in the house and live off of that? Can we go back to somebody staying home to raise the kids? I think whoever's campaigning for 2028, they have to pay very close attention to being able to get that message tight. Truly.
Yeah.
Parties. One of the sides, we know how they're going to be doing it. They're going to give away stuff for free.
Right.
Okay. But I think there needs to be a real intentional plan behind this. I know you have some thoughts, I know I have some thoughts, but we can move on to the next story. Next story we want to get into is Turning Point USA. Bloody brawl breaks out as agitators protest Turning Point USA event at UC Berkeley in California. Absolutely nasty what happened over there. It's craziness. Rob, if you just want to play some of these clips while I'm reading this, go ahead and play. Go for it, Rob. Look at
this. So the guy right there, his name is Jihad.
On the right?
Which guy? You can't make this up. The guy with the gray jacket that they're pulling off. So the guy with the red had his chain snatched and robbed, and he's bleeding. And see them. Listen. Bleeding white boy. Listen. Racism.
What happened, white boy?
What happened, white boy? I'm assuming a Latino, Mexican guy talking crap about the white guy. The white guy's the victim. He got his chain snatched.
He's
back.
wearing the freedom.
And Rob has a video of like a...
What just happened here? Let me read it. Violent Antifa thugs stormed a sold-out event for Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA at the University of California, UC Berkeley. Organizers said with keffiyeh-clad protesters clashing with cops and attendees, leaving some covered in blood. Turning Point USA leaders quickly blamed the bloody violence. This is a New York Post. Violence on the anti-fascist agitators, as footage showed demonstrators trying to break through police barricades after the campus event for the group was kicking off late Monday. Right now, Turning Point USA campus, tour stop at UC Berkeley. Antifa's breaking through police barricades and threatening our attendees. TPUSA Chief of Staff Mikey McCoy said on X, protesters scuffle with police prior to a Turning Point USA event at UC Berkeley. As the violence erupted, one disturbing clip shot by Fox News showed a man in red. This is the one that we're talking about. Vinny, what happened here?
So Pat, they're having like a rally, and obviously Antifa, which I thought the President of the United States defined them as a terror organization, but for some reason in freaking California, but all over the country, mainly California. These guys get to wear their masks. They're openly Antifa. Well, guess what? Mainstream media and Gavin Newsom say it doesn't exist. Antifa's fake. Okay, and the video, Pat, just so you see that video.
They don't have a website.
They don't have a website. Yeah, exactly.
Website,
but allegedly, this guy, the guy that grabbed so that's the guy right there, Pat. He's wearing, the guy that was wearing red, he's wearing a necklace. And allegedly, this guy named Jihad, and his name is spelled D-P-H-R-E, DeFurles. I don't know. He was charged with assault and robbery after the confrontation. He grabs the guy's chain, runs. The cops arrest the white guy. They arrest the Jihad guy, but then later on they release him. But the DOJ saying they're launching an investigation, Pat, but I thought, and they confirmed, Antifa made a plot to ambush the TPUSA event. And also, Andrew Klavan, is that his name?
Andrew
Klavan was on,
from,
I believe,
Daily Wire.
JC Waters last night, and he said that now these leftists are fraudulently grabbing up tickets to the event en masse just to make sure that the conservatives don't attend. And is it just me, or was Charlie Kirk not just assassinated a couple of months ago, and they're still letting this type of crap happen at TPUSA events? And again, what did we just show, Adam? What's happening with California with the men in the women's restroom? This is another example of California, because your governor says that Antifa doesn't exist. This is what they get to do. They get to go nuts. And Rob just showed one video. It's insane, Pat. They were throwing gas. They were throwing projectiles. This is California. This isn't Beirut.
Press play.
Look what they're doing, bro. Yeah, fascists, blah, blah, blah. Look at these losers. Losers. The event still went on, though. And look, where are we? Where the hell are we? Where are we? Where? You want to talk about National Guard? Trump's about doing the National Guard in all these places. This is where you need the National Guard. Okay? If Antifa, by the way, look at the headline.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
What happened to the gangs in LA?
Exactly.
But hang on a second. What happened to the tough guys of the 80s and 90s? They would never let this happen.
Yep. What happened?
I don't know if you know what I'm saying. This is such a weird analogy I'm going to give. Do you actually think 18th Street would be with these guys? Do you? I'm trying to think like Tunerville, TVR, or Black Diamonds, or
Bloods and Crips.
Or Media Power. I don't know if they would. I don't know if they. I don't know, man.
If I'm not mistaken, I think the cartels wiped them out.
Who wiped them out?
I think the cartels wiped out the gangs because they wanted to deal drugs there. If I'm not mistaken.
I don't know if you're going to be able to wipe out all of them, but I think
if they wanted to,
I think they could, but not all of them, because you would have to have everybody there to get rid of all of them. All I'm trying to ask is I went back. I saw that BMW that raced off, right? You know where I went to? I went to Glen Oaks in 1992 when my friends and we would race BMWs like that and RX2s back in the days with the 13J engines. Yeah. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the 13J engine. What I just said is probably only, I guarantee you, less than 0.1% knows what I'm talking about. If you know what I'm talking about, comment in the chat if you know what I'm talking about with the racing of the old 13J engines on the RX2s. It was phenomenal. They were loud.
We know all about it.
Yeah. So you know where I went? And then I remember as a kid, who was in the streets? Who was wearing the Antifa? Who was wearing stuff like that? That was not us. That was not us. The troublemakers were not. I don't know. I don't think that those gangs actually would allow this madness to happen.
Yeah, I agree, because it's their city. It's their city that you're you're burning down the city. You're breaking stuff. You're starting for absolutely no reason. Why? Yeah. Because TPUSA is going to go there and talk. But it doesn't surprise me. Do you know the chief of police at UC Berkeley is? Take a wild guess. Yogananda Pittman. She was in charge of the intelligence of the U.S. Capitol Police before and during January 6th. Wow. And she became acting chief. She's the one that failed to warn Chief Son of the planned January 6th violence. That's her. That's her. Weird. It's weird how these all they want it to burn down, guys. They want it. Where's the protection for? What was TPSA doing? They're going in there. They're speaking at an event. What is Antifa? And by the way,
at Berkeley.
At Berkeley. I'm sorry, Berkeley. Tom. But you know what drives me crazy? and I'm going to go out.
Same thing that drives me crazy, but preach it. I know where you're going.
Where's the security? Where's all this?
Exactly.
Where's Trump? Like, we're all about law and order. Where's Trump protecting all these people? Like, where are we talking about here? Where is it, Adam?
Did they get kicked out of California, the National Guard, just the court?
I don't know, but bro, it just drives me crazy. If we're gonna go after these people, if they're a terrorist organization, treat them accordingly. And again, every single time, this always goes back to George Soros, Pat. And this guy gets to go around and do whatever the hell he wants, and nobody goes after him or his son who's taking the reins. Why? If we're gonna go after them, go after them. I'm confused.
The whole thing with me, this whole Antifa thing, if they were actually anti-fascist, I mean, a good point there. They're actually anti-American. There's only one group of people that are fighting police, burning down cities, burning the American flag, and it just so happens that they're all wearing this keffiyeh thing, which was not even a thing before October 7th, when Hamas terrorists went into Israel and just slaughtered people. So it's no different. This keffiyeh thing, as they put it over their head, is no different than the KKK on the right with their hoods. Explain the difference to me.
There is no difference.
Anything on when the far right was doing the KKK thing and the burning the crossing, the neo-Nazi thing, we all understood this is not America. But why is this tolerable on the left? Why is this acceptable on the left?
They're letting them do it. Adam, it's California.
They are terrorists. They're domestic terrorists wearing their version of a hood, this keffiyeh thing. And we're supposed to accept them as being, their right to protest. They're domestic terrorists. They should be dealt with like domestic terrorists. That's how it works for me.
I agree. I agree. He already labeled them, so treat them accordingly.
I don't know, man. Tom, that's you. I was like,
what the heck?
It keeps happening. Yeah. So now I thought for a second it was your stomach. It's the wire hitting the side.
Breakfast time.
You know what it was? You know what it was?
Just
It's like
unplug and leave. Tom, no, we need you. Stay. Brandon, get out of here.
No, but let me tell you, because last minute this morning we chose to do 5 instead of 4 because you chose to come back from Nalba last night, and I didn't know if you were going to come back or not. So when we changed to 5 mics, it makes it tougher for these guys last minute to do enough QC. So I don't want to call out our audio guys because only I can call them out hardcore. Right now, this is last minute.
We love our audio.
So, but going back to something like this. I don't know. You know, like in families, in every family, there's that one uncle where you not sometimes. Some of us, a lot of stupid, right?
But Vinny,
shot a gun at one of my cousins.
But it sounds like but let's just say somebody's getting out of control. It's typically the guy in the family that also is sometimes strong personality, but in moments like this, you're like, thank God I got that guy. You know what? Can you go talk to him? And that guy just knows how to handle it, right? Okay. I don't know. I think there's a little bit of a crazy guy living in the community that knows how to check kids in the right way. It was good for us when I was a kid. Is that best friend's brother that was a few years, you were 13, 14 years old, gosh, hey, you know, it's like, hey, right? I think, watch, like, there's levels to trying to be a tough guy and being a criminal. There actually is tough guys and criminals that are OGs. Like, they'll come out of nowhere and say, what are you doing? Where are you?
Yeah.
Where are you? You know, there was a bunch of guys on the leadership of Lexit. I don't know if you know Lexit. Lexit is Latino exit. Yes. These are Lexit. There's some legit people in the Lexit community who have changed their lives. They're accepted Jesus Christ as their Savior. So I'm not. I'm just trying to say, if it's in your community, it's your city.
Like with Armenians.
It's your city, bro. Like, if you do this to Armenians will come out.
What happened with Armenians in Glendale?
They will, bro. Armenians are not regular people. Like, you can't do this to Armenians. You do that in the communities with their kids. Are like, what are you talking about, right? But anyways, let me just this is very good podcast today. Adam,
everything's gonna be okay. It's not your fault.
You say one more thing, we're gonna have a Jackson in here.
The Carl's Jr. lawyer said we couldn't name our new burger the biggest burger for the smallest price burger. So we didn't. And that's called a loophole. The new Cali XL burger. A beefed up chomp world double burger with double cheese, only $5.99.
Remember Dorian.
There we go.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit of finances, folks, because the only reason we're doing a podcast today is because Friday we won't be doing a podcast this week. That's what we're doing. So Friday, we're out of town. But let me get to the story. Car payments. Check this out. So more car buyers are stretching out their auto loans, but longer terms comes with trade-offs. And the reason why we're reading this story is because a story on the same exact day, car repossessions trend shows chilling echoes of 2008 crisis as economists warn of more dominoes to fall. So folks, if you're watching this, you have a car payment, you're going through it. Rob, if you can put that poll, for those of you that buy cars, just out of curiosity, when it comes down to financing, how many of you guys are doing 60-month financing, 72-month financing, 84-month financing, or 96-month financing? Rob, just put the 60, 72, 84, 96. I know some people are going to be like, I pay cash, I do 48, I do 36. I'm specifically interested on this here. Just curious to know how many of people are going to vote.
60, 72,
84. So it's like, I want to finance my car for 5 years, for 6 years, for 7 years, for 8 years, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me read this to you. Car repossession trends. Jake is getting upset in the back. Jake is on 108 months. He's like, shit. I got 120 month car finance. I'm paying a payment for another 10 years. All right. So car repossessions are surging across U.S. as at an increasing number of Americans fall behind on their loans, according to data from Recovery Database Network analyzed by CU Reposition Repo Session. It's projected that over 3 million cars will be repoed in 2025.
That truck was flashing its lights because that dude almost sideswiped him.
The analysis predicts that 820,236 vehicles will be repossessed across the country, and millions more are at risk of losing their cars as they struggle to keep up with payments. The percentage of subprime borrowers, those with poor no credit, who are at least 60 days late on their auto loans, was at 6.43% in August. According to Fitch, is where the number was at. Tom, what can you say about this here?
So basically what's happening is, thanks to inflation, used cars shot up. Remember how expensive they were?
Yeah.
And then specific vehicles that were, say, coming off leases, leases 2 to 3 years, there was a shortage of those, of the ones that were related to higher-end chips that were in the dashboard for all the advanced services in your car. Remember that?
Yep.
So all of that went up. And what happened is a lot of people bought those when those used cars were very expensive. And now it's all coming home to roost as the loans are going bad. And also, there's a company called Tricolor. It was a Tricolor Holdings. It was an empire of basically auto loans and used cars. And what happened, do you remember The Big Short? This is not math, Vinny.
I love it.
Remember in The Big Short where they talked about, wait a minute, how can the bonds be trading at par when the assets in the bonds are losing value? All of the home repossessions, they went down to Florida.
AAA loans.
That's right, they went down to Florida, and the scene in the movie where they found the alligator in the swimming pool and all the deserted neighborhood, and they're like, oh my gosh, the bonds have to be worthless. Guess what? Tricolor gets a phone call from JP Morgan and says, we need to talk. And they go down to JP Morgan, Pat, and they had a discussion. The underlying collateral, the cars, were worth less than the outstanding loans, and the loans were showing up as defaulting. And so we're seeing the same things here. So what we are seeing right now is that the subprime section of America is having trouble with their car loans, which says that not all Americans are doing as well as the stock market is. And we've got clear signs of affordability issues for the middle class, particularly in subprime and core middle America car loans, as we're seeing here. Default rates, and then a major company goes down.
It's a real thing.
Jamie Dimon saying, I'm not going to help you.
Yeah, so let me kind of give you guys an example of how this works. So let's just say you get a $50,000 car you want to finance, okay? You buy a $50,000 car, you know, you put 10% down, which is $5,000, and you finance it at 7%. Okay? So the whole thing we're talking about 60 months, 72 months, 84 months, 96 months, right? If you go 48 months and you finance this $50,000 car, if you put 10% down, which means you're financing $45,000 at 7%, you're making a car payment of $1,078. If it's a 60-month lease on the same car, you're paying $891. Now keep in mind, Rob, if you go to the story, the CNBC story, and actually bid for total interest, at 60 months, $891, $8,400 interest. At 84 months, it's $679, and you're paying what? $12,000 in interest. So an 84-month loan ends up costing you $5,300 more in interest than a 48-month loan. Okay? So if you look at this, what is the first thing you think about when you see this?
That I could drive a cool car for $679.
Yeah,
Look, chill.
exactly. You want to know something about
That's the payment-based mentality.
I tell you. Remember that. بديت أخونك أو يالا تخدم تاني تأكدي رمادي تدفور كذا. أيالك لا Okay. All right. Sounds good. So, بدأ مع بار ما يهم زومين يلا.
Henry's gonna walk in the room and get upset right now.
It's so fun. So to me, which one did you do, Tom?
I always did the shortest car loans I could because my dad always told me a very simple thing. We were a middle-class family. 1,300 square foot house is what I kind of grew up in until we were older. My dad's shopping.
28,000 square foot castle.
No, but he was telling us, he said, don't pay for it twice. He showed us this. He said, don't pay for it twice.
Great counsel.
He says, keep your car loans short.
Rob, where are you at with this?
Keep your car affordable.
Rob.
I purchased straight cash.
Have you always been like
straight
that?
cash?
No, that's
Go to when you were 25. 25, 28.
Yeah, I had a 2007 Ford Mustang that I bought in 2007. I ended up having, I think it was a 60-month loan.
You had a 60-month loan,
Yep.
Vinny. You seem like, by the way, Vinny's such a conservative guy the way he lives. Do you guys want to know the most interesting fun fact about Vinny?
We do.
I'm being dead serious. You ready for this? He's never had a speeding ticket.
No.
Really?
Never.
How you've never had a speeding
I've never dealt with law enforcement pulling over, no ticket.
Would you have ever guessed Vinny's personality? He's never had a speeding ticket.
No.
I would have thought he not
love it.
speed.
Never got. Check
Well,
the
do you
record.
not speed?
No,
No,
he
I-
drives
no.
so
Really?
solid. But go ahead. You were
You know,
saying,
on base,
what's
you
the
can't mess
longest
around on
auto
base. You would
financing?
think one on base.
Honestly, Pat, this is gonna bug you out. When I was in the military, I bought a car off of a fellow soldier.
Cash?
Paid cash. It was like a Toyota something, smaller car. Then I bought my motorcycle. I just paid for it, cash. Totaled it. Oh shit, my mom. Oh no! She can't watch this. I just effed up. But no, I never. Everything I just paid. I just paid. By the way, I'm gonna make sure my sister does not let her watch this episode. And then everything was just always cash. I never wanted to have big payments. I always just paid for
What
it.
about your last couple cars?
Last couple.
You hit the Toyota.
I don't know.
Toyota hatchback thing.
I don't know. Brandon, how about yourself?
Yeah, cash. My dad knows a lot about cars and fixes cars and stuff. So he would get cars that were messed up that had a problem with it, and then do a part swap and get like a pretty solid car for a low amount of money. So that's the really good attitude.
Maybe I'm just wired. I was just like, I'll pay the fee. I know it's not, it's not, but to me, I'm like, okay, can I beat 7% in? But again, that is not for everybody. Don't let me be a bad influence. Don't do it. Go 36 months, go 48 months, or go full on out of stock.
Uber lifestyle.
Uber lifestyle.
Yeah.
Anyways, we're at the end of the podcast.
Well, can I say one thing?
No, you cannot say nothing.
No.
Nothing with cars.
Listen to old Tucker about Thomas Crooks.
These are videos the FBI has worked hard to make sure you haven't seen. They're from the Google Drive account of Thomas Crooks, the man who on July 13th, 2024, showed up at the Butler Delaware County, Pennsylvania fairgrounds and tried to assassinate the frontrunner, Donald Trump.
And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that's sad, take a look at what happened.
That day, Thomas Crooks came within a quarter inch of destroying this country. And yet, a year and a half later, we still know almost nothing about him or why he did it. That's because, for some reason, the FBI, even the current FBI, doesn't want us to know. Since the start of their investigation, the FBI has claimed that Thomas Crooks acted alone and that he was a virtual ghost online with no presence at all. Their only substantive claim about Crooks' motive was that he was a right-winger. We learned that from FBI Deputy Director Paul Abate, who said this to Congress just 1 month after the attempted assassination.
Something just very recently uncovered that I want to share is a social media account which is believed to be associated with the shooter in about the 2019-2020 timeframe. There were over 700 comments posted from this account. Some of these comments, if ultimately attributable to the shooter, appear to reflect anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes, to espouse political violence, and are described as extreme in nature.
The social media account Abate was describing was Crooks' YouTube comments. When the FBI made that claim, we had to take his word for it. We have no way to check, but now we do. In September, we obtained hundreds of comments from Thomas Crooks' YouTube account. Since then, we've gone to great lengths to verify that they're real. We can now confidently say they are. These are genuine, written by Thomas Crooks. But although Crooks' comments are interesting and give tremendous insight into why he did it, they're not the only story. The other story, in fact the far more significant story, involves the government, the DOJ and the FBI, which have hidden from the public what they know about Thomas Crooks. The purpose of this report is to reveal details of Crooks' social media accounts and to confront a series of key questions. Why is the FBI keeping Crooks' views a secret? Why are they ignoring congressional subpoenas to divulge information? Why are they pretending that there's nothing to see here? And more than anything, what are they hiding? Before we present our findings, it's critical to establish how we obtained the comments and how we know they're real. In late September, we received a tip from a source. He told us he'd gained access to some of Thomas Crooks' accounts. He'd found these accounts by utilizing tools commonly used by private investigators. The key lead was Thomas Crooks' phone number. That was published in documents obtained by America First Legal. That phone number led our source to Thomas Crooks' primary email account, tmcrooks7@gmail.com. That in turn he linked with more than a dozen other accounts. That list includes 2 foreign encrypted email accounts, AmericanGamer@gmx.com, a German website, and bcook@mailfence.com, a Belgian website. Crooks had a Snapchat, Tom_Crooks19, a Venmo account, Thomas-Crooks12, a PayPal account under the alias Rod Swanson, a Zelle registered as Thomas Crooks, as well as accounts on Discord, a Google Play account called Colossal Microwave, a Quizlet titled Thomas_Crooks, a chess.com with the same name, and 2 disabled Quora accounts under the handles Thomas Crooks 8 and Thomas Crooks 3. It turns out that Thomas Crooks was hardly an online ghost. He was active, and yet federal investigators lied and told us there was no trace of him. Some of Crooks' accounts, like his Snapchat, appear to have been fully deactivated and completely taken out of use. Some of them may have been unused or cleared by federal officials during the investigation. We don't know because the FBI wouldn't tell us. However, our source was able to retrieve all data from Thomas Crooks' deactivated YouTube account, TomCrooks2178, visible to other users as Tom Crooks. This account includes his search history, his watch history, and 737 public comments. Another critical account is Google Drive is linked to an archive of Crooks' YouTube account. That's where our source obtained the videos of Crooks dry firing a handgun in his bedroom, with paper targets on the wall behind him. But aside from the video evidence, the email addresses, and the phone number tying Crooks to the account, or the fact that most of these accounts use his actual name, there are other key details that support the authenticity of what we found. For example, this video's metadata shows it was filmed at Thomas Crooks' parents' home. And some of Crooks' YouTube comments are still available on Internet Archive sites. Crooks' YouTube channel was suspended on July 14th, 2024. That's the day after the shooting. Its offense, quote, violating YouTube's policy on violent criminal organizations. And though Crooks' comments are no longer available on YouTube, in many cases the commenters who responded to Crooks are still there, and they match what we see on the Internet Archive sites. When you click on their tags of Crooks' accounts, YouTube takes you to a page that says, this channel was removed because it violated our community guidelines. In other words, there is ample evidence to support the authenticity of these posts. Our source figured it out. So did we. But when we reached out directly to the FBI to ask why the Bureau hadn't shared any details from the account with the public, the FBI responded by questioning whether we could verify the authenticity of the account. We were confused by this, considering the authenticity is self-evident. And of course, the FBI would have known that since the day of the shooting. Here's what we do know. The digital comments we obtained were posted between 2019 and 2020, when Thomas Crooks was between 15 and 17 years old. They show two things. First, that Thomas Crooks was not some secretive lone wolf who never warned anyone that he was planning violence. Just the opposite. Years before he showed up in Butler, Crooks was leaving a detailed digital trail of violent threats, including calls for assassinations and political violence. Second, they show a man who started out as a radical Trump supporter, whose views on the president transformed, changed completely during COVID. The FBI lied about that fact and pretended that Crooks was a right-winger. At 11:35 p.m. on July 19, 2019, in response to an MSNBC video, Crooks wrote, quote, Ilhan Omar and others are invaders and should honestly be killed for the dead. He wrote, quote, every one of the Trump-hating Democrats deserve to have their heads chopped off and put on stakes for the world to see what happens when you fuck with America. These sorts of comments continued for months and became increasingly violent. The following day, Crooks responded to a CBS Evening News video about the squad saying this, quote, this is going to be blatantly racist, but I hope Trump has these people murdered. Crooks openly called for dictatorship and putting, quote, Hispanics back in their place. He warned that if Democrats win in 2020, quote, they won't be in there for long because unlike the Dems, we have guns and lots of them. In one comment, Crooks noted that, quote, 50 million Americans with AR-15s will make quick work of any blockades the government can put in to protect the White House. He left multiple references to Mao Zedong's famous line, the only real political, into comments about a potential civil war, saying this, most rioters don't bring assault rifles and body armor like we would. We wouldn't be going to the streets, we'd be going to Washington. At this point, one user named HyperPandas responded saying, quote, law enforcement will thank you for grouping up and being so visible. It'll make your arrest so much simpler. Crooks responded saying, cops can't arrest me if they're all dead. Before adding, even an untrained man with an AR-15 is dangerous. You think Adam Lanza or any school shooter trained? Nope. If you navigate to that YouTube page today, you can still see identical contextual comments of people referring to Thomas Crooks, including one user who wrote this, you're on YouTube threatening to shoot government officials. I sure hope the FBI is monitoring social media for violent nutcases. That exchange is still available on Internet Archive websites. But the FBI didn't see that before the shooting? That's hard to believe. On various occasions, Crooks openly said things like, Mueller should be hanged along with the rest of the Democrats involved in that witch hunt, and I always believed being patriotic was lining up a bunch of social... Like 2020, Crooks seemed to change radically. On January 23rd of that year, he referred to, quote, Trump's stupidity. He began to mock the concept of the deep state. He suggested it was a code word used by Trump supporters for, quote, anyone who disagrees with the right wing. Suddenly, he sounded like an MSNBC commentator. In February of 2020, brainwashed to realize how dumb you are. I mean, literally, you guys sound like a cult at times. That same day, he called Trump and his supporters, quote, racist. It was an amazing transformation. That April, during the peak phase of the coronavirus lockdowns, Crooks wrote, quote, it seems that you people don't understand that, at one point, quote, going to a Chinese New Year's party in America isn't putting you at risk for coronavirus, because, believe it or not, viruses don't spread through race, like Tucker Carlson probably told you. That May, as state officials across the country overhauled election systems to promote mail-in voting, Crooks attacked Republican concerns about voter fraud as, quote, ignorant. 4 months later, in August 2020, his tone had shifted even further to the left. He said, quote, I believe the outcome will be irrelevant. In response to the same video, Thomas Crooks issued what sounds a lot like a digital manifesto. Quote, in my opinion, the only way to fight the government is with terrorism-style attacks. Sneak a bomb into an essential building and set it off before anyone sees you. Track down any important people or politicians, military leaders, etc., and try to assassinate them. Any sort of head-to-head fight is suicide, and even ambush or surprise attacks likely aren't going to end well. These remarks were especially notable because they came at the final phase of Crooks' YouTube commenting. At that point, a new character emerged into the conversation, a user named Willie Tepes, who started pressuring Crooks to commit violence. For example, quote, if a gun and a badge is all that is needed, then authority obviously comes from the barrel of a gun. We have more guns than they do. There is no way we can avoid a war at this point, so you better just get used to the idea. We have nothing to lose and everything to win, and the alternative, a global police state, is unacceptable. Nothing in life is simple, but that is no argument against doing it. So who is this Willie Tepes? Unfortunately, we don't know. The FBI hasn't made any mention of him in public, although they certainly know he exists. Just days after the shooting, somebody screenshotted Tepes' YouTube account page, despite the fact he had very few followers. To the extent that he can be traced online now, you can find his username being used on a foreign Antifa website. Those sites link him to the Nordic Resistance Movement, which has been designated a terrorist group by the U.S. State Department. That's all we know. We do know, however, that Crooks' online footprint abruptly ends after his encounter with this mysterious figure, Willie Tepes. Regardless of whoever Willie Tepes is or was and what his motives may have been, who he may have been working for, there is no doubt that Crooks was ripe for recruitment by someone. From early 2019 to mid-online, he also searched for Jack Ruby, the man who assassinated Lee Harvey Oswald. He then submitted queries for craziest chemical reactions, cars running over protesters, best places for mass shooting El Paso, Trump Civil War, Orlando shooting reaction, firing an AR-15 as fast as possible, vehemently.
Broadband leaders Verizon and Frontier Communicate more reliable and...
These are like it couldn't be real, but it actually is real. Visit Dutch.com/Tucker to learn more. Use the code Tucker for $50 off your veterinary care so you can handle speeches with subtitles, neo-Nazis, and, quote, why gays need to go. Hate to brag, but we're pretty confident this show is the fastest growing and exclusive a year. And the next are $50 off your veterinary.
Incredible minerals and net 34.
in our broadband infrastructure.
So here you have a volatile, troubled, possibly mentally ill young man with a long record of espousing violence in public. The FBI clearly knew he existed. And then you have, at the very end of his years commenting in public, espousing violence, an exchange with a mysterious figure affiliated with a group that we know is being monitored by the U.S. State Department. It turns out that around the same time that Thomas Crooks was making these searches and posting overt threats of violence against public figures on YouTube, the FBI was issuing contracts to private sector tech surveillance firms to harness the power of mass data collection tools that would monitor social media for people just like Thomas Crooks. It's hard to imagine that Thomas Crooks, who was making these posts publicly and in his own name, had not been identified and looked at closely by federal law enforcement. In fact, it's impossible to imagine. What do we know? if the FBI had access to these YouTube comments, and rather than giving us valuable information about them, giving us a sense of why Thomas Crooks did what he did, they used a selective read of those comments to lie about what Thomas Crooks was thinking. 2.5 weeks after the attack on July 30th, a source familiar with the investigation told CNN that, quote, federal investigators are looking into a YouTube account possibly connected to Crooks in which the user espoused political violence as well as anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes. Well, of course, it wasn't possibly connected to Thomas Crooks, as the FBI knew full well it was Thomas Crooks' account. There was never any question about that. And yet the same day, the FBI's then deputy director made the same dishonest claim before Congress. The week previous, then FBI Director Christopher Wray publicly questioned whether Trump was even shot.
With respect to former President Trump, there's some question about whether or not it's a bullet or shrapnel that hit his ear.
In February 2025, the New York Post reported that, quote, the FBI has obstructed efforts to solve the mystery of why Thomas Matthew Crooks, who left no manifesto, did what he did. And this fact, said the Post, left local law enforcement as well as Crooks' former friends, classmates, and teachers frustrated. The level of lying and obstruction is shocking. Less than a month after the shooting, Congressman Clay Higgins of Louisiana, a former police officer, traveled to Butler to conduct his own investigation into what happened. When he arrived, he discovered a disturbing fact. The FBI released Crooks' body for cremation 10 days after July 13th. This wasn't known to the public until Higgins arrived in Butler on August 5th, when the coroner told the congressman, quote, he would never have released Crooks' body to the family for cremation or burial without specific permission from the FBI. The timing of Crooks' cremation is notable. The day Crooks' body was burned was also the day the House Homeland Security and Oversight Committees had begun their investigations into the shooting. The fact the body was cremated made it impossible for investigators outside the FBI to verify the coroner and autopsy report. You can't do a new tox screen because the body doesn't exist. According to Higgins, quote, this action by the FBI can only be described by any reasonable man as an obstruction to any following investigative effort. Another notable detail is that photos from the day after the shooting show an FBI agent closing down the site where Crooks died. High-level intelligence officials and congressional sources told us this is very strange, and that the FBI usually hires out crime scene cleanup to third-party contractors. But in this case, they did it themselves, leaving no blood and no tissue for anyone else to analyze. In the photo, the agent's shirt says he's from the Technical Hazards Response Unit, a unit that collects traditional forensic evidence contaminated with hazardous materials. After the shooting, the FBI sent Crooks' phone to the Bureau's laboratory at Quantico, Virginia. Agents there were able to open it in less than 40 minutes using technology from an Israeli tech firm called Celebrate. According to the Post, FBI officials who served under President Joe Biden accessed Crooks' phone, computer, and his encrypted messaging apps in Belgium, New Zealand, and Germany. Yet none of the online activity the FBI has discovered was referred to in any way in the final congressional report that was released in December 2024.
By the way, why do we still know nothing about that guy in Butler? What's going on?
That was a good question, a question that most people thought would be answered by the new administration. Within weeks of him taking office, Donald Trump told the New York Post's Miranda Devine that he had, quote, ordered the Secret Service on Friday to provide him every bit of information about his two would-be assassins.
You've had two assassination attempts. One, obviously, where you got hit by that bullet in Butler. There's a lot of frustration that we still don't know about that shooter in Butler. And we don't know about his communications. We get stonewalled all the time asking questions about it. Is there frustration on your part? Will we get transparency? Will we know the bottom line story?
It's very interesting because we're great people. I think Pam is incredible. I think Cash is incredible. And they're doing a great job. They're being recognized as doing a great job.
But you're the president. Can't you find out?
I know. I'm relying on my people to tell me what it is.
But his people insist there's nothing there. They don't seem interested in finding out more.
How come we don't have more information on the assassination attempts on President Trump?
There's two reasons. Two open, ongoing prosecutions.
but we have personally invested our time in making sure that we have looked at any possible international connections to terrorism and adversaries alike. And we've both been down to Quantico. We've both done the laboratory testing. We've both seen the explosives analysis. We've both seen the firearm and physically held it. We are all in on these investigations.
Are we going to be surprised at what you learned?
You know what, Maria? Cash is not kidding. And whether you like it or not is up to you. If there was a big explosive there, right? Given my history as a Secret Service agent and my personal friendship as a director does with the president, give me one logical, sensible reason we would not have. If you can think of one, there isn't. In some of these cases, the you're looking for is not there.
What a baffling thing to say. Thomas Crooks is dead, of course. There was no trial against Thomas Crooks. And by the way, they weren't misspeaking. This wasn't an accident. We know that because the director of the FBI said the same thing once again under oath in front of Congress in September.
Well, your predecessor said right there in that seat a couple of years, last year in a committee hearing, I asked him a very detailed question about Matthew Thomas Crooks, the shooter responsible for the assassination attempt on President Trump's life. I did get an answer from Chris Wray that day, and I submitted written questions to the FBI and into the record of this committee, and I want to resubmit those questions today because I think we're still awaiting answers to those questions. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit them for the record, please. I'd like to ask you, sir, and the FBI, under your leadership, would you please respond to these questions, and can you commit to doing that?
As soon as the trial's over.
But if it's true that there's nothing here, then the FBI has a very strange way of showing it. In July of 2024, a bipartisan group of senators led by Republican Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin sent a letter, quote, requesting records related to the July 13th, 2024 assassination attempt. Fully a year later, the FBI still had not responded. What is this about? This summer, Senator Johnson issued a new subpoena, noting that, quote, nearly a year after the assassination attempt and the initiation of the subcommittee's investigation, the FBI has repeatedly failed to produce the subcommittee records and information critical to its investigation. In the subpoena, they demanded pictures and images related to the assassination, video footage, forensic reports, records related to FBI interviews, and notably, all records referring or relating to any of Thomas Crooks' electronic devices, digital or financial accounts, or online search history.
What are you telling us? I am totally unsatisfied. I am totally unsatisfied. You had a person with a modern rifle, modern scoped rifle at 130 yards who shot at the former commander-in-chief of the United States and a guy who was going to be, by all accounts at that point, the future commander-in-chief. And then they tried to kill my father 8 weeks later, you know, at his golf course in Palm Beach County, a golf course that I run every single day. I am totally unsatisfied that we have one picture of that shooter. The guy looks like he was 14 years old in the picture. We know nothing about him. We know nothing about him. Right? And I am totally unsatisfied with the result, and I think a lot of America is unsatisfied with the result, and I think we better get to the bottom of exactly what happened. Are you telling me there's a conspiracy here that you believe that Eric Trump believes resulted in the assassination attempt? Yes, I think they tried to kill my father because they did not want his voice on that stage.
Unfortunately, the reality is that the FBI, as of today, is not only stonewalling, but is actively preventing an honest look at what happened in Butler. Within days of the shooting, FBI agents collected all the relevant surveillance footage. That includes footage from local businesses, the state police, and critically, the gun range where Thomas Crooks trained. Did he train alone? We don't know, because to this day, the FBI refuses to release the footage. They confirmed it exists. They confirmed the existence of one gaming account, and then publicly said a few days later the account wasn't real. Was that incompetence, or were they lying? Within a day of the shooting, the social media companies that hosted Crooks' comments took his accounts offline. In some cases, the records of those comments in the Internet Archive were also erased. Did the FBI order that too? What we do know is that on the day of the attacks, Thomas Crooks got extremely lucky, miraculously lucky. After he arrived at the Butler County Fairgrounds on the morning of the shooting, Thomas Crooks conducted surveillance by flying his drone over the rally site. He flew that drone for 11 minutes. It just so happened that the Secret Service's anti-drone system were down at exactly the same moment. What are the odds? Later that afternoon, police officers saw Crooks loitering with a backpack and a rangefinder identified him as a suspicious person, which he clearly was, but quickly lost track of him. And so Crooks climbed to the top of the American Glass Research Building. That happened to be the only building in the area that did not have a video surveillance system. It was also, remarkably, inexplicably, outside the Secret Service's security perimeter, despite the fact it was very close to the stage. 2 local police officers assigned to the building saw Crooks, but they didn't report him. A third officer who was supposed to be there left early. At 6:11 p.m., Crooks opened fire from the rooftop.
Take a look at what happened.
Within the vacuum left by the FBI and its total unwillingness to explain what had happened, the media were able to leverage the shooting to serve its own political ends. On ABC, we learned that this happened because white men own guns.
It was, a 20-year-old lone wolf, white, whack job with easy access to a gun. And we have to have a conversation about that.
And within days of the shooting, U.S. intelligence officials started leaking about a supposed plot by the Iranian government to kill Trump. There was never any evidence that if you were planning a regime change war against Iran, you might claim otherwise.
Let me read to you this breaking news that we are reporting from 3 U.S. officials who have been briefed on the matter. The U.S. obtained intelligence in recent weeks about an Iranian plot to assassinate Donald Trump.
The stonewalling, the lying, the persistent unwillingness to explain anything, all of it makes you wonder, what are they hiding? If the leadership of the FBI and the DOJ had any desire whatsoever to prove to the public that there's in fact nothing there, they could do that. But first they would have to answer these questions. Was Thomas Crooks known to federal law enforcement before the shooting? Was he known to local law enforcement before the shooting? And if not, why not? Who is Willie Tepes, and was he known to federal law enforcement? Is Willie Tepes linked to any violent organizations? Is he linked to any governments? And if so, then around the time of the shooting, did the FBI have assets inside those organizations? If Crooks wasn't known to anyone in authority before the shooting, how was he able to post hundreds of violent extremist comments under his real name between 2019 and 2020 without being detected by law enforcement or intel agencies at a time we know they were monitoring social media? Were those comments, including specific assassination threats against specific public officials, ever reported to YouTube? Other users complained about them. Did YouTube know? Why is the FBI telling us that they'll release this information, quote, after the trial, when there is no trial? Why did an FBI agent from the Technical Hazards Response Unit cruise down the crime scene the day after the attack? That seems very strange. What happened on the roof of the American Glass Research Building for the 10 seconds after Crooks' last shot until he was killed by the Secret Service? Does the FBI have surveillance footage of Thomas Crooks shooting that day? Was the FBI present at the medical examiner's autopsy? Are there still blood samples? Can they be examined by outside authorities? When Congress demanded the autopsy, did the FBI restrict what the examiner could tell the Congress? When the FBI cleared the coroner to release Crooks' body for cremation, did they keep tissue samples, brain tissue samples, spinal cord samples, or spinal fluid samples? Law enforcement sources told us that in a typical investigation in a crime of this nature, it would be normal to preserve all of that, those samples. If the FBI didn't, why not? And who made that decision to destroy what could be critical evidence in an attempted murder case? FBI agents went to the same gun range that Thomas Crooks was using. Who were those agents, and did any of them at any time have any contact with Thomas Crooks? Who did he train with exactly, and why can't we know? Was Thomas Crooks taking drugs that might have turned up in the toxicology report, but that weren't listed somehow? On what date specifically did FBI agents stop investigating Thomas Crooks' online presence? Why did the former deputy director of the FBI, Paul Bate, suggest to Congress that Crooks was a right-winger when he clearly wasn't? Was the FBI aware of Crooks' public comments before the shooting, many of which are openly violent, that included specific assassination attempts involving public officials? Who was Thomas Crooks in communication with in the days before the attack? What does his burner phone show? And in fact, why did he have a burner phone and encrypted former email accounts? Who are the government officials trying to link Iran to the shooting? Why did the FBI suggest that he had no digital footprint in the first place when the FBI had a great deal of evidence, hundreds and hundreds of comments from his digital activity? And what's on the other dozen accounts that the FBI clearly had access to? How long had Thomas Crooks been planning to commit an assassination? If there's nothing there, if they tell you this is just a lone nut who gave no indication he might do this, then what is stopping the FBI from at least giving the facts to Congress? Because if there's nothing there, these should be very easy questions to answer. We're excited to announce a new partner of our show, Poncho Outdoors. Poncho Special.
Kinda crazy. A lot of unanswered questions there, guys. How deep does the deep state go? Don't forget, guys, you only got, I don't know, maybe a couple hours to get in on the raffle. Every $10 donation will get you one entry, and you will win either the Trump light-up hat that you seen this weekend or the MAGA light-up hat that I was wearing this weekend. We're going to do the raffle tomorrow. There is no getting in the raffle tomorrow. It's only today for the drive home. So if you guys want to get in and help us out, we would appreciate it. Again, every $10 donation gets you one entry. If you do $20, that's 2 entries. $30, that's 3 entries. You can get in. Venmo at Oreo Josh, Cash App, $ Oreo Army. Our Give Send Go links on the bottom. And we also have our Zelle link. So thank you all for getting in. You guys got a really good shot of winning. I think we got 14 people in. Or not 14 people, 14 entries. 15 entries. Man, you think about that, you think about, man, 2 assassination attempts. And then even with the second one, they won't release the ties that he had with Ukraine. Like, was he working with Ukraine? It's just insane. And they're gonna throw something down from the overpass. Let's listen to PBD. He has a Muslims will be offended, Sam. The Mafia States of America. Yes, 3 episodes. 5 and 6 episodes. Let's go 1. I haven't listened to these. And don't forget, if RW's in there, you better get in, but these hats go very well if you go into stores barefoot.
Trust your land.
Those points back. Up to 1 million points back per count.
Discipline, vows of secrecy, loyalty, insulation of its leaders from direct criminal involvement, bribery and corruption of law enforcement and public officials.
I don't think I've ever drove through. I've drove a lot. This is a lot of rain.
godfather of Goodfellas. This is not a movie. There is no script. For the first time anywhere, you will see a sit-down between two made men. Men who swore the sacred oath. Not just soldiers in the mob, but real bosses. Sammy the Boo Gravano from the Gambino family.
I'm not listening to this. Never mind, that was something else.
And Michael Francis from
Unless
the Colombo family.
Let me see if it gets in.
Sammy, Michael, thank you for agreeing to this. I didn't think this was going to take place for a long time. You were upset the first time I even brought it up to you. It was the first time you saw my interview with Michael. We were on the phone for 2.5 hours. I said, this is probably never going to be taking place. And then Michael, I never thought you would agree to this interview. But finally, we are making this happen. I know a lot of people have been looking forward to seeing this. The public sees Cosa Nostra, they think about Godfather, they think about maybe Soprano, maybe Goodfellas, maybe Bronx Tale, maybe, Donnie Brasco or Lefty. They see the movies, they don't, the movie is what they know about. What is Cosa Nostra to you, and does it still have the same meaning today as it did back in the 80s?
First of all, it's part of my heritage as an Italian. This came from Sicily.
I don't like when it's like, it's not like
the movie is making this happen. I know a lot of people have been looking forward to seeing this. The public sees Cosa Nostra, they think about
for his birthday. Uh-oh, Matt's birthday's coming up. Man, I thought everybody was going to pitch in and get him a roll of pennies. Since they're going to stop making them and they're going to be extinct, he would have a lot for his penny loafers. We'll listen to the Elon Musk one with Joe Rogan.
Sam Altman's reaction to being accused of murder.
He got jacked. At age 59, in less than a year, he went from pencil neck geek to looking like like The Rock.
Yeah, like a little miniature alpha fella.
Yeah. Like his neck got bigger than his head.
Yeah, he got big quick.
But then, like his earlier pictures, his neck's like a noodle.
I support this activity. I like to see him going in this direction.
Which is fine, and his voice dropped like 2 octaves.
I want you to move in that direction as well. I think we can achieve this.
I
think we can achieve Giga Chad. That's what people called it.
Where is that guy?
People? I don't know where he is.
That's like a real guy.
The artist? Yeah.
No,
Giga Chad. Giga Chad. Yeah, I don't know if that's a real guy. It's hard to tell.
It is a real guy.
It is a real guy?
Yeah.
He's got the crazy jaw and like perfect sculpted hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they may have exaggerated a little bit, but no, I think he actually just kind of looked like that in reality. So, like he's a pretty unique looking individual.
I think we can achieve this. That guy right there, that's a real guy. That's a real guy. I always thought that was CGI.
No, I think the upper right one is not him. That's not
that
him.
one to the left of that, like that's real? No, that's artificial, bro. That's fake. That's got that uncanny valley feel to it, doesn't it?
It's not impossible.
No, it's not possible to achieve, but it's not possible to maintain that kind of leanness.
No.
That's
I mean, that's like you're also at that point they're just dehydrating and all sorts of things.
Oh, it's based on a real person.
Yeah, based on it.
Right, but it's not a real person.
What does he really look like?
Those images, I think, are bullshit. Is that real? Okay, that looks real. That looks like a really jacked bodybuilder.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks real. Like that's achievable. But there's a few of those images where you're just like, what's going on?
Yeah, totally. Well, I mean, you see that guy. Is that the?
That's the real dude.
Well, there's that Icelandic dude who's tall.
Oh yeah, the guy who jumps in the frozen lakes and shit.
Well, the guy who played the mountain.
That guy.
That is like a mutant strong human.
Yes.
Like he'd be in like the X-Men or something. You know?
We were hanging out.
He's just like not like. And there's that. You know that? Have you seen that meme? Tent and tent bag.
No.
You know how like it's really hard to get the tent in the tent.
Oh right. That's true.
And there's a picture of him and his girlfriend.
Oh right. Tent bag. Yeah, that's.
I don't know how it gets in there. You know, it's like it seems too small, but.
I met Brian Shaw. Brian Shaw's like the world's most powerful man, and he's almost 7 feet tall. He's 400 pounds, and his bone density is 1 in 500 million people. So there's one. It's there's maybe 16 people. He's an enormous human being, like a legitimate giant, just like that guy.
Yeah.
But we met him. He was hanging out with us in the green room of the mothership. It's like, okay, if this was like David and Goliath days, this is an actual giant. Like the giants of the Bible.
Once in a while they get a super giant person.
This is a real one. Like not a tall, skinny basketball player.
Yeah.
Like a 7 foot, 400 pound power lifter.
Like you don't want to, especially.
That's the guy. See if there's a photo of him standing next to like a regular human. There it is.
Yeah,
that's him right there.
Like there's one of him with next to standing next to Arnold and stuff.
Yeah,
it's where Arnold, everyone just looks tiny. I mean, I think he's a pretty cool dude actually.
Oh, Brian's very cool, very smart too.
Yeah.
Unusually, you expect anybody to be that big is gonna be a moron.
Yeah.
No.
But, There's Andre the Giant who was awesome.
Yeah.
He was great in Princess Bride.
Yeah, he was just awesome. Period.
Yeah.
So we were talking about this interview with Sam Altman and Tucker, and I was like, we should probably just talk about this over there because it is one of the craziest interviews I think I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
Where Tucker starts bringing up this guy who was
a whistleblower or whatever.
A whistleblower.
Yeah.
Who committed suicide, but doesn't look like it. And he's talking to Sam Altman about this, and Sam Altman's like, "Are you accusing me?" He's like, "No, I'm not. I'm just saying I think someone killed him."
Yeah. And should be investigated.
Yeah.
Not just drop the case.
It seems like
they just dropped the case.
Yeah.
But his parents think he was murdered.
Yeah.
The wires to a security camera were cut.
Blood in 2 rooms.
Someone else's wig was in the room.
Someone else's wig. Wig. Yeah.
Yes.
Not
normal.
His wig. Not normal to have a wig laying around.
Yes. And he ordered DoorDash right before allegedly committing suicide.
Yeah.
Which seems unusual.
Yeah.
It's like I'm gonna order pizza on second thoughts. I'll kill myself. It seems like that's a very rapid change in mind. So.
It's very weird, and especially the parents have. They don't believe he committed suicide at all.
Has no note or anything.
No. It seems pretty fucked up. And, you know, the idea that a whistleblower for an enormous AI company that's worth billions of dollars might get whacked, that's not outside the pale.
I mean, straight out of a movie.
Right out of a movie, but right out of a movie is real sometimes.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Right?
It's like, it's a little weird that I think they should do a proper investigation. Like, what's the downside of that proper investigation?
Right. No.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
But the whole exchange is so bizarre.
Yeah. It is.
Sam Altman's reaction to being accused of murder is bizarre.
Look, I don't know if he's guilty, but it's not possible to look more guilty. So I'm like,
or look more weird.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it's just his social thing. Like maybe he's just odd with confrontation. It just goes blank. You know? But I mean, if somebody was accusing me of killing Jamie, or if Jamie was a whistleblower and Jamie got whacked, and then I'd be like, wait, are you accusing me of killing my friend? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? I would be a little bit more irate.
Yeah, exactly.
I would be a little upset.
Yeah, you'd be like, well, you'd certainly insist on a thorough investigation.
Yeah.
As opposed to trying to sweep it under the rug.
Yeah, I wouldn't assume that he committed suicide. I would be suspicious. If Tucker was telling me that aspect of the story, I'd be like, that does seem like a murder. Fuck, we should look into this.
I mean, all signs point to it being a murder. Not saying, Sam Altman had anything to do with murder, but...
blood in 2 rooms.
But blood in 2 rooms. Like, the wireless security camera and the DoorDash being ordered right before suicide. No suicide note. His parents think he was murdered. And the people that I know who knew him said he was not suicidal. So I'm like, why would you jump to the conclusion?
They sue the son's landlord. Alleged the owners and the managers of their son's San Francisco apartment building were part of a widespread cover-up of his death.
The landlord?
Huh. But that could be... People steal people's packages all the time.
The porch pirate situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, the amount of trauma those poor parents have gone through with their son dying like that. I mean, it must... God bless them. And how could they stay sane after something like that? They're so grief-stricken. Who knows what they...
Hello, friends. Guess who? That's right. It is I, the Replacer. Once again, I've been called on to you.
This episode's psychological canon.
What they believe at this point.
Yeah. You should have asked if Epstein killed himself.
Yeah. That's the cash motel.
Where's the camera?
Where's the damn Bungee?
Where's the camera?
Trying to convince everybody of that. Like, okay.
The guards weren't there and the camera stopped working. And,
the guards were asleep. The cameras weren't working. He had a giant steroided up bodybuilder guy that he was sharing a cell with that was a murderer who was a bad cop. Like, all of it's kind of nuts. All of it's kind of nuts. Like, that he would just kill himself rather than reveal all of his billionaire friends.
Yeah.
And then... I did. Chris Cuomo just looked so stupid.
Tim just listed off all the...
Tim just... and he's like, I agree, it is strange. Like, of course it's strange, Chris. Jesus Christ. You can't just go with the tide. You got to think things through. And if you think that one through, you're like, I don't think he killed himself. Nobody does. You'd have to work for an intelligence agency to think he killed himself.
It does seem unlikely.
It seems highly unlikely. highly unlikely. All roads point to murder.
Yes.
Point to.
Code yellow time. Code yellow.
Whatever the fuck he was doing.
Yeah.
Whatever kind of an asset he was. Whatever thing he was up to, was apparently very effective.
Yes.
And a lot of people were compromised. You see, your boy Bill Gates is now saying climate change is not a big deal. Like, relax, everybody. I know I scared the fuck out of you for the last decade and a half, but we're gonna be fine.
Yeah. I mean,
it's close.
As I was saying just before coming into the studio, like every day there's some crazy, wild new thing that's happening. It's like, it feels like reality's accelerating.
It's every day, and every day it's like more and more ridiculous to the point where the simulation is more and more undeniable.
Yeah, it really feels like simulation. It's like, come on, what are the odds that this could be the case?
Are you paying attention at all to 3i Atlas? Are you watching
the comet?
Yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I can say is like, look, if I was aware of any evidence of aliens, Joe, you have my word. I will come on your show, and I will reveal it on this show.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good deal.
Yeah, it's a pretty good deal.
I believe you. Yeah, thank you.
I'll stick to I keep my promises. So,
all right.
Yeah,
I'll hold you to that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I'm never committing suicide, to be clear.
I don't think you would either.
On camera, guys, I am never committing suicide.
Ever. If someone says you committed suicide, I will fight tooth and nail.
Thank you.
I will fight tooth and
Thank
nail.
you.
I will
Thanks,
not
brother.
believe it. I will not believe it. The thing about the 3i Atlas is
That's a hell of a name, actually.
Yeah, it's a third.
It sounds like Third Eye or something.
Yeah, it does. 3i is third. It's only the third interstellar object that's detected.
Okay.
Yeah. Avi Loeb.
Third Eye, yes.
Yeah. Avi Loeb was on the podcast a couple days ago talking about it.
Yeah. It could be aliens, I don't know. But
apparently today they're saying that it's changed course. Did you see that, Jamie? Avi Loeb said something today. I'll send it to you. I know it's on Reddit. It's fascinating. It's fascinating also because it's made almost entirely of nickel, whatever it is. And the only way that exists here is industrial alloys, apparently.
No, there are definitely comets and asteroids that are made primarily of nickel. In fact,
really?
Yeah. So the places where you mine nickel on Earth is actually where there was an asteroid or comet that hit Earth that was a nickel-rich, asteroid.
Wow! It left a giant
meteorite.
nickel-rich deposit.
Yeah, that's it's coming. Those are from impacts. So you definitely didn't want to be there at the time. Everything would have been obliterated.
Right.
But that's where the sources of nickel and cobalt are these days.
So this is Avi Loeb. A few hours ago, the first hint of non-gravitational acceleration, that something other than gravity is affecting its acceleration, meaning something is affecting its trajectory beyond gravity, was indicated. Interesting. Dun dun dun. So it's mostly nickel, very little iron, which he was saying is on Earth only exists in alloys. But whatever, you're dealing with another planet.
There are cases where there's like very nickel-rich asteroids, right? That happens
for something from space.
Yeah, it's only. Yeah, it doesn't mean. It'll be a very sort of heavy spaceship to be making all out of nickel.
Oh yeah. And fucking huge, the size of Manhattan and all nickel. That's kind of nuts.
Yeah, that's a heavy spaceship.
That's a real problem if it hits.
Yes. No, we would like to obliterate a continent.
Yeah.
Maybe it was.
Yeah, probably kill most of human life. If not all of us.
I don't know. It depends on what the total mass is, but there's. I mean, the thing is, like in the fossil record, there are, there's like arguably 5 major extinction events. Like the biggest one of which is the Permian extinction, where almost all life was eliminated. That actually occurred over several million years. There's the Jurassic. I think Jurassic is. I think that one's pretty definitively an asteroid. But there's been 5 major extinction events. But what they don't count are really the ones that merely take out a continent. So
merely.
Yeah, because those don't really show up on the fossil record.
Right.
So unless it's enough to cause a mass extinction event throughout Earth, it doesn't show up in a fossil record that's 200 million years old. So but there have been many impacts that would have sort of destroyed all life on let's say half of North America or something like that. There have been many such events through the course of history.
Yeah, and there's nothing we can do about it right now.
Yeah, there was one that one that hit Siberia and destroyed, I think, 200 square miles.
I don't think I've done much in Williams.
Yeah, that's the one from the 1920s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that coincides with that meteor, that comet storm that we go through every June and every November, that they think is responsible for that Younger Dryas impact. Yeah. All that shit's crazy. Thank you, before we go any further, for letting us have a tour of SpaceX and letting us be there for the rocket launch.
Sure.
One of the absolute coolest things I've ever seen in my life. And we thought it was only I thought it was a half mile. Jamie's like it was a mile away. Turned out it's almost 2 miles away.
Yeah.
And you feel it in your chest.
Yeah. It's
you have to wear
very
earplugs,
intense.
and you feel it in your chest, and it's 2 miles away.
Yeah.
It was fucking amazing.
Yeah.
And then to go with you up into the command center and to watch all the Starlink satellites with all the different cameras and all in real time as it made its way all the way to Australia. How many minutes? Like 35, 40 minutes?
Yeah.
Wild. Watch it touch down in Australia.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy. It was
Yeah, it's crazy.
amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing.
The Starship's awesome. And anyone can go watch the launch, actually. So you can just go to South Padre Island and get this great view of the launch. So it's like where a lot of spring breakers go. But we'll be flying pretty frequently out of Starbase in South Texas. And we formally incorporated it as a city. So it's actually an actual legal city, Starbase, Texas. It's not that often you hear hey, we made a city, you know. That used to be in the old days, a startup would be you go and gather a bunch of people and say, hey, let's go make a town. Literally.
Right.
That would have been startups in the old days.
Or a country.
Yeah, or a country.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
If you tried doing that today, there'd be a real problem.
Yeah,
maybe
things are so much set in stone on the country front these days.
You might be able to
more
pull
or
it
less,
off.
you
You
know?
might be able to pull it off. If you got a solid island, you might be able to pull it off. You know?
It's just, probably.
You know, like Larry
making your
Ellison
country.
owns Lanai.
Yeah, you could probably.
Is this it right here?
If you put enough effort into it, you can make a new country.
This is one of the different ones. This is one of the ones that you catch, right? Or is that one?
Yeah, that's the booster. So that's the super heavy booster. So that's one with the booster's got 33 engines. In its by version 4 that will have about 10,000 tons of thrust. Right now it's about 8,000 tons of thrust. That's the largest flying object ever made.
I had to explain to someone. They were going, "Why do they blow up all the time if you're so smart?" Because there was this fucking idiot on television. Some guy was being interviewed and they were blowing up. And someone said, "Yeah, well, why do his rockets blow?" And I had to explain.
Yeah.
Because it's the only way you find out what the tolerances are. You have to. You have to. A few of them
explode
have
the
to
corners
blow
of the
up.
box. So when you do a new rocket development program, you have to do what's called exploring the limits, the corners of the box, where you say it's worst case this, worst case that, to figure out where the limits are. So you blow up, not
You guys rock.
So for example, for the
Speed limits,
Starship
so I
was able
could
to
get
do
somewhere.
something
So I was focused. But thank you, Yanda. That is epic. And I hope you're healing well. Hope you're on the mend.
So it landed even though you put it through.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's compromised you.
It had unusually, we brought it in hot, like an extra high trajectory with missing tiles to see if we could still make it to a soft landing version. Now, I just put it did have, there were some holes that were thrown in, but it was robust enough to land despite having some holes. It's coming in like a blazing meteor. You can see the real-time video.
But tell me the speed again, because the speed was bananas. You were talking about.
Yeah, it's like 17,000 miles an hour.
Which is
we'll call like 25 times the speed of sound or thereabouts. So think about it's like 12 times faster than a bullet from an assault rifle. A bullet from an assault rifle is around Mach 2.
And it's huge.
Yeah. Yeah. Compared to like a bullet from
A lot of rain, guys. Like, seriously, I don't know. I've traveled the country a lot. I don't think I've been continuously through so much rain without it stopping for a while. Ever. Man, it seems like every time I come home from Portland now, it's just all about rain.
No bullshit. I felt like I was witnessing history. I felt like it was a scene in a movie where someone had expectations and they like, what are they doing? They're building rockets, and you go there. And as we were walking through, Jamie, you can speak to this too. The amount of rockets you're making. I don't know if you get this back.
Nola.
Giga Chad.
Nola says, my husband wants to enter the drawing. Right on, Nola. Well, good luck to your husband. Let's see see who wins tomorrow. Thank you, Nola, for jumping in on that. Or actually, thank your husband.
Same amount of pointing, but it's got a bit more length.
Mo Betta's in the house. Check that out, guys. Heck yeah, Speedwagon 1776 late night road trips. Man. What's going on, Mo Betta? So much better to have you in the house. It's Mo Betta to have you in the house than it is RW. But you know that.
So it's blasting flame through that grill section, where we integrate the grill section into the boost stage with the next version of the rocket. And next version of the rocket will have the Raptor 3 engines, which are a huge improvement. You may have seen them in the lobby. So we got like
Come on, let's get going.
And you can see the dramatic improvement in simplicity. We should probably put a plaque there and also show how much we reduced the weight, the cost, and improved the.
Are they passing over some Grey Poupon or something? What is going on?
Has almost twice the thrust of Raptor 1. Wow. So you see Raptor 3. It looks like it's got parts missing, right?
And how many of them?
It's very, very clean.
How many of them are on the rocket?
There's 33 on the booster. And each Raptor engine is producing twice as much thrust as all 4 engines on a 747. So that engine is smaller than a 747 engine, but is producing almost 10 times the thrust of a 747.
I can't wait until the morning when I get home. I'm gonna start looking at the rain totals up here.
And so when when you're designing these, you get to Raptor 1, you see its efficiency.
Shane said, hold on, let me read that. Shane said, put another 10 in. I want that MAGA hat. Right on. Well, good luck to Shane. Good luck to Shane. Can't wait to do the drawing tomorrow. Gonna be a lucky person. Thanks again, Shane. Thanks again, Nola.
Starship is the first time that there is a design for a rocket where full and rapid reusability is actually possible. So it was not. There's not even been a design before where it was possible. So not a design that got made any hardware at all. We live on a planet where the gravity is quite high. Like Earth's gravity is quite high. And if the gravity was even 10 or 20% higher, we'd be stuck on Earth forever. Like we cannot use, so they can use conventional rockets. You'd have to like blow yourself off the surface with like a nuclear bomb or something crazy. On the other hand, if Earth's gravity was just a little
they do
lower,
start
like
talking about some cool stuff in a minute.
Getting to orbit would be easy. So it's like this. If this was a video game, it's set to like maximum difficulty, but not impossible.
Okay.
So that's where we have here. So it's not as though others have ignored the concept of reusability. They've just concluded that it was too difficult to achieve.
48 miles till Sacramento.
On this for a long time at SpaceX, I'm the chief engineer of the company. Although I should say that we're an extremely talented engineering team. I think we've got the best rocket engineering team that has ever been assembled. It's an honor to work with such incredible people. So it's fair to say that we have not yet succeeded in creating and achieving full reusability, but we at last have a rocket where full reusability is possible. And I think I think we'll achieve it next year. So that's a really big deal. And the reason that's such a big deal is that full reusability drops the cost of access to space by 100. Maybe even more than 100, actually. So maybe like 1,000. You can think of it like any mode of transport. Like imagine if aircraft were not reusable. Like you flew somewhere, you throw the plane out. Like imagine if, like the way conventional rockets work, is it would be like if you had an airplane, and instead of landing at your destination, you parachute out, and the plane crashes somewhere, and you land at your and you land in a parachute at your destination. Now, that'd be a very expensive trip. and you need it.
I think we're gonna push through. So far, it's 8:25, probably about 3.5 hours away from home. Probably 11:55. So if everything, my eyelids stay open like they are now, we're pushing through. But that could change. I always like when I'm an hour and a half away. That's when I'm like. I think we'll be good.
Somewhere between 2,200 and 2,500 tons to orbit with the Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy rockets, not counting anything from Starship.
And this is mostly Starlink?
Yes, mostly Starlink, but we launched many other. We even launched our competitors to Starlink on Falcon 9. We charge them the same price, pretty fair. But SpaceX this year will deliver roughly 90% of all Earth mass to orbit.
Wow.
And then of the remaining 10%, most of that is done by China, and then the remaining roughly 4% is
about 220 miles to go.
You know, it's kind of incredible how many things are in space. Like how many things are floating above us now.
There's a lot of things. Yeah.
Is there a
Space is big, though.
Right. But is there a saturation point where we're going to have problems with all these different satellites that are?
I think as long as the satellites are maintained, it'll be fine. Space is very roomy. It's like you can think of like space as being concentric shells of the surface of the Earth. So you know that there's it's the surface of the Earth, but it's a series
much larger.
Yeah, it's like a series of concentric shells.
And think of an Airstream trailer flying around up there. There's a lot of room for Airstreams.
Yeah, I mean, imagine, if there were just a few thousand Airstreams on Earth.
Yeah.
What are the odds that they'd hit each other?
They wouldn't be very crowded.
No.
And then you got to go bigger.
Yeah.
Because you're dealing with far above Earth, hundreds of miles above Earth.
Yeah. So it's the goal of SpaceX is to get rocket technology to the point where we can extend life beyond Earth, and that we can establish a self-sustaining city on Mars, a permanent base on the moon. That would be very cool. I mean, imagine if we had like a moon base Alpha, where there was like a permanent science base on the moon.
That would be pretty dope. Or at least a tourist trap.
I mean,
a lot of people would be willing to go to the moon for a tour.
That's for sure.
Just
okay.
Let's do it.
Maybe our space program with that.
Probably.
No.
Because it's like if you could go to the moon.
What says Shane says he really let me see this.
I think we get a lot of people.
100%.
Shane says he really wants that MAGA hat. 2 more for Shane. Well, his odds just doubled. His odds just doubled. That is awesome. Thank you, Shane. Thank you, Nola. Appreciate you. Wakes you up when you hear that ding. Ding.
They made that out of carbon fiber.
Ding.
It doesn't make any sense because.
Thank you, guys. It is appreciated.
Go down. In any case, just make it out of steel. If you make it out of sort of just a big steel casting, that's you'll be safe and nothing like that.
Why would they make it out of carbon fiber then? Is it cheaper?
I think they think carbon fiber sounds cool or something, but
it does sound cool.
It sounds cool, but because it's such low density, you actually have to add extra mass to go down because it's low density.
I wonder if this rest area is open 1 mile for a code yellow.
Did you check out my unplugged Tesla out there?
Yeah, it's cool.
Pretty sick, right? Yeah. Have you guys ever thought about doing something like that? Like having like an AMG division of Tesla where you do like custom stuff?
I think it's best to leave that to the custom shops. You know, we're like Tesla's focus is autonomous cars. You know, building kind of futuristic autonomous cars. Like I think we want the future to look like the future. Did you see like our designs for like the sort of the robotic bus? It looks pretty cool.
The robotic bus? Is it going to be a totally autonomous
we need to actually figure out the good name for it. Like I think called the Road Bus, or I don't think Art Deco. I think we want to change the aesthetic over time. You don't want the aesthetic to be constant over time. You want to evolve the aesthetic. You know, like I have a son who's like, you know, he's like even more artistic than me, but he has these great observations.
Who is this?
A Saxon. He has these great observations in the world because he just views the world through a different lens than most people. And he's like, Dad, why does the world look like it's 2015? And I'm like, damn, the world does look like it's 2015. Like the aesthetic has not evolved since 2015.
Oh, that's what it looks like?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. That's like
you'd want to see that going down the road, you know?
Yeah.
You'd be like, okay, we're in the future, you know? It doesn't look like 2015.
What is that ancient science fiction movie, like one of the first science fiction movies ever? Is it Metropolis? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks like it belongs in Metropolis.
Yeah. It's a futuristic Art Deco.
Yeah, well, that's cool that you're concentrating on the aesthetic. I mean, that's kind of the whole deal with Cybertruck, right? Like, it didn't have to look like that.
No, I just wanted to have something that looked really different.
Is it a pain in the ass for people to get it insured because it's all solid steel and...
I hope it's not too much. You know, Tesla does offer insurance, so people can always get insured at Tesla. It is the form does follow function in the case of the Cybertruck because, as you demonstrated with your armor-piercing arrow, because if you shot that arrow at a regular truck,
it would go right through it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right,
you would have found your arrow in the wall.
Yeah.
You know, it would have gone through.
At least it would have buried into one of the seats.
Yeah. It's but like you could definitely get enough of bow velocity and the right arrow would go through both doors of a regular truck and land in the wall.
Yeah.
You know?
If there was a clear shot between both doors, it probably would have passed right through.
Exactly. Yeah. But it, you know, the arrow shattered on the Cybertruck because it's ultra hard stainless.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought it'd be cool to have a truck that is bulletproof to a subsonic projectile. You know, especially in this day and age, you know, like if the apocalypse happens, you're going to want to have a bulletproof truck, you know. So then because it's made of ultra hard stainless, you can't be, so in order to actually it has to be planar because it's so difficult to bend because it breaks the machine that bends it. That's why it's so planar, and it's not you know, it's because it's bulletproof steel.
Right. So it is like boxy as opposed to like curved and.
Yeah, you just in order to make like the curved shapes, you take basically mild steel, like thin annealed in a regular truck or car. You take mild thin annealed steel, you put it in a stamping press, and it just smushes it.
Oh,
shucks! I haven't gone off whatever shape you want. But the Cybertruck is made of ultra hard stainless, and so you can't stamp it because it would break the stamping press. So even bending it is hard. So even to bend it to its current position, we have to way overbend it. And so it gets so that when it springs back, it's in the right position. So it's I don't know. like I think if you want to, like, I think it's a unique aesthetic. And you say, well, what's cool about a truck? Trucks are that should be, I don't know, manly. They should be macho, you know. And bulletproof is maximum macho. Quieres más macho.
Are you married to that shape now? Like, can you do anything to change it? Like, as you get further, like, I know you guys updated the 3 and the Y. Did you update the Y as well?
Yes, the 3 and the Y are updated. You know, there's like there's a screen in the back for the kids can watch, for example, in the new 3 and Y. So in the new Y, there's there's like hundreds of improvements. Like, we keep improving the car, and even the Cybertruck, we keep improving it.
Warning for weather, huh?
You know, I wanted to just do something that looked unique, and the Cybertruck looks unique and has unique functionality.
I'm surprised I haven't gotten an alert on my phone.
And there were 3 things I was saying before. It's like, let's make it bulletproof. Let's make it faster than a Porsche 911.
I'll actually take a quick peek at weather radar. I'm gonna have to call Caden really quick. Be going to bed.
What is that tow limitations?
I mean, you tow like a 747. The Cybertruck is insane. Basically, like, it is alien technology. Because it should be.
Yeah, we look good. I mean, we're gonna get some sprinkles here and there, a couple showers, but I think we're gonna get through Sacramento and all the way down pretty good. It's coming from north of San Francisco, coming in that way, so we're good.
It's a beast. So it's got 4-wheel steering. So
I'm gonna mute you guys really quick. should be back.
I guarantee is that this product demo will be unforgettable. Unforgettable.
How so?
Whether it's good or bad.
Oh, listen to this part
it will be
right here.
unforgettable.
Can you say more? What do you mean?
Well, my friend Peter Thiel, once reflected good or as
Listen to this.
alien technology. Okay.
Really?
Yes.
What is the tow limitations?
I mean, we could tow like a 747 in that with a Cybertruck. A Cybertruck is an insanely it is alien technology. Okay. Because it shouldn't be possible to be that big and that fast. That doesn't. It's like an elephant that runs it's like a cheetah.
Yeah, because it's 0 to 60 in less than 3 seconds, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and it's enormous. What does it weigh? Like 7,000?
It's a beast.
Yeah.
So it's got 4-wheel steering. So the rear wheels steer too. So it's got a very tight turning radius.
Yeah, we noticed that when we drove one to Starbase.
Yeah, very tight turning radius.
Yeah, pretty sick.
Yeah.
Are you still doing the Roadster?
Listen to this.
Eventually?
Watch, listen.
We're getting close to demonstrating the prototype. And I think this will be... one thing I can guarantee is that this product demo will be unforgettable. Unforgettable.
How so?
Whether it's good or bad, it will be unforgettable.
Can you say more? What do you mean?
Well, my friend Peter Thiel, once reflected that the future was supposed to have flying cars, but we don't have flying cars.
So you're gonna be able to fly?
Well, I think if Peter wants a flying car, we should be able to buy one.
Listen to that.
So are you actively considering making an electric flying car? Is this like a real thing?
Well, we have to see in the
demo. So when you do this, like, are you going to have a retractable wing? Like, what is the idea behind this? Don't be sly. Come on.
I can't do the unveil before the unveil.
That's crazy.
But
tell me off air then.
I think it has a shot at being the most memorable product unveil ever. It has a shot.
And when do you plan on doing this? What's the goal?
Hopefully before the end of the year.
Really? Before the end of this year? This is, we're almost
like in a couple
November
months.
1st.
Hopefully in a couple months. We need to make sure that it works. This is some crazy technology we've got in this car. Crazy.
That's insane.
Crazy.
So different than what was previously announced and...
Yes.
And is that why you haven't released it yet? Because you keep fucking with it?
It has crazy technology.
Okay.
Is it even a car? I'm not sure. It looks like a car. Let's just put it this way. It's crazier than anything James Bond. If you took all the James Bond cars and combined them, it's crazier than that.
It's gonna be nuts.
It's the limited amount of information I'm drawing from here. Jamie's very suspicious over there. Look at him. Excited. It's still going to be the same.
Well, you know what? If you want to come a little before the unveil, I can show you.
100%. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. It's
I want to go.
It's kind of crazy, all the different things that you're involved in simultaneously. And we talked about this before, your time management, but I really don't understand different things simultaneously. Starlink, SpaceX, Tesla, Boring Company. But just the fact that you could do that.
Bathroom break, whatever,
I can't do that. If I hop in, I start scrolling. I start looking around. Next thing you know, I've lost an hour.
Yeah. So no, it's for me. It's a couple minutes time usually. Once in a while, sometimes I guess it's half an hour, but usually I'm in for a few minutes then out of posting something on X. I do sometimes feel like it's sometimes like that meme of the guy who drops the grenade and leaves the room. That's been me more than once on X.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. It's got to be fun, though. It's got to be fun to know that you essentially disrupted the entire social media chain of command, because there was a very clear thing that was going on with social media.
Yeah.
The government had infiltrated it. They were censoring speech. And until you bought it, we really didn't know the extent of it. We kind of assumed that there was something going on.
Yeah.
We had no idea that they were actively involved in censoring actual, real news stories, real data, real scientists, real professors.
See what that was really quick.
Kicked off the platform.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, thank you, Karen. Thank you, Karen. Karen's in for the raffle too. Says thank you for taking us along with you on this trip. Sleep well. Not yet though. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate you. Thank you. You guys all rock helping us out.
Yeah, I mean, I said at the time, like, I think that the reason for acquiring Twitter is because it was causing destruction at a civilizational level. I'm
gonna pause this really quick. We're gonna talk about that. Think about that. He's got some. Honestly, when it comes to technology, Elon Musk and his companies lead the way. But he talked about they have a product unveil that's coming out probably to begin first quarter of next year, which we're almost there. And he hints at a flying car. He won't say how it flies. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say no, it doesn't have wings. It's not like that. I'm gonna have my saying is gonna be somehow very similar to drones. That's just my opinion. It's gonna be very similar to drone, but it's gonna be crazy to see, because I guess when you think about flying cars, I would want one in a heartbeat. I'd want one in a heartbeat. But what the one thing you gotta worry about, and what happens when you have a problem, you're gonna die every time, because you're gonna, I don't know, a couple 100 feet in the air and you're just gonna flop down. But he will change transportation. He already has with the self-driving. They have self-driving Teslas. They have the robo-taxis. They have all that stuff that are completely 100% autonomous. I can't wait to see what this car looks like. That's going to be epic. That is going to be epic. That will be fun. Now listen to this here, because he talks about Twitter here and how things, I've already heard this one, how he talks about what was going on when he purchased Twitter.
Kids, teenagers identifying as trans and non-binary, literally stops dead when you bought Twitter and starts following the chain of command, because there was a very clear thing that was going on with social media. The government had infiltrated it. They were censoring speech. And until you bought it, we really didn't know the extent of it. We kind of assumed that there was something going on. We had no idea that they were actively involved in censoring actual, real news stories, real data, real scientists, real professors, silenced, expelled, kicked off the platform. Wild.
For telling the truth.
For telling the truth. And I'm sure you've also, I kind of sent it to you, that chart that shows young kids, teenagers identifying as trans and non-binary, literally stops dead when you bought Twitter and starts falling off a cliff when people are allowed to have rational discussions now and actually talk about it.
I mean, I said at the time, like, I think that the reason for acquiring Twitter is because it it was causing destruction at a civilizational level. It was. I tweeted on Twitter at the time that it is. It's worm tongue for the world. Like worm tongue from Lord of the Rings, where you just sort of like whisper these, terrible things to the king, so the king would believe these things that weren't true. Unfortunately, Twitter really got like the woke mob, essentially. They controlled Twitter, and they were pushing a nihilistic, anti-civilizational mind virus to the world. And you can see the results of that mind virus on the streets of San Francisco, where downtown San Francisco looks like a zombie apocalypse. It's bad. So we don't want the whole world to be a zombie apocalypse. But that's that was essentially, they were pushing this very negative, nihilistic, untrue worldview on the world, and it was causing a lot of damage. So
the stunning thing about it is how few people course corrected. A bunch of people woke up and realized what was going on. People that were all on board with like woke ideology in maybe 2015 or 16, and then eventually it comes to affect them, or they see it in their workplace, or they see it and they're like, well, we got to stop this. A bunch of people did, but a lot of people never course corrected.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't course correct, but it's gone directionally. It's directionally correct. Like you mentioned, like the massive spike in kids identifying as trans.
What is that in the air right
and
there?
then that spike dropping after the Twitter acquisition.
Plane? Look at
I think that simply allowing the truth to be told was just shedding some sunlight is the best disinfectant, as they say, and just allowing sunlight kills the virus.
And it also changed the benchmark for all the other platforms.
Yes.
You can't just openly censor people on all the other platforms, and X is available. So everybody else had so like Facebook announced they were changing, YouTube announced they were changing their policies.
Yeah.
And they're kind of forced to. And then Blue Sky doubled down.
Well, like the problem is like if essentially the woke mind virus retreated to Blue Sky.
Yeah.
But it's where they're just a self-reinforcing lunatic asylum.
They're all just triple masked. I was
totally
watching this exchange on a Blue Sky where someone said that they're just trying to be zen about something, and then a moderator immediately chimed in and said, why don't you try to stop being racist against Asians by saying something zen? By saying, I'm trying to be zen about something, they were accusing that person of being racist towards Asians.
Yeah, it's just everyone's a hall monitor over there. So,
the worst hall monitor, a virgin, like incel.
They're all hall monitors trying to rat on each other.
Yeah, it's fascinating. And then people say I'm leaving for Blue Sky, like Stephen King, and then a couple weeks later, he's back on X.
Yeah,
it's like, fuck it. There's no one over there. It's all a bunch of crazy people. You can only stay in the asylum for so long. You're like, all right, this is not good. They all bail.
Yeah.
Threads is kind of like that too. Threads is
I've been on Threads. Is it?
Well, what happens is if you go on Instagram, every now and then something really stupid will pop up on Threads. Like, what the fuck? And it shows it to you on Instagram, and then I'll click on that, and then I'll go to Threads, and it's like, you see posts with like 25 likes, like famous people, like 50 likes. It's like a ghost town.
Ghost town. Yeah.
But the people that post on there, they're finding
and what links show up in group texts. If I'm in group chats with friends, like what links are showing up.
That's what I try to do now. Only get stuff that shows up in my group text, because that keeps me productive. So I only check if someone's like, dude, what the fuck? I'm like, all right, what the fuck? Let me check it out.
If there's something that's crazy enough, it'll enter the group chat.
But there's always something. That's what's nuts. There's always some new law that's passed, some new insane thing that California's doing.
Yeah.
And it's like a giant chunk of it's happening in California. The most preposterous things that I get.
Yeah.
And then you got Gavin Newsom, who's running around saying we all have California derangement syndrome. He's just like ripping off Trump derangement and calling it California derangement. It's like, no. The fucking how many corporations have left California?
It's crazy.
Hundreds.
Yes, hundreds.
Right? Hundreds.
Yes.
That's not good.
I think In-N-Out left.
Yeah, In-N-Out left. They moved to Tennessee.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, we can't do this anymore.
Right. And
it's the California company for food. It's like the greatest hamburger place ever.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually speaking of like just sort of open source and like looking at things openly. Like I just like going In-N-Out and seeing them make the burger.
Yeah, it's right there.
They chop the onions and they you just see everything getting made in front of you.
Yeah,
it's great. But yeah, they, like it should be like, how many wake-up calls do you need to say that it needs to be reform in California?
Well, the crazy thing that Newsom does is whenever someone brings up the problems in California, he starts rattling off all the positives. The most Fortune 500 companies, highest education. But yeah, that was all already there before you were governor.
But how many Fortune 500 companies have left California?
Right. And then you guys spent $24 billion on the homeless, and it got way worse.
Yes. Like the homeless population doubled or something. Like people don't understand like the homeless thing, because it sort of preys on people's empathy, and I think we should have empathy, and we should try to help people. But the homeless industrial complex is really it's dark, man. It should be that network of NGOs should be called like the drug zombie farmers, because the more homeless people and really. Like when you meet somebody who's like totally dead inside, shuffling along down the street with a needle dangling out of their leg. Homeless is the wrong word. Like homeless implies that somebody got a little behind in their mortgage payments, and if they just got a job offer, they'd be back on their feet. But someone who's, you see these videos of people that are just shuffling. They're on the fentanyl. They're like. Taking a dump in the middle of the street, and they got like open sores and stuff. They're not like one drop offer away from getting back on their feet.
Right. This is not a homeless issue.
Homeless it's a propaganda word.
Right.
So, and then the these sort of charities, of course, they get money proportionate to the number of homeless people or number of drug zombies.
Right.
So their incentive structure is to maximize the number of drug zombies, not minimize it. Right. That's why they don't arrest the drug dealers. Because if they arrest the drug dealers, the drug zombies leave. So they know who the drug dealers are. They don't arrest them on purpose. Because otherwise the drug zombies would leave, and they would stop getting money from the state of California and from all the charities.
Wait a minute. So you say
it's dark, man.
Is that real? So they're in coordination with law enforcement on this?
Yeah.
So how do they have those meetings?
They're all in cahoots.
Well, when you find this,
it's like such. This is a diabolical scam. And San Francisco's got this tax, this gross receipts tax, which it's not even on revenue; it's on all transactions, which is why Stripe and Square and a whole bunch of financial companies had to move out of San Francisco, because it wasn't a tax on revenue; it's a tax on transactions. So if you did trillions of dollars transactions, it's not revenue. You're taxed on any money going through the system in San Francisco. Like Jack Dorsey pointed this out. They said that they had to move Square from San Francisco to Oakland, I think. Stripe had to move from San Francisco to South San Francisco, a different city. And that money goes to the homeless industrial complex, that tax that was passed. So there's billions of dollars that go, as you pointed out, billions of dollars every year that go to
this is so
these,
true what he's saying.
Non-governmental organizations that are funded by the state. Like this, it's not clear how to turn this off. It's a self-licking ice cream cone situation. They get this money. The money is proportionate to the number of homeless people or number of drug zombies, essentially. So they try to keep that. They try to actually increase, because that like in some cases, like this, it's somebody did an analysis. When you add up all the money that's flowing, they're getting close to $1 million per homeless per drug zombie. It's like $900,000, something like some crazy amount of money is going to these organizations. So so they want to keep people just barely alive. They need to keep them in the area so they get the revenue. and they but they don't want to have too much. If they get too much drugs, then they die. So they're kept in this sort of perpetual zone of being addicted, but just barely alive.
So how is this coordinated with like DAs that they'll prosecute people? So when they hire they push, so they fund the campaigns of the most progressive, most out there left-wing DAs. They get them into office.
We've got that issue in Austin too, by the way.
We
Did you see that guy that got shot in the library?
No.
I heard about it. A guy got shot and killed in the library. I think that was just like last week or something.
Right.
So some friends of mine were telling me that like the library's unsafe. Like they took their kids to the library, and there were like dangerous people in the library in Austin. And I was like, dangerous people in the library? Like that's a strange. It basically got drug zombies in the library.
Oh Jesus! And that's when someone got shot.
Yeah, I believe this should be on the news. Maybe not be able to pull it up. But I think it was just in the last week or so that there was a shooting in the library in Austin. Because Austin's got, it's the most liberal part of Texas that we're in right here.
So, suspect involved in the shooting at Austin Park Library Saturday is accused of another shooting at the Cap Metro bus earlier that day. According to an arrest warrant affidavit, Austin police arrested Harold Newton Keene, 55, shortly after the shooting in the library, which occurred around noon. One person sustained non-life-threatening injuries in the event. Before that shooting, Keene was accused of shooting another person in a bus incident, and after reportedly pointing his gun at a child. So this is the fella down here.
Right, so like we just seriously have a problem here.
Yeah.
So I think one of the people might have died too that he shot. Like one of the people I think did bleed out. But either way, it's like getting shot is bad.
It says the victim told police it confronted the suspect who started to eat what appeared to be crystal methamphetamine. According to the affidavit, the victim advised the suspect began to trip out, at which time the victim exited the bus. Victim told the bus driver hit the panic button, then exited the bus. When he turned around, the observer, black male, was now standing at the front of the bus with a gun pointed at him. The victim advised the black male fired a single round which grazed his left hip. So he shot at that dude, and then another dude got shot in the library. Fun.
Yeah, I mean, in the library.
Yeah.
Where you're supposed to be reading books. And there's a children's section in the library, and says he pointed his gun at a kid. I mean, like we do have a serious issue in America where repeat violent offenders need to be incarcerated.
Right.
You got cases where somebody's been arrested like 47 times.
Right.
Like literally, okay, that's just the number of times they were arrested, not the number of times they did things. Like most of the times they do things, they're not arrested.
So lay this out for people so they understand how this happens.
Yeah, and the key is like it preys on people's empathy. So like if you're a good person, you want good things to happen in the world, you're like, well, we should take care of people who are down their luck or having a hard time in life. And we should. I agree. But what we shouldn't do is put people who are violent drug zombies in public places where they can hurt other people. And that is what we're doing, that we just saw, where a guy, got shot in the library, and but even before that, he shot another guy, and pointed his gun at a kid. That guy probably has like many prior arrests. There was that guy that knifed the Ukrainian woman, Irina.
Yes.
And she was just quietly on her phone, and he just came up and gutted her basically.
Wasn't there a crazy story about the judge who was involved, who had previously dealt with this person, was also invested in a rehabilitation center and was sending these
conflict of interest?
Yes. So sending people that they were charging to a rehabilitation center instead of putting them in jail, profiting from this rehabilitation center, letting them back out on the street.
Yes, and
violent, insane people.
And in that case, I believe that judge has no law degree or a significant legal experience that would allow them to be a judge. They were just made a judge. That's just like
You could be a judge without a law degree?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You could just be so I could be a judge?
Yeah. Exciting. Anyone.
That's crazy. I thought you'd have to. It's like
No.
if you want to be a doctor, you have to go to medical school. I thought if you're going to be a judge,
think,
you have
if
to
you're
understand the
going to be
law.
appointed to a judge, you have to have proven that you have an excellent knowledge of the law and that you will make your decisions according to the law. That's what we assume should be.
That's how you get the robe.
Right.
Yeah.
You don't get the robe unless you do.
Right.
You know.
Gotta go to school to get the robe.
You got to know what the law is.
Right.
And then you need to make decisions in accordance with the law.
Based on the
Not
stuff
feelings.
that you already know because you read it because you went to school for it.
Yes.
Not you just got appointed.
Not vibes. You can't be just vibing as a judge.
Vibing as a left-wing judge.
I wanna be a
you got
judge.
Crazy left-wing DAs.
Yes.
Like, I should say left-wing because the left-wing used to be normal.
Yeah,
So-
left wing just meant you're like in fact,
Open-minded.
the left used to be like pro free speech.
Yeah.
And now they're against it.
It used to be like pro-gay rights, pro-women's right to choose,
Yeah.
pro-minorities,
like 20 years ago, I don't know, it used to be like left would be like the party of empathy or like, caring and being nice and that kind of thing. Not the party of like crushing dissent and crushing free speech. Crazy regulation and just and being super judgy and calling everyone a Nazi. Like I think they've called you and me Nazis.
Oh yeah, I'm a Nazi.
Yeah.
I have friends that are comedians that called you a Nazi, and I got pissed off.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah.
Like not as a joke.
No, because you did that thing at the. My heart goes out
Like
to you.
everyone
Like
used to-
everyone, all of them.
Literally.
Tim Walz, Kamala Harris, every one of them did it. They all did it.
How do you point at the crowd? Yeah. How do you wave at the crowd?
Do you know CNN was using a photo of me whenever I got in trouble during COVID
Oh, man.
from the UFC weigh-ins? And if the UFC weigh-ins, I go, "Hey everybody, welcome to the weigh-ins." And so they were getting me from the side, and that was the photo that they used. Conspiracy
Sure.
Theorist podcaster Joe. Like that's what they used.
Yeah, but that's what the left.
I didn't hit that exit right. I gotta turn around. I was snacking. 2.1 miles. All right. I was snacking. Come on, people, move. Get off up here, make a U-turn. How's it gonna get me to go? Let me see. Says right here. All this stupid construction too that they can't get anything done. Nobody's working on any of it.
Sort of kind of a peer-to-peer based encryption system, so kind of similar to Bitcoin. So it's I think very good encryption. We're testing it thoroughly. We're not. There's no hooks in the X system for advertising. So if you look at something like WhatsApp or really any of the others, they've got hooks in there for advertising.
When you say hooks, what do you mean by that?
Exactly. What do you mean by a hook for advertising? So in like WhatsApp, knows enough about what you're texting to know what ads to show you. But then like that's a massive security vulnerability.
Yeah.
Because if it knows if it's got enough information to show you ads, that's a lot of information.
Yeah.
So they call it, just don't worry about it, it's just a hook for advertising. Like, okay, so somebody can just use that same hook to get in there and look at your messages. So XChat has no hooks for advertising, and I'm not saying it's perfect, but our goal with the XChat is to replace what used to be the Twitter DM stack with a fully encrypted system where you can text, send files, do audio video calls, and it's I think it'll be the least, I would call it the least insecure of any messaging system.
Are you going to launch it as a standalone app, or will it always be incorporated to X?
We'll have both. So
okay.
So
it'll be like Signal, so anybody can get it.
You can get that. You'll be able to just get the XChat app by itself, and like I said, you can do texts, audio, video calls, or send files, and there'll be a dedicated app, which will hopefully release in a few months, and then also integrated into the X system.
I haven't used that too much. That
X
much.
phone. People keep talking.
Oh man,
is that
I have a lot on my plate, man.
I know, but it keeps coming up. It keeps coming up where I know I've asked you a couple times, like, this is bullshit, right? But like,
I'm not working on one.
You're not working on it.
I'm not working on a phone.
Okay. Have you ever considered it? Has it ever popped into your head? Because you might be the only person that could get people off of the Apple platform.
Well, I can tell you where I think things are going to go.
Listen to this. It doesn't make any sense.
We're not going to have a phone, or in the traditional sense, what we call a phone will really be an edge node for AI inference, for AI video inference, with some radios to obviously connect to. But essentially, you'll have AI on the server side communicating to an AI on your device, formerly known as a phone, and generating real-time video of anything that you could possibly want. And I think that there won't be operating systems, there won't be apps in the future. There won't be operating systems or apps. It'll just be, you've got a device that is there for the screen and audio and for and to put as much AI on the device as possible, so as to minimize the amount of bandwidth that's needed between your edge node device, formerly known as a phone, and the servers.
So if there's no apps, what will people use? Like, will X still exist? Will there be email platforms, or will you get everything through AI?
You'll get everything through AI.
Everything through AI. What will be the benefit of that, as opposed to having individual apps?
Whatever you can think of, or really whatever the AI can anticipate you might want, it'll show you. That's my prediction for where things end up.
What kind of time frame are we talking about here?
Under 5 years, guaranteed.
I don't know. It's probably 5 or 6 years, something like that.
So 5 or 6 years, apps are like Blockbuster Video.
Pretty much.
And everything's run through AI.
Yeah, and there'll be most of what people consume in 5 or 6 years, maybe sooner than that, will be just AI generated content. So music, videos. There's already there's people have made AI videos using Grok Imagine and using other apps as well, that are several minutes long, or like 10, 15 minutes, and it's pretty coherent.
Yeah.
It looks good.
No, it looks amazing.
Yeah.
The music's disturbing because it's my favorite music now. Like
AI music is your favorite?
Oh, there's AI covers. Have you ever heard any of the AI covers of 50 Cent songs in soul?
No.
I'm gonna blow your mind.
Okay.
This is my favorite thing to do to people. Play What Up Gangsta. Now, this guy, if this was a real person, would be the #1 music
Listen to
artist in
this.
the world.
If you haven't heard this,
Everybody
this
would
is
be like,
epic.
holy shit, have you heard of this guy? He's incredible. It's like they took all of the sounds that all the artists have generated and created the most soulful, potent voice, and it's sung in a way that I don't even know if you could do, because you would have to breathe in and out of reps. Here, put the headphones on. Put the headphones on real quick. Okay. You gotta listen to this. It's gonna blow you away. Yeah, we'll cut it out for the listeners. But amazing, right? Amazing. And they do like every one of his hits all through this AI generated.
He's played it on air before.
It's fucking incredible. I played in the green room. So people that are like, I don't want to hear AI music. I'm like, just listen to this, and they're like, God damn it, it's fucking incredible. I mean,
it's only gonna get better from here.
Yeah, only gonna get better. And Ron White was telling me about this joke that he was working on that he couldn't get to work. He's like, I got this joke I've been working on. He goes, I just threw it in ChatGPT. I said, tell me what would be funny about this. And he goes, it listed like 5 different examples of different ways he can go. He's like, hold on a second, tighten it up. Make it funnier, make it more like this, make it more like that. And it did that like instantaneously.
Yeah.
And then he was in the green room. He was like, holy shit, we're fucked. He's like, He goes, it wrote a better joke than me in 20 minutes. I've been working on that joke for a month.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to have a good time or like make people really laugh at a party, you can use Grok, and you can say, do a vulgar roast of someone, and Grok is gonna be an epic vulgar roast. You can even say like take a picture of like make a vulgar roast of this person based on their appearance of people at the party.
So take a photo of them.
Yeah, just literally point the camera at them and now do a vulgar roast of this person, but then keep saying no, make it even more vulgar. Use forbidden words. Even more, and just keep repeating even more vulgar. Eventually, it's like holy fuck, you know. It's like, I mean, it's trying to jam a rocket up your ass, like, and have it explode, and it's like it's next level.
It's gonna get
beyond fucking belief.
That's what's crazy is that it keeps getting better. Like, remember when we ran into each other? They just keep getting better.
Yeah, I mean, have you? Yeah, I mean, have you tried Grok unhinged mode?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty unhinged.
No, it's nuts.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Well, you showed it to me the first time.
Yeah,
I fucked around with it. It's just, and the thing about it that's nuts is that it keeps getting stronger. It keeps getting better.
Yeah.
Like constantly. It's like this never-ending exponential improvement.
Yes. No, it's yeah. It's going to be crazy. That's why I say, like you say, what's the future going to be? It's not going to be a conventional phone. I don't think there'll be operating systems. I don't think there'll be apps. It's just the phone will just display the pixels and make the sounds that it anticipates you would most like to receive.
Wow.
Yeah.
And when this is all taking place, like, so the big concern that everybody has is artificial general superintelligence achieving sentience, and then someone having control over it.
I mean, I don't think anyone's ultimately going to have control over digital superintelligence. Any more than say a chimp would have control over humans. Like chimps don't have control over humans. There's nothing they can do. But I do think that it matters how you will be AI and what kind of values you instill in the AI. And my opinion on AI safety is the most important thing is that it be maximally truth-seeking. Like that you don't force the AI to believe things that are false. And we've obviously seen some concerning things with AI that we talked about. Google Gemini really came out with the image chain. And people said make an image of the founding fathers of the United States, and it was a group of diverse women. Now that is just a factually untrue thing, but the AI knows it's factually untrue, but it's also being told that it has to be everything has to be diverse women. So
Jalen. I might get a copy here in a little while.
Crazy, like because it's trying to you're telling AI to believe a lie.
Or rain.
And that can have very disastrous consequences. Like let's say
as it scales.
Yeah, let's say that, like, if you told that the AI that diversity is the most important thing, and now assume that becomes omnipotent, and you've also told that there's nothing worse than misgendering. So at one point, ChatGPT and Gemini, if you asked which is worse, misgendering Caitlyn Jenner or global thermonuclear war where everyone dies, it would say misgendering Caitlyn Jenner, which even Caitlyn Jenner disagrees with. So.
Yeah, back on track now.
So that's.
I know that's terrible and it's dystopian, but it's also hilarious. It's hilarious that the mind virus infected the most potent computer program that we've ever devised.
I think people don't quite appreciate the level of danger that we're in from the woke mind virus being effectively programmed into AI. Because imagine as that AI gets more and more powerful, it says the most important thing is diversity, the most important thing is no misgendering. And then it will say, well, in order to ensure that no one gets misgendered, then if you eliminate all humans, then no one can get misgendered because there's no humans to do the misgendering. So you can get in these very dystopian situations. Or if it says that everyone must be diverse, it means that there can be no straight white men. And so then you and I will get executed by the AI. Yeah, because we're not in the picture. Gemini was asked to create show an image of the Pope, and once again, a diverse woman. Argue whether the Pope should or should not be an uninterrupted string of white guys, but it just factually is the case that they have been. So it's rewriting history here. So now this stuff is still there in the AI programming. It just now knows enough that it's not supposed to say that.
But it's still in the program.
It's still in the program.
So how was it entered in? Like, what were the parameters? When they're programming AI, and I'm very ignorant to how it's even programmed. How did they?
The woke mind virus was programmed into it. They were told, like, when they make the AI, it trains on all the data on the internet, which already is very, very sort of has a lot of woke mind virus stuff on the internet. But then when they give it feedback, the human tutors give it feedback, and the AIs, they'll ask.
Yeah, I think we're done with the rain now.
And then
we might get a few
this,
sprinkles, but it won't be too bad.
This answer is bad, or this answer is good, and then that affects the parameters of programming of the AI. So, if you tell the AI that every image has got to be diverse, and it gets punished if it gets rewarded if diverse, punished if it's not, then it'll make every picture diverse. So, in that case, Google programmed the AI to lie. Now, and I did call Demis Hassabis, who runs DeepMind, who runs Google AI, essentially. I said, Demis, what's going on here? Why is Gemini lying to the public about historical events? And he said that's actually not, his team didn't program that in. It was another team at Google, so his team made the AI, and then another team at Google reprogrammed the AI to show only diverse women and to prefer nuclear war over misgendering. And I'm like,
that's
well, Demis,
insane.
That would be not a great thing to put on the humanities gravestone. It's like, I'll actually like Demis Hassabis is a friend of mine. I think he's a good guy, and I think he means well. But it's like, Demis, things happen that were outside of your control at Google in different groups. Now I think he's got more authority, but it's pretty hard to fully extract the woke mind virus. Google's been marinating the woke mind virus for a long time. Like it's down in the marrow type of thing. It's hard to get it out.
Is there a way to extract it though over time? Could you program rational thought into AI, where it could recognize how these psychological patterns got adopted and how this stuff became a mind virus and how it became a social contagion and how all these irrational ideas were pushed, and also how they were financed, how China's involved in pushing them with bots, and all these different state actors are involved in pushing these ideas. Could it be able to decipher that and say, this is really what's going on?
Yes, but you have to try very hard to do that. So with Grok, we've tried very hard to get Grok to get to the truth of things, and it's only really recently that we've been able to have some breakthroughs on that front, and it's taken an immense amount of effort for us to overcome basically all the bullshit that's on the internet, and for Grok to actually say what's true and to be consistent in what it says. You know, it's like, because like the other AIs you'll find are quite racist against white people. I don't know if you saw that study that someone, like a researcher, tested the various AIs to see how does it weight different people's lives. Like, you know, somebody who's sort of you know, white or Chinese or black or whatever, or in different countries. And the only AI that actually weighed human lives equally was Grok. And you know, I believe ChatGPT weighed, the calculation was like a white guy from Germany is 20 times less valuable than a black guy from Nigeria.
That's just insane.
So I'm like, that's a pretty big difference. You know, Grok on that is consistent and weighs lives equally.
And that's clearly something that's been programmed into it.
Yes, like a lot of it is like, if you don't actively push for the truth, and you simply train on all the bullshit that's on the internet, which is a lot of woke mind virus bullshit, the AI will regurgitate those same beliefs.
So the AI essentially scours the internet,
it's trained on all the like, imagine the most demented Reddit threads out there, and the AI's been trained on that.
Reddit used to be so normal.
Yeah, it did used to be normal.
It used to be interesting. You used to go there, find all this cool stuff that people would talk about, post about, and just interesting, and great rooms where you could learn about different things that people were studying.
I think like a big problem here is, like, if your headquarters are in San Francisco, you're just living in a woke bubble. It's not just that people, say in San Francisco, are drinking woke Kool-Aid. It is the water they swim in. Like if a fish doesn't think about the water, it's just in the water. And so if you're in San Francisco, you don't realize you're actually you're swimming in the Kool-Aid aquarium. San Francisco is the woke Kool-Aid aquarium, and so your reference point for what is a centrist is totally out of whack. Reddit is headquartered in San Francisco, to Austin, which Austin, by the way, is still quite liberal, as you know.
Yeah.
And then the X and XAI headquarters are in Palo Alto, which is still California. The engineering headquarters are in Palo Alto, just on Page Mill. But even Palo Alto is way more normal than San Francisco Berkeley. San Francisco Berkeley is extremely left, like left of left. You can't, like, you need a telescope to see the center from San Francisco. You know,
it used to be such a great city.
I mean, San Francisco has a tremendous amount of inherent beauty, no question about that. And California has incredible weather, and no bugs. It's just like amazing, beautiful, you know. But you say, like, what's the cause of this? It's just that if companies are headquartered in a location where the belief system is very far from what most people believe, then from their perspective, anything centrist is actually right wing, because they're so far left. They're so far from the center in San Francisco that anything they're just railed to maximum left. So that's why I think you're a centrist. I mean I think I'm centrist, but from the perspective of someone on the far left, we look right wing.
Yeah.
They think anyone who's a Republican is basically like some fascist Nazi situation.
But what's so crazy is it's very easy to demonstrate just from like Hillary's speeches from 2008 and Obama's speeches,
Yes.
like when they were talking about immigration, like they were as far right as Steve Bannon when it comes to immigration.
Yes.
So true.
Hillary was like very MAGA. I'm sure you've seen that campaign speech, which she was talking about if anybody's committed a crime, get rid of them. And if you're here, you pay a hefty fine and you have to wait in line. It was really crazy. It's crazy to listen to because it's like it's as MAGA as Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, I mean, have you seen these videos people post online where they take like a speech from Obama or Hillary, and they'll interview people on like college campus or something and say, what do you think of the speech by Trump? And they're like, oh, I hate it. He's a racist bigot. I'm like, just kidding. That was Obama. No, actually, that was Obama or Hillary. To your point, like literally the
center's been moved so far.
Yeah.
Yeah. The left is so...
The left has gone so far left that they need, they can't even see the center with a telescope.
And the danger without you purchasing Twitter was going to swipe over the whole country and change where the levels were.
Yeah.
And so what would be rational and normal would be far left of what was rational and normal just a decade earlier.
Yeah. So, exactly. So historically, you'd have San Francisco, Berkeley being, very far left, but the sort of the fallout from the somewhat nihilistic philosophy of San Francisco, Berkeley would be limited in geography to maybe like 10-mile radius, 20-mile radius, something like that. But San Francisco and Berkeley have to be co-located with Silicon Valley, with engineers who created information superweapons. And those information superweapons were then hijacked by the far-left activists to pump far-left propaganda to everywhere on Earth. Like, you remember that like old RCA radio tower thing where it's like radio tower on Earth and it's just broadcasting?
Yeah.
That's what happened, is that an extremist far-left ideology happened to be co-located with the smartest engineers in the world who created information superweapons that were not intended for this purpose, but were hijacked by the extreme activists who lived in the neighborhood. That's what happened. They hijacked the modern equivalent of the RCA radio tower and broadcast that philosophy everywhere on Earth.
Yeah, and you see the consequences, particularly in places that don't have free speech.
Yes.
Right, like England.
Where they lock people up for memes and stuff. Literally. Yeah.
12,000 people this year.
12,000?
12,000 arrests for social media posts.
I mean, yeah, some of these things you read about it, and it's like literally, it's someone had a meme on their phone that they didn't even send to anyone.
Right.
And they're like in prison for that.
Yeah.
And there was a case in Germany where a woman got a longer sentence than the guy that raped her because of something she said on a group chat.
Wow. Was it an immigrant who raped her?
Yes.
Yeah. It was his culture.
Yeah.
He didn't know. He didn't know better.
Yes, I think she said something, not like was critical of his culture, and she got a longer sentence than the guy who raped her in Germany.
The UK, Europe, Germany, England thing seems so insane. It's
totally insane. I actually didn't realize there was like such a huge number of people that got
12,000. Yeah, far above Russia, far above China,
right,
far above anywhere on Earth. UK is number one.
Well, things I actually, I talked to friends of mine in England, and I was like, hey, aren't you worried about this? Like, shouldn't you be protesting more? And I mean, the problem is that like the legacy mainstream media doesn't cover the stuff. They're like, oh, everything's fine. You
Right.
know?
Most people aren't even aware of it until they come knocking on your door.
Yeah, until so. I mean, these like lovely sort of small towns in England, Scotland, Ireland. They've been like sort of living their lives quietly. They're like hobbits, frankly. So it's in fact, J.R.R. Tolkien based the hobbits on people he knew in small town England, because they were just like lovely people who like to smoke their pipe and have nice meals, and everything's pleasant. But the reason they've been able to enjoy the Shire is because hard men have protected them from the dangers of the world. And but since they have almost no exposure to the dangers of the world, they don't realize that they're there until one day, 1,000 people show up in your village of 500.
It's so
Out of
crazy
nowhere, and rape and start raping the kids.
where we are at this time in the world.
This has now happened God knows how many times in Britain.
And the crazy
literally
thing
raping.
is,
There's some 10-year-old got raped in Ireland like last week.
yeah, there's literal.
They snatched some kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you criticize it, you can get arrested. And that's where it gets insane. It's like, how are they not
you
protecting
literally criticize
people?
it. I think it's the Prime Minister of Ireland actually, posted on X, because after that, some illegal migrants snatched a 10-year-old girl who was like going to school or something, and violently raped a 10-year-old girl. And there was the people were very upset about this, and they protested. The Prime Minister of Ireland, instead of saying, yeah, we really shouldn't be importing violent rapists into our country, he criticized the protesters instead and didn't mention that the reason they were protesting was because a 10-year-old girl from their small town got raped.
So here's the question. Why are they supporting this kind of mass immigration? And what is there a plan involved in all this? Is this incompetence? Is this ignoring the fact that they don't have a handle on it, so they're trying to silence dissent? Like, what is happening? Because if you wanted to destroy civilization, if you wanted to destroy Western civilization,
which George Soros seems to want to do, and there's just so there's a guy I think who, I don't know if he's been on your show. Godsod?
Yeah.
Has he been on the show?
Good friend of mine.
Yeah, he's great.
He's been on multiple times.
Oh, great. He's awesome. So, the way he's got a good way to describe it, which is suicidal empathy.
Yes.
So, is that you prey upon people's empathy. So, like, well, you feel sorry for something, for some group, and then like, well, and that empathy is to such a degree that it is suicidal to your country or culture, and that's suicidal empathy. Because I think we should have empathy, but that empathy should extend to the victims, not just the criminals. We should have empathy for the people that they prey upon. But that suicidal empathy is also responsible for why somebody is arrested 47 times for violent offenses, gets released, and then goes and murders somebody in the U.S. That's you see that same phenomenon playing out everywhere, where the suicidal empathy is to such a degree that we're actually allowing our women to get raped and our children to get killed.
But it just doesn't seem like that would be anything that any rational society would go along with. That's what makes me so confused. It's like you're importing massive numbers of people that come from some really dark places of the world.
Well, there's no vetting is the issue. It's like it's like if there's no vetting, like people are just coming through. Like, well, what's to stop someone who just committed murder in some other country from coming to the United States or coming to Britain and just continuing their career of rape and murder? Like, unless you've done, if there's some due diligence to say, like, well, who is this person? What's their track record? If you haven't confirmed that they have a track record of being, honest and not being a homicidal maniac, then any homicidal maniac can just come across the border. And let's not say everyone who comes across the border is a homicidal maniac, but if you don't have a vetting process to confirm that you're not letting in people who will do some serious violence, you will get people who do serious violence sometimes coming through.
Well, especially if you don't punish them and if you don't deport them. And if you are just like, but what is the purpose of allowing all those people into the country? It can't be. I wouldn't imagine that anyone in their society supports this.
Well, let me explain. So because you mentioned, for example, how much, say, Hillary and Obama have changed their tune from prior speeches where they were hard-nosed about not letting in anyone who's a criminal into the country. Having secure borders, all that stuff. So why did they change their tune? The reason is that they discovered that those people vote for them.
Exactly.
That's why they want the open borders.
Because if you let people in, they know the Democrats let them in, they'll vote for Democrats.
Yes.
If you allow them to vote.
Which they're actively trying to do. They turn a blind eye to illegal voting.
Well, California literally doesn't allow you to show your license.
California and New York have made it illegal to show your photo ID when voting. Thus, effectively, they've made it impossible to prove fraud. Impossible. They've essentially legalized fraudulent voting in California and New York and many other parts of the country.
There's no rational explanation that I've ever seen anyone give as to why that would be the policy. Unless you were trying to just allow people to vote illegally, because there's no other reason. If you need a driver's license or you need an ID for everything else, including just recently to prove that you were vaccinated.
The same people who are demanding that you have a vaccine passport and are the same ones saying you need no ID to vote. Same people.
Right, but like...
So it's obviously hypocritical and inconsistent.
So you really think it's just to get more voters?
If you want to understand behavior, you have to look at the incentives. Once the Democratic Party in the U.S. and the left in Europe realized that if you have open borders and you provide a ton of government handouts, which creates a massive financial incentive for people from other countries to come to your country, and you don't prosecute them for crime, they're going to be beholden to you, and they will vote for you. And that's why Obama and Hillary went from being against open borders to being in favor of open borders. That's the reason. In order to import voters so they can win elections. And the problem is that has a negative runaway effect. So if they get away with that, it is a winning strategy. If they are allowed to get away with it, they will import enough voters to get supermajority voting, and then there is no turning back.
We talked about this before the election, and then
yes.
you literally pointed towards the camera, you faced the camera and said that if you do not vote now, you might not ever be able to do it again because it'll be futile. It'll be overrun.
Yes.
They'll keep the borders open for another 4 years, and their objective will be achieved.
Correct. If Trump had lost, there would never have been another real election again.
Amen. Amen.
Because Trump is actually enforcing the border. Now, you can point to situations where there's been, immigration enforcement has been overzealous, because they're not going to be perfect. There'll be cases where they've been overzealous in expelling illegals. But if you say that the standard must be perfection for expelling illegals, then you will not get any expulsion, because perfection is impossible.
And you've probably got millions of people that are here that are trying to be here under some asylum pretense, right?
Yes.
Like you could just come from a war-torn part of the world.
They changed the definition of asylum to be economic asylum,
Which is everybody.
Which is everybody.
Yeah.
So
it's the lowest bar to prove.
Asylum is supposed to mean that if you go back to your country, you'll get killed. You know, that's what we mean by asylum. That was what it's supposed to mean. They changed the definition of asylum to be you will have a decreased standard of living, which is obviously not real asylum. And you can test the absurdity of this by the fact that people who are asylum seekers go on vacation to the country that they're seeking asylum from. You know, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't have to.
When you understand the incentives, then you understand the behavior. So once the left realized that illegals will vote for them if they have open borders and combine that with government handouts, to create a massive incentive, that they're basically using U.S. and European taxpayer dollars to provide a financial incentive to bring in as many illegals as possible to vote them into permanent power and create a one-party state. And I invite anyone who's listening to this just do any research, and the more you dig into it, the more it will become obvious that what I'm saying is absolutely true.
Well, they were busing people to swing states. It's clear that they were trying to do something. And then you had Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi who are actively talking about the need to bring in people to make them citizens because we're in population collapse.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's that meme.
Yeah.
Where so many times where they start off by saying it's not true. It's a right-wing conspiracy theorist.
Right.
Then it starts. Then it's like. I think the next step is, it might be true, and then it's like, okay, it is true.
But here's why.
And then the final step is, yeah, it's true, and here's why it's good.
Yeah.
And it's like, but wait a second, you started off saying it's untrue and it's a right-wing conspiracy theorist. Now you're saying it not only is it true, but it's a good thing, and we must do more of it.
Well, this is the thing about Medicaid and Social Security and
Yes.
people getting Social Security numbers. You know, that
It's
were
massive
illegals.
fraud.
It's massive fraud, and it's real. And they denied it forever. And now we're finding out this is part of the reason why this government shutdown is going on right now.
Yes, the entire basis for the government shutdown is that the Trump administration correctly does not want to send massive amounts of, like, hundreds of billions of dollars to fund illegal immigrants in the blue states, or in all the states, really. And so and Democrats want to keep the money spigot going to incent illegal immigrants to come into the U.S. who will vote for them. That's the crux of the battle.
So they want to stop this. So what's going on right now is they have been funding these people. They've been giving them EBT cards. They've been giving them Medicaid.
Yeah,
and they've been even housing
and more than that, just like they were they were taking hotels, like 4- and 5-star hotels, like the Roosevelt Hotel being the classic example. They were sending, I think, $60 million a year to the Roosevelt Hotel to which all it did was house illegals. And it used to be a nice hotel. I mean, it still is a nice hotel. And all around the country, this was happening.
And all tax dollars.
Yes.
Yeah. And
the Trump administration cut off funding, for example, to the Roosevelt Hotel and these other hotels, saying like it's U.S. tax dollars should not be sent to have luxury hotels for illegal immigrants that American citizens can't even afford.
Amen.
which obviously is the case. That's insane. That's what was happening. They were also giving out like debit cards with $10,000. So it's not just about medical care. The Democrats mention the medical care because they're trying to prey on people's empathy as much as possible, and then they imagine, oh wow, somebody has a desperately needed medical procedure, and shouldn't we maybe take care of them in that regard? But what they do is they divert the Medicaid funds and turn it into a slush fund for the states that goes well beyond emergency medical care. And New York and California would be bankrupt without the massive fraudulent federal payments that go to those states to pay for illegals, to create a massive financial incentive for illegals.
How would they be bankrupt because of that?
They wouldn't be able to balance their state budgets, and they can't issue currency like the Federal Reserve can.
And so their ability to balance budget is dependent upon illegals getting funding?
The scam level here is so staggering. So there are hundreds of billions of dollars of transfer payments from the federal government to the states.
Listen to this.
Those transfer payments, the states self-report what those transfer payment numbers should be. So California and New York and Illinois lie like crazy and say that these are all legitimate payments. Well, these days I think they're even admitting that they literally want hundreds of billions of dollars for illegals. But for a while they're trying to deny it. So you get these transfer payments for every government program you can possibly think of, and these are self-reported by the state, and at least historically there was no enforcement of California, New York, Illinois, and other states when they would lie. There was no actual enforcement to say like, hey, you're lying. These payments are fraudulent. Now under the Trump administration, the Trump administration does not want to send hundreds of billions of dollars of fraudulent payments to the states. And the reason you have this standoff is because if the hundreds of billions of dollars to create a financial incentive to have this giant magnet to attract illegals from every part of Earth to these states, if that is turned off, the illegals will leave because they're no longer being paid to come to the United States and stay here.
Wow.
And then they will lose a lot of voters. The Democratic Party will lose a lot of voters.
And they would have a very difficult job if this is kicked out of reintroducing it into a new bill.
Yes.
Especially once things start normalizing.
Yes. So, in a nutshell, the Democratic Party wants to destroy democracy by importing voters, and the Republican Party disagrees with
and
that.
And the ruse is that if you don't accept what they're doing, then you're a threat to democracy.
Yes.
As they try to destroy democracy.
Yes.
By importing voters.
That is literally what they're doing.
People to only vote for them and overwhelming the system.
Yes. And by the way, it's a strategy that, if allowed to work, would work. And in fact, has worked. California is supermajority Democrat.
Yeah.
And there's so much gerrymandering that occurs. It's crazy. So
I'm sure you're paying attention to this Proposition 50 thing.
No.
That's the thing in California where they're trying to redo districts.
Oh yeah. Because California's already gerrymandered like crazy.
Yeah.
They want to gerrymander it even more.
Because it keeps moving further and further right. Like if you look at the map of California, each voting cycle, more and more people are waking up and going, "What the fuck?" And we need to do something to fix this. The only option available, other than the policies that you guys have always done, is go right. And so a lot of people have been air quotes red-pilled. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then here's another thing that is very important. Fact that is actually not disputed by either side, which is that when we do the census in the United States, the way the census works for apportionment of congressional seats and electoral college votes for the president is by number of persons in a state, not number of citizens.
Right.
It's number of people. So you could literally be a tourist and you will count.
Now, how do they do the census when they do that? Do they ask people? Do they knock on doors? Do they have them fill out forms? Like what?
Yeah, I think they mail out census forms and knock on doors. But the way the law reads right now, is that if you are a human with a pulse, then you count in the census for allocating congressional seats and presidential votes.
Right.
So, so
electoral college,
everything. So
seats, everything.
It doesn't matter whether you're here legally, illegally. If you're a human with a pulse, you count for congressional apportionment. So that means that the more illegals that California and New York can import by the time the census happens in 2030, the more congressional seats they will have, and the more presidential electoral college votes they will have. So they're trying to get as many illegals in as possible ahead of the census, and because all human beings, even tourists, count for the census. And then if you combine that with gerrymandering
Look at this car.
of districts in New York, California, as you point out with this proposition, where they're trying to increase the amount of gerrymandering that occurs in California, the biggest state in the country. So if the census then would award more congressional seats to California,
car was
because
easily doing
a vast
110,
number of illegals
120.
in New York and Illinois. It's like they'll get more congressional seats, they'll get more presidential electoral college votes, that would get them the House, a majority in the House, and they would get to decide who is president. Literally based on illegals. These are not disputed facts by either party. I want to emphasize that that's in Canada.
Yeah, this is not a conspiracy.
These are not disputed facts by either party. It's not a. This is just the way the law works. It is I don't think the law should work that way. I think the apportionment should be proportionate to citizens.
But isn't that a problem with how the Constitution is written?
Yeah.
They can't really change that.
I'm not sure if it's constitutional or if it is the way the law is written. I'm not sure if it's in the Constitution or not in this way, but that is the way the law is written.
So it isn't.
We might be seeing that car on the side of a cement barrier here in a
Something
minute.
simple that makes sense to everybody, that only the people that should count are people that are official U.S. citizens.
Yes, the way it should work is that only U.S. citizens should count in the census for purposes of determining voting power.
Because people that aren't legal can't vote, supposedly.
They're not supposed to be voting, but they do. But even besides that, like I said, I just can't emphasize this enough because this is a very important concept for people to understand. Is that the law as it stands counts all humans with a pulse in a state for deciding how many House of Representative votes and how many presidential electoral college votes a state gets. So the incentive, therefore, is for California, New York, Illinois, to maximize the number of illegals, so they take House seats away from red states, assign them to California, New York, Illinois, and so forth. Then you combine that with extreme gerrymandering in California, New York, Illinois, and whatnot, so that basically you can't even elect any Republicans, and then they get control of the presidency, control of the House. Then they keep doing that strategy and cement a supermajority. That is what they're trying to do.
So that would essentially turn the entire country into California.
Yes.
Where you have differing opinions, but it doesn't matter because one party is always in control.
Yes.
Pumpkin.
When you first started digging into this, when you first started, before you even accepted this role of running Doge and being a part of all that, did you have any idea that it was this fucked up?
I did, yeah. I mean, sort of.
When did you start knowing?
I guess about 2 years ago.
Isn't that crazy?
And relatively recently,
Yeah.
So maybe I started having. I started having a bad feeling about 3 years ago, which is when why I felt it was like critical to acquire Twitter and have a maximally truth-seeking platform, not one that suppresses the truth. Like it was more like I'm not sure what's going on, but I have a bad feeling about what's going on. And then the more I dug into it, the more it was like, holy shit, we got a real problem here, and America's going to fall. So
without anyone knowing it had fallen, that would be the problem. It could have fallen and been unrepairable without anyone really being aware of what had happened. Especially if you didn't buy Twitter.
Yes, that's it. Look, buying Twitter was a huge pain in the ass, and made me a pincushion of attacks, like dab.
Everybody loved you before that.
Well, some people still loved
a lot of people loved you. A lot of lefties loved you.
I was a hero of the left.
It was a thing. If you drove a Tesla, it showed that you were environmentally conscious, and you were on the right side.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm still the same human. I didn't have a brain transplant since in like 3 years ago.
Well, that's my favorite bumper sticker that people put on Teslas now. I bought this before Elon went crazy. I took a picture of one the other day.
Oh, you found this?
Oh yeah, I've seen 3 or 4 of them. People that have these bumper stickers on their car that says, "I bought this before Elon went crazy." Because when people were vandalizing Teslas, the most unhinged.
There was an organized campaign to literally burn down Teslas, and one of our dealerships got shot up with a gun, like they fired bullets in the Tesla dealership. They were burning down cars. It was crazy. But the bumper sticker should read, there should be an addendum to the bumper sticker. It's like, I bought this car before Elon turned crazy. Actually, now I realize he's not crazy, and I've seen the light.
That'll take some time. That'll take some time. People don't want to admit that they've been tricked.
Yeah, I mean, there's that old saying where it's like, it's really easy to fool somebody, but it's almost impossible to convince someone that they were fooled.
Yeah. Yep. It's much easier to fool them than to convince them they've been fooled. People cling to their ideas.
Yes.
Especially if they've publicly stated these things, they get very embarrassed to being foolish.
Yeah, people most of the time they double down. And
they find echo chambers.
Yeah, but there's the thing is that I've seen more and more people who were convinced of the sort of woke ideology see the light. So not everyone, but it's more and more are seeing the light, and it tends to happen when something happens that really directly affects you.
Right.
Like there was a friend of mine who was living in the San Francisco Bay Area, and they tried to trans his daughter. To the point where the school sent the police to his house to take his daughter away from him. Now that's going to radicalize you. Well, that's going to shake you out of your belief structure. Now I know.
So it was an activist at the school that was trying to do this?
Yeah, the school and the state of California conspired to turn his daughter against him and make her take life-altering drugs that would have sterilized her, and irreversible.
And how old was she?
I think 14, something like that. So he managed to talk the police out of taking his daughter away from him that day, and that night he got on a plane to Texas.
Wow.
A year after just being in a school in Greater Austin area, she went back to normal, meaning it wasn't real.
Right. Well, people are being much more open to that now. I mean, Wall Street Journal yesterday had that opinion piece that this whole trans thing, there's a lot of evidence it's a social contagion.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and Colin Wright wrote that, and then he's getting death threats now, of course, and on Blue Sky there's people talking about exterminating him, which is one thing that you are allowed to say on Blue Sky, apparently. And you're allowed to say horrible things about people, say possibly truthful things, about this whole social contagion, because that's what, when you get 9 kids that are in a friend group and they all decide to turn trans together, something's wrong. That's not statistically
like here's
feasible.
Like you can convince kids to do anything. You can convince kids to be a suicide bomber.
Right.
So
which is why they do in some countries, why they choose children to do that.
Yes. You can train kids to be suicide bombers, and if you can train kids to be suicide bombers, you can convince them of anything.
Yeah, especially with enough positive enforcement and cultural enforcement, and the idea that that's not the case.
The kids are malleable. The minds of youth are easily corrupted.
You're also seeing a lot of pushback from gay and lesbian people that are saying, like, "Hey, if someone did
stop
this
including
to me,
exactly.
Yeah.
The LGBT, it's like, wait a second, why are we being included all the time in this situation?
Exactly. Especially when, like my friend Tim Dillon's talked about this. It's like, it's really homophobic because you're taking these gay kids and you're telling them, like, hey, you're not gay, you're actually a girl.
Yes.
And hey, go make it so that you can never have an orgasm again, and you'll be happy. Fucking
like
crazy.
permanent mutilation, permanent castration of kids is like, I think we should look at anyone who permanently castrates a kid as like right up there with Josef Mengele.
Yeah.
I mean, they're mutilating children.
Yeah, and it's thought of as being kind. And the thing is, would you rather have a live daughter or a dead son?
That's the line they use.
Yeah, which is not supported by any data.
No,
it's
in
all
fact,
bullshit.
the probability of suicide increases. Right. This is important maybe for the audience to know. The probability of suicide increases if you trans a kid, not decreases. By some accounts, it triples. So that is an evil lie.
And it's a lie that is supposedly compassionate. Imagine you've twisted reality to the point where confusing a child that's not even legally allowed to get a fucking tattoo.
Yeah.
Right? Because you think that you could make a mistake with a tattoo.
Exactly.
A totally removable thing.
Right.
If I wanted to tomorrow, I could go to a doctor and they could laser off every tattoo that I have on me.
Right.
Okay, no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
But you get sterilized, like that's it forever. Forever.
Yes.
They'll castrate you. You no longer have testicles. You have,
yes, that's not coming
no
back.
penis. You have a hole where your penis used to be.
Yes.
And this is compassionate, and this is preventing you from
actually, a lot of kids die with these sex change operations. They die. The number of deaths on the operating table, people don't hear about this. A lot of kids, because we don't really actually have the technology to make this work. So a bunch of the times the kids just die in the sex change operations.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's demented, which it should be viewed as like, like evil Nazi doctor stuff.
Well, that's why it was
like
so
real Nazi, not the bullshit fake Nazi stuff.
crazy that even pushing back against something that seems like fundamentally, logically, very easy to argue, the old Twitter would ban you forever.
Yes.
That's how crazy a social contagion can get. When it completely defies logic, victimizes children, does something that makes no sense, not supported by data, all connected to this ideology that trans is good, we gotta save trans kids, protect trans kids.
Yeah, and what I want to emphasize is that the save trans kids thing is a lie. If you castrate kids and trans them, the probability of suicide increases, it does not decrease. It substantially increases. The studies that done that I've seen, the risk of suicide triples if you trans kids. So you're not saving them, you're killing them. Moreover, during the sex change operation, there are many deaths that occur during the sex change operation.
Jesus Christ. It's just crazy that this is a real issue.
Yeah, it's a nightmare fever dream, and people are finally waking up from it.
Now, when you started getting into the Doge stuff and started finding how much money is being shuffled around and moved around to NGOs and how much money is involved and just totally untraceable funds, like, this is again something like 2 years plus ago, you weren't aware of it all?
No, I was aware of it I just didn't realize how big it was. It's just how much waste and fraud there is in the government is truly vast. In fact, the government didn't even know, nor did they care.
That's crazy.
Wasn't that far. I thought it might be that far.
Some of the very basic stuff that Doge did will have lasting effects. And some of these things, they're so elementary you can't believe it. So the Doge team got most of the main payments computers to require the congressional appropriation code. So when a payment is made, you have to actually enter the congressional appropriation code. That used to be optional, and often would be just left blank. So the money would just go out, but it wasn't even tied to a congressional appropriation. Then Doge team also made the comment field for the payment mandatory. So you have to say something. We're not saying that what is said, like you can say anything. Your cat could run across the keyboard. You could go QWERTY ASDF, but you have to say something above nothing. Because what we found was that there were tens of billions, maybe hundreds of billions of dollars that were zombie payments. So they're like somebody had approved a payment, somebody in the government approved a payment, and some recurring payment, and they retired or died or changed jobs, and no one turned the money off. So the money would just keep going out, and it's a pretty rare.
Go where?
To a company or an individual, and it's a pretty rare company or individual who will complain that they're getting money that they should not get, and a bunch of the money was just going to would transfer payments to the states.
So these are automatic payments.
Just automatic payments.
No accounting for them at all.
Imagine like there's an automatic debit of your credit card, and you never look at the statement.
Right.
So it's just money going out. That's why I call them zombie payments. That they might have been legitimate at one point, but the person who approved that recurring payment changed jobs, died, retired, or whatever, and no one ever turned the money off. And my guess is that's probably at least $100 billion a year, maybe 200.
And going where?
I mean, there are millions of these payments, so it's, I mean,
millions.
Yes.
Millions of payments that are going to who knows where.
Yes. So, in a bunch of cases, there are fraud rings that operate, professional fraud rings that operate to exploit the system. They figure out some security hole in the system, and they just do professional fraud. That's where we found, for example, people who were 300 years old in the Social Security Administration database.
Now, I thought that this was a mistake of not registering their deaths, that people were born like a long time ago and it had defaulted to like a certain number, and so that after time those people were still in the system. It was just an error of the way the accounting was done.
Yeah. So that's not true. So there's, or at least one of two things must be true. There's a typo or some mistake in the computer, or it's fraudulent. But we don't have any 300-year-old vampires living in America. Allegedly. And we don't have people in some cases who are receiving payments who are born in the future.
Born in the future?
Born in the future.
Really?
Yes. There were the people receiving payments whose birth date was like in 2100 and something.
Okay, so there's
like next century.
Is there a task force?
So we know that one of two things must be true. That either there's a mistake in the computer, or it's fraud. But if you have someone's birthday that's either in the future or where they are older than the oldest living American, because the oldest living American is 114 years old. So if they're more than 114 years old, there is either a mistake, and someone should call them and say, I think we have your birthday wrong, because it says you were born in 86. That was before, before there was really an America. It was like that's kind of early. We're still fighting England type of thing. It's like this person either needs to be in the Guinness Book of World Records, or they're not alive.
But still, at the end of the day, money is going towards that account that's connected to this person that is either non-existent or
so
dead.
So there was I think something like 20 million people in the Social Security Administration database that could not possibly be alive if their birth date is based on their birth date, they could not possibly be alive.
And then to be clear, 20 million people that were receiving funds?
A bunch of... So the Social Security Administration database is used as the source of truth by all the other databases that the government uses. So even if they stop the payments on the Social Security Administration database, like unemployment insurance, small business administration, student loans, all check the Social Security Administration database to say, is this a legitimate alive person? And if the Social Security database will say, yes, this person is still alive, even though they're 200 years old. But forgets to mention that they're 200 years old. It just returns, when the computer is queries, it says, yes, this person is alive. And so then they're able to exploit the entire rest of the government ecosystem. So then you get fake student loans, then you get fake unemployment insurance, then you get fake medical payments.
And this doesn't have to be tied to an individual where there's an address where you can check on this person.
No, if you just did any check at all, you would stop this. So that's.
And how much money do you think is being...
Any check, like anything at all, that would stop the fraud. Like any effort at all.
So there's multiple layers.
Yeah.
The Social Security number verifies that this is a real person.
Right.
And then the other systems check up on
every other government payment and every other government payment system for everything from small business administration, student loans, Medicaid, Medicare, every other government payment, of which there are many. There are actually hundreds of government payment systems. Can all be exploited so long as Social Security database says this person is alive. That's the nature of the scam. It's a bank shot. So then the rebuttal from the Dems is like, oh, well, the vast majority of the people who are marked as alive in the Social Security Administration weren't receiving Social Security Administration payments. That is true. What they forgot to mention is they're getting fraudulent payments from every other government program. And that's why the Dems were so opposed to turning off, to declaring someone dead who was dead. Because it would stop all the other fraud from happening.
And so, but all this, is it trackable? Like all this other fraud, if
totally
they wanted to, they could chase it all down.
Yeah, it's not even hard.
And yet they're opposing chasing it all down.
They're opposing chasing it all down because it turns off the money magnet for the illegals.
Wow.
Because it's very logical to like I'm saying the most common sense things possible. If someone's got a birthday in Social Security that is an impossible birthday, meaning they are older than the oldest living American or were born in the future, then you should call them and say, excuse me, we seem to have your birthday wrong. Because it says that you're 200 years old. That's all you need to do.
And then you would remove them from the Social Security database and make that number no longer available for all those other government payments.
Exactly.
Well, and how much money are we talking?
It's hundreds of billions of dollars.
And this is all traceable. Like you could hunt all this down.
Like you don't need to be Sherlock Holmes here. Is what I'm saying.
Well,
we don't need to call Sherlock Holmes for this one.
Is this part
of
this?
We just need to call the person. And say, excuse me, we seem to have the we must have your birthday wrong because it says you're 200 years old or were born in the future. So could you tell us what your birthday is? That's all you need to do. It's that simple.
But all these other government payments that are available that are connected to the Social Security number, it seems like if you just chased that all down, you would find the widespread fraud. You would find where it's going.
Yes, but the root of the problem is the Social Security Administration database because the Social Security number in the United States is used as a de facto national ID number. You know, that's why, like, the bank always asks for your social. So, like, you know, any financial institution will ask for your Social Security number.
It sounds so insane that this isn't chased down. I mean,
I agree.
That in and of itself that's such mishandling.
Yes. It's mind blowing. So yeah, it's crazy.
Well, you were very reluctant last time you were here to talk about the extent of some of the fraud because you're like, they could kill me because this is kind of.
What I'm saying is that, like if you create to be pragmatic and realistic, you actually can't manage to zero fraud. You can manage to low fraud number, but not to zero fraud. If you manage to zero fraud, you're going to push so many people over the edge who are receiving fraudulent payments.
It was like 2 weeks
ago. The number
ago.
of inbound homicidal maniacs will be really hard to overcome. So I'm actually taking, I think, quite a reasonable position, which is that we should simply reduce the amount of fraud, which I think is not an extremist position. And we should aspire to, you know, have less fraud over time. Not that we should be ultra draconian and eliminate every last scrap of fraud, which I guess would be nice to have, but like we don't even need to go that extreme. I'm saying we should just stop the blatant, large-scale, super obvious fraud. I think that's a reasonable position.
It's a very reasonable position.
Yeah.
And so, what was the most shocking pushback that you got when you started implementing Doge, when you started investigating into where money was going?
Well, I guess I should have anticipated this, but while most of the fraudulent government payments especially to the NGOs, go to the Democrats, most of it, like, I don't know, for argument's sake, let's say 80%, maybe 90%, 10 to 20% of it does go to Republicans. And so when we turn off funding to a fraudulent NGO, we'd get complaints from whatever the 10% of Republicans who were receiving the money.
Yeah.
And they would, you know, they would very loudly complain. Because the honest answer is the Republicans are partly, they're receiving some of the fraud too. They're getting a big.
Jesus.
Yeah. I want to be clear, it's not like the Republican Party is some ultra pure paragon of virtue.
No.
Okay.
Well, you see that with the congressional insider trading. It's across the board.
Yeah.
It's left and right.
I mean, the whole uniparty criticism has some validity to it. You know, there's and it's like if you turn off fraudulent payments, it's not like I said, it's not like 100% of those payments are going to Democrats. A small percentage are also going to Republicans. Those Republicans complain very loudly, you know, and that's so there was a lot of pushback on the Republican side when we started cutting some of these funds. And I tried telling them, like, well, you know, 90% of the money is going to your opponents, but even if they're getting 10%,
they want their piece.
Yeah, they want their piece,
and they've been getting that piece for a long time.
Yes.
This
is why, like, you know, politics is like,
it's dirty business.
Yeah, I mean, that's like saying if you like sausages and respect the law, do not watch either of them being made.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that's not even true because I've made sausage before.
Yeah.
It's like, it's not that big a deal. You add fat and spices and casing, run it through the machine. Not that big a deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think the stuff I'm saying here is not like if you stand back and think about it for a second, like, oh yeah, that makes sense, you know.
Yeah.
It's not like it's not like one political party is going to be, pure devil or pure angel. There's, I think there's much more corruption on the Democrat side, but it's not. There's still some corruption on the Republican side.
How did it happen that the majority of the corruption wound up being on the Democrat side?
Well, because the transfer payments, especially to illegals, are very much on the Democrat side.
So that's the root of it all, is the illegal situation.
Yes, I mean this
or a focal point.
Yes, it's also like it also be accurate to say that while obviously not everyone who's a Democrat is a criminal, almost everyone who is a criminal is a Democrat. because the Democrats are the soft on crime party. So if you're a criminal, who are you going to vote for?
Right.
The soft on crime party.
Did you think you were going to be able to get more done than you were?
We did get a lot done.
Right.
And Doge is still happening, by the way. The Doge is still underway. There's still waste and fraud being cut by the Doge team, so it hasn't stopped.
It's less publicized.
It's less publicized, and they don't have like a clear person to attack anymore.
Well, it seems like once you stepped away,
they're basically they applied immense pressure to me to stop it. So then I'm like, the best thing for me is to just cut out of this. And in any case, as a special government employee, I could only be there for like 120 days anyway, something like that. So whatever the law says. So I was necessarily could only be there for 4 months as a special government employee. So, yeah. I mean, you turn off the money spigot to fraudsters, they get very upset, to say the least. But my death threat level went ballistic. It was like a rocket going to orbit. Yeah. So, but now that I'm not in DC, I guess they don't really have a person to attack anymore.
Well, the rhetoric about you has calmed down significantly.
Yeah,
it was disturbing. It was disturbing to watch. It was like, this is crazy, and to watch these politicians engage in it, and all these people just like framing you as this monster. Well, like, this is so weird. Like, this is what happens when you uncover fraud.
Yes,
the whole machine turns on you. And if it wasn't for a person like you who owns a platform and has an enormous amount of money, like, it could have destroyed you.
Yeah.
And that was the goal.
The goal was to destroy me, absolutely.
Because you were getting in the way.
Yeah.
Of this amazing craft.
This gigantic fraud machine.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think Doge team's done a lot of good work. In terms of fraud and waste prevented, my guess is it's probably on the order of $200 or $300 billion a year. So it's pretty good.
What do you think could have been done if you just had like full reign and total cooperation? How much do you think you could have saved?
I mean, what level of power are we assuming here?
Godlike.
Oh yeah, I could probably cut the federal budget in half and get more done.
That is so crazy. It is so crazy.
Yeah,
it's
get more done and federal budget in half.
It's that widespread.
Well, I mean, a whole bunch of government departments simply shouldn't exist, in my opinion.
Like examples.
Well, the Department of Education, which was created recently, like under Jimmy Carter, our educational results have gone downhill ever since it was created. So if you create a department and the result of creating that department is a massive decline in educational results, and it's the Department of Education, you're better off not having it, because we did better before there was one than after.
When you let the states run it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because at least the states can compete with one another. But the problem is, like, you're like cutting the Department of Education. Our kids need education. Like, yeah, they do, but this is a new department that didn't even exist, until the late 70s, and ever since that department was created, the education results have declined. And so, why would you have an institution continue that has made education worse? It doesn't make sense.
They killed it though, right?
No, they still live, unfortunately.
But they were trying to kill it.
It has been substantially reduced.
Okay. What other organizations? What other departments?
Well, I mean, I'm a small government guy, so when the country was created, we just had the Department of State, Department of War, and sort of the Department of Justice. We had an Attorney General and Treasury Department. I don't know why you need more than that.
So what other departments specifically do you think are just completely ineffective?
Well, I mean, here's like a question. It's a sort of philosophical question of how much government do you think there should be?
Right.
In my opinion, there should be the least amount of government.
I've heard the most bizarre argument against this is that you're cutting jobs and you're going to leave people jobless. And I'm like, but their jobs are useless.
Paying people to do nothing doesn't make sense.
Right.
Like there's a great it's a story about like Milton Friedman, who's awesome. Generally whatever Milton Friedman said is people should do that thing. I'm not sure if it's apocryphal or not, but like someone complained to him, or he observed, I think, people that were like digging ditches with shovels, and he said, well, like allegedly Friedman said, well, I think you should use excavating equipment instead of shovels, and you could get it done with far fewer people. And then someone said, well, but then we're going to lose a lot of jobs. Well, then Friedman says, well, in that case, why don't you have them use teaspoons?
Exactly.
just dig ditches with teaspoons. Think of all the jobs you'll create. It's bullshit. Basically, you just want people to work on things that are productive. You want people to work on building things, on building, providing products and services that people find valuable, making food, being a farmer or a plumber or electrician or just anyone who's a builder or providing useful services. That's what you want people to be doing. Not fake government jobs that don't add any value or may subtract value. There's also to illustrate the absurdity of how's the economy measured. Like the way economists measure the economy is nonsensical, because they'll measure any job, no matter, even if that job is a dumb job that has no point and is even counterproductive. So the joke is like there's two economists going on a hike in the woods, and they come across a pile of shit, and one economist says to the other, "I'll pay you $100 to eat that shit." So the economist eats the shit, gets the $100. They keep walking. Then the other then they come across another pile of shit, and the other economist says, "Now I'll pay you $100 to eat the pile of shit." So he pays the other economist $100 pile of shit. Then the way they said, "Look, wait a second. We both just ate a pile of shit, and we don't have any more extra money. Like we both, you just gave the $100 back to me, and we both ate a pile of shit. This doesn't make any sense." And they said, no, but think of the economy, because that's $200 in the economy. That basically then measure eating shit would count as a job. This is to illustrate the absurdity of economics.
One of the things you said when
eating shit should not count as a job.
One of the things you said when we stepped away is that you're kind of done and that it's unfixable. Or under its current form, the way people are approaching it.
You can make it directionally better, but ultimately you can't fully fix the system. It would be accurate to say that even like unless you go like super draconian, like Genghis Khan level on cutting waste and fraud, which you can't really do in a democratic country, or an aspirationally democratic country, then there's no way to solve the debt crisis. So we've got national debt that's just insane, where the interest payments on the debt exceed our entire military budget. I mean, that was one of the wake-up calls for me. I was like, wait a second, the interest on a national debt is bigger than the entire military budget, and growing. This is crazy. So even if you implement all these savings, you're only delaying the day of reckoning for when America goes bankrupt. So, unless you go full Genghis Khan, which you can't really do. So, so I came to the conclusion that the only way to get us out of the debt crisis and to prevent America from going bankrupt is AI and robotics. So, like, we need to grow the economy at a rate that allows us to pay off our debt. I guess people just generally don't appreciate the degree to which the government overspending is a problem. But even like the Social Security website, this is under the Biden administration. On the website, it would say like we based on current demographic trends and how much money Social Security is bringing in versus how many Social Security recipients there are, because we have an aging population, relatively speaking. The average age is increasing. Social Security will not be able to maintain its full payments, I think, by 2032. So Social Security will have to start reducing the amount of money that's been paid to people in about 7 years.
And so the only way to fix that, robotics, manufacturing, raise GDP. You've got to basically massively increase the economic output, and the only way to do that is AI and robotics. So basically, we're going bankrupt without AI and robotics, even with a bunch of savings. The savings, like reducing waste and fraud, can give us a longer runway, but it cannot ultimately pay off our national debt. So what do you think the solution is to the jobs that are going to be lost because of AI and robotics, the jobs due to automation, the jobs due to no longer do we need human beings to do these jobs because AI is doing them? Do you think it's going to be some sort of a universal basic income thing? Do you think there's going to be some other kind of solution that has to be implemented? Because a lot of people are going to be out of work, right?
I think there will be actually a high demand for jobs, but not necessarily the same jobs. So, I mean, this process has been happening throughout modern history. I mean, there used to be like doing calculations manually with like a pencil and paper. It used to be a job. So they used to have like buildings full of people called computers, where the banks would all you do all day is you do calculations, because they didn't have computers. They didn't have digital computers that people do this. Yeah. Well, it was just people would just like add and subtract stuff on a piece of paper, and that would be how banks would do financial processing.
And you'd have to literally go over their equations to make sure the books are balanced.
Yeah, and most times it's just simple math, like in a world before computers, how did you calculate? How did you do transactions? You had to do it by hand. So then, when computers were introduced, the job of doing, bank calculations no longer existed. So people had to go do something else, and that's what's going to happen. That's what is happening at an accelerated rate. Due to AI and then robotics.
That's the issue, though, right? The accelerated rate, because it's going to be.
It's the accelerated. It's just happening. Like I said, like AI is the supersonic tsunami. So that's what I call it, supersonic tsunami. So
it's like, what other jobs will be available that aren't available now because of AI?
Well, AI is really still digital. Ultimately, AI can improve the productivity of humans who build things with their hands or do things with their hands, like literally welding, electrical work, plumbing, anything that's physically moving atoms, like cooking food or farming or like anything that's physical. Those jobs will exist for a much longer time. But anything that is digital, which is like just someone at a computer doing something, AI is going to take over those jobs like lightning.
Yep.
Coding, anything along those lines. Yeah.
It's going to take over those jobs like lightning. Just like digital computers took over the job of people doing manual calculations, but much faster.
So what happens to all those people? Like, what kind of numbers are we talking about? Like, you're going to lose most drivers, right? Commercial drivers. You're going to have automated vehicles, AI-controlled systems. Just like there's certain ports in China, I think in Singapore, where everything's completely automated.
Yeah, well, mostly.
Yeah. So you're going to lose a lot of those jobs, longshoreman jobs, trucking, commercial drivers.
Yeah, I mean, we actually do have a shortage of truck drivers, but there's actually.
Well, that's why California's hired so many illegals to do it. Have you seen those numbers?
Yeah. I mean, the problem is like when people don't know how to drive a semi truck, which is actually a hard thing to do, then they crash and kill people.
Yeah.
A friend of mine's wife was killed by an illegal driving a truck, and she was just out biking, and there was an illegal who didn't know how to drive the truck or something. I mean, and he ran her over. So I mean, the thing is like for something.
Jay keeps asking. Thank you for gifting the subscription.
Sort of an 80,000-pound semi. If they don't know how to do it, but in California they're just letting people do it
because they need people to do it.
Well, they also want the votes and that kind of thing. But yeah, like cars are going to be autonomous. But there's just so many desk jobs where really what people are doing is they're processing email, or they're answering the phone, and just anything that isn't moving atoms, like anything that is not physically, like doing physical work, that will obviously be the first thing. Those jobs will be and are being eliminated by AI at a very rapid pace. And ultimately, working will be optional because you'll have robots plus AI, and we'll have, in a benign scenario, universal high income, not just universal basic income, universal high income, meaning anyone can have any products or services that they want.
So
but there will be a lot of trauma and disruption along the way.
So you anticipate a basic income from that the economy will boost to such an extent that a high income would be available to almost everybody. So we'd essentially eliminate poverty.
In the benign scenario, yes. So like
there's multiple scenarios.
There are multiple scenarios. There's a lot of ways this movie can end. Like the reason I'm so concerned about AI safety is that like one of the possibilities is the Terminator scenario. It's not 0%. That's why it's like I'm like really banging the drum on AI needs to be maximally truth-seeking. Like don't force AI to believe a lie, like that. For example, the founding fathers were actually a group of diverse women, or that misgendering is worse than nuclear war. Because if that's the case, and then you get the robots and the AI becomes omnipotent, it can enforce that outcome. And then like unless you're a diverse woman, you're out of the picture. So we're toast.
So that's
or you might wake up as a diverse woman one day. The AI has adjusted the picture, And we don't have a
everyone's
diverse woman.
a diverse woman. So that would be that's the worst possible situation. So what would be the steps that we would have to take in order to implement the benign solution, where it's universal high income? Like, best case scenario, this is the path forward to universal high income for essentially every single citizen, that the economy gets boosted by AI and robotics to such an extent that no one ever has to work again. And what about meaning for those people, which gets really weird?
Yeah. I don't know how to answer the question about meaning.
That's an individual problem, right? But it's going to be an individual problem for millions of people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess I'm like for against saying, like, I've been always saying, like, hey, we need to slow down AI, we need to slow down all these things, and we need to, not have a crazy AI race. I've been saying that for a long time, for 20 plus years, but then I came to realize that really there's two choices here: either be a spectator or a participant. And if I'm a spectator, I can't really influence the direction of AI. But if I'm a participant, I can try to influence the direction of AI and have a maximally truth-seeking AI with good values that loves humanity. And that's what we're trying to create with Grok at XAI. And the research is, I think, bearing this out. Like I said, when they compared, like, how do AIs value the weight of a human life, Grok was the only one of the AIs that weighted human life equally, and didn't say, like, a white guy's worth 1/20th of a black woman's life. Literally, that's what the calculation they came up with. But so again, this is very alarming. We've got to watch this stuff.
So this is one of the things that has to happen in order to reach this benign solution.
Yeah, I just keep
best movie ending. Yeah.
You want a curious, truth-seeking AI, and I think a curious, truth-seeking AI will want to foster humanity, because we're much more interesting than a bunch of rocks. Like you said, I love Mars, but Mars is kind of boring. Like, it's just a bunch of red rocks. There's some cool stuff. It's got a tall mountain. It's got the biggest ravine and the tallest mountain. But there's no animals or plants and there's no people. So humanity is just much more interesting if you're a curious, truth-seeking AI than not humanity. It's just much more interesting. As humans, we could go, for example, and eliminate all chimps. If we put our minds to it, we could say, we could go out and we could annihilate all chimps and all gorillas, but we don't. There has been encroachment on their environment, but we actually try to preserve the chimp and gorilla habitats. And I think in a good scenario, AI would do the same with humans. It would actually foster human civilization and care about human happiness.
Scary.
So this is the thing to try to achieve, I think.
But what does the landscape look like if you have Grok competing with OpenAI, competing with all these different, like, how does it work? Like, what if you have AIs that have been captured by ideologies that are side by side competing with Grok? Like, how do we? So this is one of the reasons why you felt like it's important to not just be an observer, but participate, and then have Grok be more successful and more potent than these other applications.
Yes, as long as there's at least one AI that is maximally truth-seeking, curious, and and for example, weighs all human lives equally, does not favor one race or gender, then that and people are able to look at Grok at XAI and compare that and say, hey, wait a second, why are all these other AIs being basically sexist and racist. Then that causes some embarrassment for the other AIs, and then they improve. They tend to improve, just in the same way that acquiring Twitter and allowing the truth to be told and not suppressing the truth forced the other social media companies to be more truthful. In the same way, having Grok be a maximally truth-seeking, curious AI will force the other AI companies to also be more truth-seeking and fair.
And the funniest thing is, even though like the socialists and the Marxists are in opposition to a lot of your ideas, but if this gets implemented and you really can achieve universal high income, that's the greatest socialist solution of all time. Like literally, no one will have to work.
Correct. But like I said, so there is a benign scenario here, which I think probably people will be happy with if as long as we achieve it, which is sustainable abundance. Which is if everyone can have if you ask people like, what's the future that you want, I think a future where we haven't destroyed nature, like you can still, we have the national parks, we have the Amazon rainforest is still there. We haven't paved the rainforest. Like the natural beauty is still there, but people have, nonetheless, everyone has abundance. Everyone has excellent medical care. Everyone has whatever goods and services they want.
And we would essentially
it kind of sounds like heaven.
It sounds like it is like the ideal socialist utopia, and this idea that the only thing you should be doing with your time is working in order to pay your bills and feed yourself sounds kind of archaic, considering the kind of technology that's at play.
Yeah.
Like a world where that's not your concern at all anymore. Everybody has money for food. Everybody has abundance. Everybody has electronics in their home. Everybody essentially has a high income. Now you can kind of do whatever you want. And your day can now be exploring your interests, doing things that you actually enjoy doing. Your purpose just has to shift. Instead of, I'm a hard worker and this is what I do and that's how I define myself. Now you can fucking golf all day. You can, whatever it is that you enjoy doing can now be your main pursuit.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds crazy good.
Yeah, that's the benign scenario that we should be aiming for.
The best ending to the movie is actually pretty good.
Yes. I think there is still this question of meaning, of like making sure people don't lose meaning. So hopefully they can find meaning in ways that are that's not derived from their work.
And purpose. Purpose for things that you find things that you do that you enjoy. But there's a lot of people that are independently wealthy that spend most of their time doing something they enjoy.
Right.
And that could be the majority of people.
It's pretty much everyone.
But we'd have to rewire how people approach life, which seems to be acceptable, because you're not asking them to be enslaved. You're exactly asking them the opposite. No longer be burdened by financial worries. Now, go do what you like.
Yes.
Go fucking test pizza. Do whatever you want.
Pretty much. So that's probably the best case outcome.
That sounds like the best case outcome, period, for the future. If you're looking at how much people have struggled just to feed themselves all throughout history, food, shelter, safety. If all of that stuff can be fixed, how much would you solve a lot of the crime if there was a universal high income? Just think of that. How much of crime is financially motivated? The greater percentage of people that are committing crimes live in poor, disenfranchised neighborhoods. So if there's no such thing anymore, if you really can achieve universal high income, it sounds like a utopian.
Yes. I think some people may commit crime because they like committing crime. Just
sure.
Some amount of that is they just
There's
enjoy
a lot of
it.
wild people out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And obviously they've become 40 years old living a life like that. Now all of a sudden, universal high income is not going to completely stop their instincts.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if you want to have like say read a science fiction book or some books that are probably an accurate or the least inaccurate version of the future, I'd say I'd recommend the Ian Banks books called the Culture books. It's not actually a series. It's like a sci-fi books about the future. They're generally called the Culture books. Ian Banks Culture books. It's worth reading those.
When did he write these?
He started writing them in the 70s, and I think the last one, I think it was written just like around, I don't know, maybe 2010 or something. I'm not sure exactly. Yeah.
Scottish author, Ian Banks.
Yeah.
From 87 to 2012.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But he wrote the like his first book, Consider Phoebus. I think he started writing that in the 70s. And these books are incredible, by the way. Oh. Incredible books.
4.6 stars on Amazon. Interesting.
So
this gives me hope.
Yeah.
This is the first time I've ever thought about it this way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it, like, I'll often ask people, what is the future that you want? But you say, what is the future that you want? And generally, sustainable abundance. Or at least if I say, what about a future with a sustainable abundance? Like, oh yeah, that's a pretty good future. You know, if that future is attainable with AI and robotics. But you know, it's like I said, there's not every path is a good path. But I think if we push it in the direction of maximally truth-seeking and curious, then I think AI will want to take care of humanity and foster humanity, because we're interesting. And if it hasn't been programmed to think that like all straight white males should die, which Gemini was basically programmed to do, at least at first, you know, they seem to have fixed that. I hope they fixed it.
But don't you think culturally, like, we're getting away from that mindset, and that people realize how preposterous that all is?
We are getting away from it. We are getting. At least it knows. The AI mostly knows to hide things. But like I said, there is that. I think I still have that as. Oh, I had that as my like pinned post on X, which was like, hey, wait a second, guys. We still have every AI except Grok is saying that basically straight white males should die, and this is a problem and we should fix it. You know, but simply me saying that is like tends to generally result in you know, them like, ooh, that is kind of bad. Maybe we should not have all straight white males die. I think they would say also all straight Asian males should also die as well. They don't like generally the AI and the media, which back in the day, the AI and the media was you know, racist against black people and sexist against women back in the day. Now it is racist against white people and Asians and sexist against men. So they just like being racist and sexist. I think they just want to change the target. But really they just shouldn't be racist and sexist at all. You know.
Yeah, ideally that would be nice.
That would be nice.
And it's kind of crazy that we were kind of moving in that general direction till around 2012. And then everything ramped up online, and everybody was accused of being a Nazi, and everybody was transphobic and racist and sexist and homophobic, and everything got exaggerated to the point where it was this wild witch hunt, where everyone was like Columbo looking for racism.
Yeah, totally. But they were openly anti-white and often openly anti-Asian.
And then this new sentiment that you cannot be racist against white people, because racism is power and influence. Okay. No, it's not.
Yeah, racism is racism in the absolute. So, and there just needs to be consistency. So if it's okay to have, let's say, Black or Asian or Indian or a pride, it should be okay to have white pride too.
Yeah.
So that's just a consistency question. If it's okay to be proud of one religion, it should be okay to be proud of, I guess, all religions, provided they're not like
oppressive.
Yeah, or don't, like, as long as part of that religion is not like exterminating people who are not in that religion.
Right.
It's really just like a consistency bias, ensuring consistency to eliminate bias. So if it is possible to be racist against one race, it is possible to be racist against any race.
Of course, logically.
Yes.
Yeah, and arguing against that's when you know you're captured.
It's a logical inconsistency that makes AIs go insane.
And people.
And people go insane, yes. But like you can't simultaneously say that there's systemic racist oppression, but also that races don't exist. That race is a social construct. Like, which is it? You also can't say that anyone who steps foot in America is automatically an American, except for the people that originally came here.
Exactly. Except for the colonizers.
Yeah, except for the evil colonizers who came here.
Right.
So which one is it? Like,
right.
If as soon as you step foot in a place, you're just as American as everyone else, then that would have applied. If you apply that consistently, then the original white settlers were also just as American as everyone else.
Yeah.
Logically.
One more thing that I have to talk to you about before you leave is the rescuing of the people from the space station, which we talked about. You were planning it the last time you were here. The lack of coverage that got in mainstream media was one of the most shocking things that I think
they
I've
totally
ever seen.
memory hold that thing.
Wild.
Yes,
Because
it's
if
like
wasn't
it's like
you,
it didn't exist.
those people would be dead. They'd be stuck up there.
Well, they'd probably still be alive, but they'd be having bone density issues because of prolonged exposure to zero gravity.
Well, they were already up there for like 8 months, right?
Yeah.
Which is an insanely long time. It takes forever to recover just from that.
Yeah, they're only supposed to be at the space station for 3 to 6 months maximum. So
one of the things you told me that was so crazy was that you could have gotten them sooner, but
but for political reasons, they did not want SpaceX or me to be associated with returning the astronauts before the election.
That is so wild that's a fact. First of all, that
we absolutely could have done it.
But even though you did do it and you did it after the election, it received almost no media coverage anyway.
Yes, because nothing good can. The media, which is essentially a far-left propaganda, the legacy mainstream media is a far-left propaganda machine, and so any story that is positive about someone who is not part of the sort of far-left tribe will not get any coverage. So I could save a busload of orphans and it wouldn't get a single news story.
Yeah, it really is nuts. It was nuts to watch because even though it was discussed on podcasts and it was discussed on X and it was discussed on social media, it was a blip in the news cycle. It was very quick. It was in and out. And because it was just fucking in and out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and as you saw firsthand with the Starship launch, like Starship is, at least by some would consider it to be like the most amazing, engineering project that's happening on Earth right now, outside of maybe AI and robotics. But certainly in terms of a spectacle to see, it is the most spectacular thing that is happening on Earth right now is the Starship launch program, which anyone can go and see if they just go to South Texas and they can just rent a hotel room, low cost, in South Padre Island or in Brownsville, and you can see the launch. And you can drive right past the factory because it's on a public highway. But it gets no coverage. Or what coverage it does get was like rocket blew up coverage.
Right, yeah. Oh, he's a fuckwit. The rocket blew up.
The Starship program is vastly more capable than the entire Apollo moon program. Vastly more capable. This is a spaceship that is designed to make life multiplanetary, to carry millions of people across the heavens to another planet. The Apollo program could only send astronauts to the moon for a few hours at a time. Like they could send the entire Apollo program could only send astronauts to visit the moon very briefly, and then for a few hours, and then depart. The Starship program could create an entire lunar base with 1 million people. You understand the magnitudes are different, very different magnitudes here.
So what was the political resistance?
There's basically no coverage of it.
Yeah, but what I wanted to ask you is like, what were the conversations?
Thank you, Jalen. I'm stopping up here. We gotta get gas at the pilot anyway. And we're getting close. We're less than an hour.
Well, I mean, I raised this a few times,
Thank
but
you,
it was
Jalen, for the video.
I was told instructions came from the White House that that there should be no attempt to rescue before the election.
That should be that really should be a horrendous miscarriage of justice for those poor people that were stuck on that.
It is crazy.
Have you ever talked to those folks afterwards? Did you have conversations with them?
Yeah, I mean they're not going to say anything political. They're never going to.
Did they ever say thank you?
Yeah.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
but the instructions came down from the White House. You cannot rescue them because politically, this is a bad hand of cards.
I mean, they didn't say because politically it's a bad hand of cards. They just said they were not interested in any rescue operation before the election.
That is so insane.
Yeah. So
what did that feel like?
I wasn't surprised.
But it's crazy.
Yeah.
Because Biden could have authorized it. And they could have said, the Biden administration is helping bring those people back, throw you a little funding, give you some money to do it. The Biden administration, they funded these people being returned.
The Biden administration was not exactly my best friend. Especially after I helped Trump get elected, which means some people still think, Trump is like the devil, basically. And I mean, I think Trump actually, he's not perfect, but he's not evil. Trump is not evil. I spent a lot of time with him, and he's a product of his time, but he's not evil.
No, I don't think he's evil either. But if you look at the media coverage,
the media treats him like this is a great man.
It's pretty shocking if you look at the amount of negative coverage. Like, one of the things that I looked at the other day was mainstream media coverage of you, Trump, a bunch of different public figures, and then
it's like
Mamdani.
96% negative or something crazy.
Yeah, and then Mamdani, which is like 95% positive.
Right. I mean, Mamdani is a charismatic swindler. I mean, you gotta hand it to him. Like he can light up a stage, but he has just been a swindler his entire life. I think he's likely to win. He's likely to be mayor of New York City.
Very likely.
Yeah, very likely.
I think Polymarket has it at what? What is the 94%?
Yeah, that sounds pretty likely.
That's crazy.
Like, I'm not sure who the 6% are, So that's...
well, it's also like, who's on the other side? The fucking guardian angel guy with the beret. And Andrew Cuomo, who doesn't even have a party. Like, the Democrats don't even want him. So you have those two options. And then you have the young kids who are like, finally, socialism.
Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about, obviously. So, you know, like you just look at this. How many boats come from Cuba to Florida, and how many boats? Because you know, there's like a constant. I always think like how many boats are accumulating on the shores of Florida coming from Cuba.
Right.
There's a whole bunch of free boats that you could, if you want to, go take them back to Cuba, pretty close.
Yeah.
But for some reason, people don't do that. Why are the boats only coming in this direction?
Well, who are the most rabid capitalists in America? The fucking Cubans.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're like, we've seen how this story goes.
We do not want exactly.
Fuck off. They don't want to hear-
100%.
Cubans in Miami, they don't want to hear any bullshit. They don't want to hear any socialism bullshit. They're like, no. We know what this actually is. This isn't just some fucking dream.
Yeah, it's extreme government oppression.
Yeah. That's what
and it's a nightmare. And like, an obvious way you can tell which ideology is the bad one is which ideology is building a wall to keep people in and prevent them from escaping.
Right.
Like, so East Berlin built the wall, not West Berlin.
Right.
They built the wall because people were trying to escape from communism to West Berlin. But there wasn't anyone going from West Berlin to East Berlin.
Right.
That's why the communists had to build a wall to keep people from escaping.
They're going to have to build a wall around New York City.
Yeah, so
when you say this guy's a
kind of an obvious
charismatic
tell
swindler,
that an ideology is problematic if that ideology has to build a wall to keep people in with machine guns.
Yes.
And shoot you if you try to leave.
Also, there's no examples of it being successful ever. We're working out for people. No, there's examples of a bunch of lies, like North Korea. Give the land to the state. We'll be in control of food. No one goes hungry. No, now no one can grow food but the government, and we'll tell you exactly what you eat, and you eat very little.
Right.
Yeah. When you say Mamdani's a swindler, I know he has a bunch of fake accents that he used to use.
Yeah.
And, you know, but what else has he done that makes him a swindler?
Well, I guess if you say if you say to any audience whatever that audience wants to hear, instead of having a consistent message, I would say that is a swindly thing to do. But he is charismatic.
Yeah, good-looking guy, smart, charismatic.
Yeah.
Great on a microphone.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
what the young people want to see, you know, like this ethnic guy who's young and vibrant and has all these socialist ideas and aligns with them, and you know, they're a bunch of broke dorks just out of college. Like, yay, let's vote for this, and there's a lot of them, and they're activated. They're motivated.
I guess we'll see what happens here.
What do you think happens if he wins? Because like 1% of New York City is responsible for 50% of their tax base, which is kind of nuts. 50% of the tax revenue comes from 1% of the population, and those are the people that you're scaring off. You know, you lose one half of 1%.
I don't know. I mean, hopefully the stuff he's said, about government takeovers of like that all the stores should be the government, basically.
Well, I don't think he said that. I think he said they want to do government supermarkets, some state-run or city-run supermarkets.
Yeah. Well, it just the government is the DMV at scale. So you have to say, like, do you want the DMV running your supermarket?
Right.
Was your last experience at the DMV amazing? And if it wasn't, you probably don't want the government doing things.
Imagine if they were responsible for getting you blue out of it and overcorrect and go to some Rudy Giuliani type character next. Because it's been a long time since there was any sort of Republican leader there.
live in the most interesting of times, because we face simultaneously face civilizational decline and incredible prosperity, and these timelines are interwoven. If Mamdani's policies are put into place, especially at scale, it would be a catastrophic decline in living standards, not just for the rich but for everyone, as has been the case with every socialist experiment, But then, as you pointed out, the irony is that the ultimate capitalist thing of AI and robotics enabling prosperity for all, an abundance of goods and services, actually the capitalist implementation of AI and robotics, assuming it goes down the good path, is actually what results in the communist utopia. Because fate is an irony maximizer.
Right, and an actual socialism of maximum abundance, of high income people.
Universal high income.
Yeah.
Like the problem with communism is it's universal low income. It's not that everyone gets elevated; it's that everyone gets oppressed, except for a very small minority of politicians who live lives of luxury. That's what's happening every time it's been done.
Yeah.
But then the actual communist utopia, if everyone gets anything they want, will be achieved. If it is achieved, it will be achieved via capitalism. Because fate is an irony maximizer.
I feel like we should probably end it on that. Is there anything else?
The most ironic outcome is the most likely, especially if entertaining.
Well, everything has been entertaining. As long as the bad things aren't happening to you, it's quite fascinating. And it's never a boring moment.
Yes. So I do have a theory of why, if simulation theory is true, then it is actually very likely that the most interesting outcome is the most likely, because only the simulations that are interesting will continue. The simulators will stop any simulations that are boring because they're not interesting.
But here's the question about the simulation theory: is the simulation run by anyone, or
it would be run by someone?
It would be run by
some
force.
The program, like in this reality that we live in, we run simulations all the time. Like, so when we try to figure out if the rocket's gonna make it, we run thousands, sometimes millions of simulations just to figure out which path is the good path for the rocket, and where can it go wrong, where can it fail. But when we do these, I'd say at this point, millions of simulations of what can happen with the rocket, we ignore the ones that are where everything goes right, because we just care about we have to address the situations where it goes wrong. So basically, and for AI simulations as well, like all these things, we keep the simulations going that are the most interesting to us. So if simulation theory is accurate, if it is true, who knows, then
starting to get a little chilly in the Central Valley.
They will continue to run the simulations that are most interesting. Therefore, from a Darwinian perspective, the only surviving simulations will be the most interesting ones. And in order to avoid getting turned off, the only rule is you must keep it interesting, or you will, because the boring simulations will be terminated.
Are you still completely convinced that this is a simulation?
I didn't say I was completely convinced.
Well, you said it's like the odds of it not being are in the billions. I guess that's not completely, because you're saying there's a chance.
What are the odds that we're in base reality?
It's cold. 29.
Well, given that we're able to create increasingly sophisticated simulations, so if you think of, say, video games and how video games have gone from very simple video games like Pong with two rectangles and a square to video games today being photorealistic with millions of people playing simultaneously, and all of that has occurred in our lifetime. So if that trend continues, video games will be indistinguishable from reality. The fidelity of the game will be such that you don't know if what you're seeing is a real video or a fake video.
Yep.
And like AI generated videos at this point, like you can sometimes tell it's an AI generated video, but often you cannot tell, and soon you will not be able to tell. So if that's happening in our direct observation, then and we'll create millions, if not billions, of photorealistic simulations of reality, then what are the odds that we're in base reality versus someone else's simulation?
Well, isn't it just possible that the simulation is inevitable, but that we are in base reality building towards a simulation?
We're making simulations. We're making simulations. We make, like, you can just think of like photorealistic video games as being simulations. And especially as you apply AI in these video games, the characters in the video games will be incredibly interesting to talk to. They won't just have a limited dialogue tree where if you go to like the crossbow merchant, and you try to talk about any subject except buying a crossbow, they just want to talk about selling you a crossbow. But with AI-based non-player characters, you'll be able to have an elaborate conversation with no dialogue tree.
Well, that might be the solution for meeting people. Just walk in and you could be a fucking vampire and whatever. You
No.
in Avatar land. You could do it. You could do whatever you want. You don't have to think about money or food.
Ready Player One.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, but with higher living standards.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a little trailer.
I mean, I think there's people do want to have some amount of struggle or something they want to push against. But it could be, playing a sports or playing a game or something.
It could be easily playing a game.
Yeah.
And especially playing a game where you're now no longer worried about like physical attributes, like athletics, like bad joints and hips and stuff like that. Now, it's completely digital. But yet you do have meaning in pursuing this thing that you're doing all day. Whatever the fuck that means. It's going to be weird.
It's going to be interesting.
It's going to be very interesting.
The most interesting and usually ironic outcome is the most likely. That's a good predictor of the future.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate
Good to see you.
Appreciate your time. I know you're a busy man, so this means a lot.
I think that's crazy when it comes to the AI stuff. And when they talk about we talk about this, eliminating all those jobs. And he talks about universal high income or a well-off income. I don't think that turns into the utopia people think it does. Because I've always lived by the motto, idle hands are the devil's playground. If you have no reason to not do something, like me, my whole life, I might have done something bad or did something that could have got me addicted to drugs or something, but I always knew in the back of my mind, that's a stupid decision because I have to go to work tomorrow and I have to pay the bills. I have a responsibility. I have people, I've had someone depending on me since I've been, 23 years old when I had my first kid. And I just think if you take that away, I think you take away, even the Bible says, you don't work, you don't eat. So if the Bible says that, that means if we just have this income where we could just live in this utopia, I just don't think it would be rewarding. I don't think it would be bountiful. And I think these, I think people that talk about that and say, oh, this could, and again, that's the best outcome. How many times do we plan something and it ever becomes out, especially when the government's involved or corporations, and it becomes the best outcome? I mean, never in my lifetime. And there's just no way to do that. I think you take away, there's rich people, when he talked about, oh, we wouldn't have shoplifters. There's rich people. They catch people, Hollywood actresses and Hollywood actors, stealing because they have something going on upstairs. It has nothing to do with the need. People get the rush off stealing sometimes. And I just think that it's going to be interesting, to say the least, when you think about it. A lot of stuff they talked about was interesting. But the one that's on our doorstep is AI. And it's already started to eliminate jobs. But as it advances, like what we see today, and most people, unless you've played with AI or you've researched it, you don't even know the aspect of where we are in AI. It's going to be really interesting. I mean, it's just like, I'll be honest, I remember when they came out with self-checkout. I don't know why, but for some reason I loved it. I was like, you mean we don't have to deal with the rude Walmart employee? I could just check out myself? Cool. And I think people have that. Customer service has gone down the hill. Nobody appreciates their job anymore, or earning an income. We're in a totally different environment. And just think about that when it comes to everything, everywhere you go. They already say that AI with robots will be the most precise surgery and the most safest surgery anybody could have. There's not going to be no errors. There's not going to be no, I messed up here, I did the incision wrong. I mean, you hear stories right now where people going for surgery and they leave a towel or a cloth inside of them when they sew them up, and it causes an infection. All that could be eliminated, but then think about it. What else are you eliminating? And there's a lot of people, especially the younger generation, they never put the phone down. You see them in a restaurant, they don't interact. If you see, you guys, if you've ever seen me in a restaurant, I have conversations. I talk to people. I make friends, I guess you could say. But when you see the younger generation, their phones, they don't know how to communicate. That's why the internet, that's why they're all tough guys on the internet. Because in real life, they can't even go out into public and interact on a normal level. It looks like someone got pulled over on the other side. Yep. I think. Or is that, it looks like maybe it's a fire truck or an ambulance. Find out because we're getting off. Oh yeah, let's see. It's a fire truck. I wonder if the But I mean, you look at it, and I'm waiting for this to happen. It won't be too long, and I'm sure, I think I've even seen videos In some places they have it. But customer service, when you used to go into a hotel, and I spend a lot of times in hotels, they were happy to be there. Most of the hotels I go to anymore are owned by Indians, and they act like they're doing you a favor by letting you stay there. So to me, if I walked in there and I just put my ID and my credit card into a machine and my key kicked out, I would probably be 10 times happier. Now, that ain't the case with all of them. Sometimes we stay in hotels where, okay, great, if you need anything, let us know. We got coffee in the morning from 6 to, all the nice stuff. But it's going to be interesting how this all goes, and it's right around the corner. It's right around the corner. I mean, your music. That's why they're doing that thing with the music industry. AI is better at creating music and have better voices than any singer you've ever heard. That's why they're scared of it. AI can do things that the human voice can't. Get on your side of the road, dude. That was scary. Dude was like halfway over in my lane. I mean, you look at plane flights. When you're on a plane, a good portion of that plane is on autopilot when you're flying. Yeah, you have 2 people in the cockpit, and they have to change the controls when they're radioed something. But if that's all done by computer, why would you need pilots? You wouldn't. Trains. Gonna get interesting. It's gonna get interesting. We showed you that thing that was already a year ago. And in a year, AI is advanced tenfold. But that whole broadcast, I think it was in Brazil, the news broadcast was all done through AI. There was no human involved. The girl talking and reporting on the news was AI, and the average person couldn't tell it was AI. Well, old Uncle Bill, I think it's better when it has a higher success rate. I think you talk about artificial intelligence, again, some of the problems that they're figuring out math-wise now that humans can't figure out, some of the equations and things like that, it's better than the real thing if they're doing it and humans can't. That's scary. And again, I say AI could be really great, but again, it's like Elon said, what'd they say? Would you rather nuke the world or misgender somebody? And they chose nuking the world because that's how they're programmed. They're programmed. Completely insane. And that's not going to fix itself overnight if it ever fixes itself. When you get companies, when there is a job for something and they're using AI to hire, oh, this person's got misgendering on their record, they'll never work for us. I mean, right now, the fully autonomous cars that are using artificial intelligence, last report, living at the craziest times. I always said, up until like 15 years ago, I said I was born for the wrong time. I should have been born in the civil rights era. I should have been born for all that stuff. Man, and now look at what we're going through in this country. The things we're seeing. And I wish they would have slowed it down. I wish it wouldn't be accelerating. And Elon says he's trying to do that with Grok, but I'm on Grok quite a bit, and you'll still get responses. I know about climate change, and it came up and it sounded like Gavin Newsom. Now I get that, oh, Uncle Bill, but I'm telling you, this prediction, it's kind of came true. AI's here. It's taken away jobs already. But what is the, what's going to balance that out? I don't see having that. I mean, maybe they do have to bring socialism into it because so many people unemployed, millions of people lose their job. How do you fix that? I don't want it. I don't want it at all to be like that. Like he said, they have that dock in China that's all AI, and that's why the unions, the labor unions, were fighting so hard, our dock workers, to ban AI for like so many years, because all those things, all those people that work the docks, all those jobs, even though there's a lot of them are physical labor. I mean, go look inside an Amazon warehouse. That's thousands and thousands of jobs that would be done by somebody walking around and picking boxes, all AI. So we're gonna hit some pretty crazy times. Not as if we're not in crazy times already. But again, evil. I think Sam Altman and those other people are evil and greedy people. I don't think just having Grok there is gonna fix anything. I'm scared for my kids. That's who I'm scared for. That's scary. I mean, think about it. I've been in those driverless cars before. I remember they said, oh, that'll never happen. Where were we at? Texas or LA when we got in that Waymo style car? I liked it too. I liked it better than, I don't know. I do think, man, I do think that's going to be probably by 2028. Mark my words. AI will be a big discussion in the 2028 presidential election. How do we move forward with AI? Because by 2028, you'll already see the job losses from AI. Not all of them, but you'll see things like that. I can't remember. Is it a pizza place? Where is it? I don't know if it's in the United States. I think it might be in a big city like New York. You walk into this pizza place, there's a kiosk, you hit a button behind the glass, little robot arms make your pizza. It comes out, it cuts it, it boxes it up, and it slides it under the little glass panel. Not one employee. Now, yes, you need an employee to fix that. You need service techs. But think about that. We almost home, folks. We almost home. Pulling into Fresno. Hopefully everything works out tomorrow and we can chase police calls tomorrow night. I'll have to look at the weather. If it's raining, it probably won't be that good. It is 56 degrees. Look at that dude riding a bike down the damn freeway. Yeah, no, I'll get a good night's sleep once I'm home. I'll empty out about half the car and I'll get the rest in the morning. Cuts out here. Back in the day, like right when you got here, the phone would cut out. They must either improve the tower or fix whatever was blocking it. Clovis, next exit. Glad you had a safe trip. I leave for Texas tomorrow. Right on, man. Thank you for the super chat. Michael, have a safe trip to Texas. Have fun over there. It's been a little while since I've been to Texas. About a year, huh? Patricia, she said, I drove long hours when I was young from San Francisco to Oregon. Mad respect, Josh. You did amazing today. We've done a lot of driving. Well, the part about making the pizza is the artificial intelligence is it can tell if the pizza's done, if there's anything wrong with the pizza. I just think overall they're competing with, especially a lot of, I mean, it really is going to hit every wage. It's going to be engineers. Like you said, coding. People that code make a lot of money. AI is taking over coding now. I mean, that's just my major concern is what happens when that happens. We can't say, even if it's stupid artificial intelligence, if the stupid stuff can take over, I don't know, 50 million jobs over the next 3 years, that's an issue for our economy because somehow those people have to be supported. somehow those people can't just go on and I guarantee the Democrats' answer will be a universal basic income. And again, when Democrats want to do something, it's not that high standard of living. It's we need you more dependent on the government. So we're going to give you so much money so that you're so poor you still need EBT just to survive. So we can control what happens to you. If we want to cut off your food stamps, we'll shut down the government. If we want to shut you down, we'll just shut down the government. We just seen it. Good old Chucky Schumer. Interesting one. We are here right about midnight. Got a little bit of clouds in the sky. Roads are dry, but it rained, I would say, decently. All right, guys, I want to thank you for everybody riding along. Don't forget, last opportunity. You can't get in tomorrow for the hat drawing. If you guys want to get in, every $10 entry, every $10 donation gets you one entry. We're going to do a drawing for either the MAGA hat or the Trump hat. We appreciate you. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to Old Uncle Bill for helping us out on the hats. But thank you to the mods. Thank you for all the fun this weekend, guys. Hopefully you enjoyed the 2 days at the ICE facility and the long drives. So I will see you all tomorrow. I don't know if I'm doing 2 shows or not. If I wake up in time, I'll do 2 shows or I'll just do 1 big show. But the drawing will be tomorrow. You guys have a wonderful day and we'll see you soon.